The production of space. Henri Lefebvre. Translated by Donald Nicholson Smith. Plan of the present work. Not so many years ago, the word space had a strictly geometrical meaning. The idea it evoked was simply that of an empty area. In scholarly use it was generally accompanied by some such epithet as Euclidean, isotropic, or infinite, and the general feeling was that the concept of space was ultimately a mathematical one. To speak of social space, therefore, would have sounded strange. Not that the long development of the concept of space had been forgotten, but it must be remembered that the history of philosophy also testified to the gradual emancipation of the sciences, and especially of mathematics, from their shared roots in traditional metaphysics. The thinking of Descartes was viewed as the decisive point in the working out of the concept of space, and the key to its mature form. According to most historians of Western thought, Descartes had brought to an end the Aristotelian tradition which held that space and time were among those categories which facilitated the naming and classing of the evidence of the senses. The status of such categories had hitherto remained unclear, for they could be looked upon either as simple empirical tools for ordering sense data or, alternatively, as generalities in some way superior to the evidence supplied by the body's sensory organs. With the advent of Cartesian logic, however, space had entered the realm of the absolute. As object opposed to subject, as residential extensa opposed to and present to, residential cogitans space came to dominate, by containing them, all senses and all bodies. Was space therefore a divine attribute? Or was it an order immanent to the totality of what existed? Such were the terms in which the problem was couched for those philosophers who came in Descartes' wake, for Spinoza, for Leibniz, for the Newtonians. Then Kant revived, and revised, the old notion of the category. Kantian space, albeit relative, albeit a tool of knowledge, a means of classifying phenomena, was yet quite clearly separated, along with time, from the empirical sphere. It belonged to the a priori realm of consciousness, i.e. of the subject, and partook of that realm's internal, ideal, and hence transcendental and essentially ungraspable structure. These protracted debates marked the shift from the philosophy to the science of space. It would be mistaken to pronounce them outdated, however, for they have an import beyond that of moments or stages in the evolution of the Western logos. So far from being confined within the abstractness with which that logos in its decline endowed so-called pure philosophy, they raise precise and concrete issues, among them the questions of symmetry versus asymmetry, of symmetrical objects, and of the objective effects of reflections and mirrors. These are all questions to which I shall be returning because of their implications for the analysis of social space. 2. Mathematicians, in the modern sense of the word, emerged as the proprietors of a science, and of a claim to scientific status, quite clearly detached from philosophy, a science which considered itself both necessary and self-sufficient. Thus mathematicians appropriated space and time and made them part of their domain, yet they did so in a rather paradoxical way. They invented spaces, an indefinity, so to speak, of spaces, non-Euclidean spaces, curved spaces, x-dimensional spaces, even spaces with an infinity of dimensions, spaces of configuration, abstract spaces, spaces defined by deformation or transformation, by a topology, and so on. At once highly general and highly specialized, the language of mathematics set out to discriminate between and classify all these innumerable spaces as precisely as possible. Apparently the set of spaces, or space of spaces, did not lend itself very readily to conceptualization. But the relationship between mathematics and reality, physical or social reality, was not obvious, and indeed a deep rift had developed between these two realms. Those mathematicians who had opened up this problematic subsequently abandoned it to the philosophers, who were only too happy to seize upon it as a means of making up a little of the ground they had lost. In this way space became, or, rather, once more became, the very thing which an earlier philosophical tradition, namely Platonism, had proposed in opposition. To the doctrine of categories, it became what Leonardo da Vinci had called a mental thing. The proliferation of mathematical theories, topologies, thus aggravated the old problem of knowledge. How were transitions to be made from mathematical spaces, i.e. from the mental capacities of the human species, from logic, to nature in the first place, to practice in the second, and thence to the theory of social life, which also presumably must unfold in space? 3. From the tradition of thought just described, that is, from a philosophy of space revised and corrected by mathematics, the modern field of inquiry known as epistemology has inherited and adopted the notion that the status of space is that of a mental thing or mental place. At the same time, set theory, as the supposed logic of that place, has exercised a fascination not only upon philosophers but also upon writers and linguists. The result has been a broad proliferation of sets, ensembles, some practical, some historical, but all inevitably accompanied by their appropriate logic. None of these sets, or their logics, have anything in common with Cartesian philosophy. No limits at all have been set on the generalization of the concept of mental space, no clear account of it is ever given, and, depending on the author one happens to be reading, it may connote logical coherence, practical consistency, self-regulation and the relations of the parts to the whole, the engendering of like by like in a set of places, the logic of container versus contents, and so on. We are forever hearing about the space of this and / or the space of that, about literary space, 3 ideological spaces, the space of the dream, psychoanalytic topologies, and so on and so forth. Conspicuous by its absence from supposedly fundamental epistemological studies is not only the idea of man but also that of space. The fact that space is mentioned on every page notwithstanding. Point 4. Thus Michel Foucault can calmly assert that knowledge savoir is also the space in which the subject may take up a position and speak of the objects with which he deals in his discourse. Point 5. Foucault never explains what space it is that he is referring to, nor how it bridges the gap between the theoretical, epistemological, realm and the practical one, between mental and social, between the space of the philosophers and the space of people who deal with material things. The scientific attitude, understood as the application of epistemological thinking to acquired knowledge, is assumed to be structurally linked to the spatial sphere. This connection, presumed to be self-evident from the point of view of scientific discourse, is never conceptualized. Blithely indifferent to the charge of circular thinking, that discourse sets up an opposition between the status of space and the status of the subject, between the thinking I and the object thought about. It thus rejoins the positions of the Cartesian / Western logos, which some of its exponents indeed claim to have closed. Point 6. Epistemological thought, in concert with the linguist's theoretical efforts, has reached a curious conclusion. It has eliminated the collective subject, the people as creator of a particular language, as carrier of specific etymological sequences. It has set aside the concrete subject, that subject which took over from a name-giving God. It has promoted the impersonal pronoun one as creator of language in general, as creator of the system. It has failed, however, to eliminate the need for a subject of some kind. Hence the re-emergence of the abstract subject, the cogito of the philosophers. Hence the new lease on life of traditional philosophy in neo-forms, neo-Hegelian, neo-Kantian, neo-Cartesian. This revival has profited much from the help of Husserl, whose none too scrupulous postulation of a quasi-tautologous identity of knowing subject and conceived essence, an identity inherent to a flux of lived experience, underpins an almost pure identity of formal and practical knowledge. Nor should we be surprised to find the eminent linguist Noam Chomsky reinstating the Cartesian cogito or subject, 8, especially in view of the fact that he has posited the existence of a linguistic level at which it will not be the case that each sentence is represented simply as a finite sequence of elements of some sort, generated from left to right by some simple device. Instead, argues Chomsky, we should expect to find a finite set of levels ordered from high to low. 9 The fact is that Chomsky unhesitatingly postulates a mental space endowed with specific properties, with orientations and symmetries. He completely ignores the yawning gap that separates this linguistic mental space from that social space wherein language becomes practice. Similarly, J. M. Ray writes that meaning presents itself as the legal authority to interchange signified elements along a single horizontal chain, within the confinesless space of a coherent system regulated and calculated in advance. These authors, and many others, for all that they lay claim to absolute logical rigor, commit what is in fact, from the logico-mathematical point of view, the perfect paralogism. They leap over an entire area, ignoring the need for any logical links, and justify this in the vaguest possible manner by invoking, as the need arises, some such notion as coupure or rupture or break. They thus interrupt the continuity of their argument in the name of a discontinuity which their own methodology ought logically to prohibit. The width of the gap created in this way, and the extent of its impact, may of course vary from one author to another, or from one area of specialization to another. My criticism certainly applies in full force, however, to Julia Kristevas T1 JFLELWTLKTJ, to Jacques Derrida's grammatology, and to Roland Barthes's general semiology. This school, whose growing renown may have something to do with its growing dogmatism, is forever promoting the basic sophistry whereby the philosophico-epistemological notion of space is fetishized and the mental realm comes to envelop the social and physical ones. Although a few of these authors suspect the existence of, or the need of, some mediation, 12 most of them spring without the slightest hesitation from mental to social. What is happening here is that a powerful ideological tendency, one much attached to its own would-be scientific credentials, is expressing, in an admirably unconscious manner, those dominant ideas which are perforce the ideas of the dominant class. To some degree, perhaps, these ideas are deformed or diverted in the process, but the net result is that a particular theoretical practice produces a mental space which is apparently, but only apparently, extra-ideological. In an inevitably circular manner, this mental space then becomes the locus of a theoretical practice which is separated from social practice and which sets itself up as the axis, pivot or central reference point of knowledge. 13. The established culture reaps a double benefit from this manoeuvre. In the first place, the impression is given that the truth is tolerated, or even promoted, by that culture. Secondly, a multitude of small events occur within this mental space which can be exploited for useful or polemical ends. I shall return later to the peculiar kinship between this mental space and the one inhabited by the technocrats in their silent offices. 14. As for knowledge thus defined on the basis of epistemology, and more or less clearly distinguished from ideology or from evolving science, is it not directly descended from the union between the Hegelian concept and that scion of the great Cartesian family known as subj activity? The quasi-logical presupposition of an identity between mental space, the space of the philosophers and epistemologists, and real space creates an abyss between the mental sphere on one side and the physical and social spheres on the other. From time to time some intrepid funambulist will set off to cross the void, giving a great show and sending a delightful shudder through the onlookers. By and large, however, so-called philosophical thinking recoils at the mere suggestion of any such salto mortale. If they still see the abyss at all, the professional philosophers avert their gaze. No matter how relevant, the problem of knowledge and the theory of knowledge have been abandoned in favor of a reductionistic return to an absolute, or supposedly absolute, knowledge, namely the knowledge of the history of philosophy and the history of science. Such a knowledge can only be conceived of as separate from both ideology and non-knowledge, i.e. from lived experience. Although any separation of that kind is in fact impossible to evoke, one poses no threat to, and indeed tends to reinforce, a banal consensus. After all, who is going to take issue with the true? By contrast, we all know, or think we know, where discussions of truth, illusion, lies, and appearance versus reality are liable to lead. 4. Epistemologico-philosophical thinking has failed to furnish the basis for a science which has been struggling to emerge for a very long time, as witness an immense accumulation of research and publication. That science is, or would be, a science of space. To date, work in this area has produced either mere descriptions which never achieve analytical, much less theoretical, status, or else fragments and cross-sections of space. There are plenty of reasons for thinking that descriptions and cross-sections of this kind, though they may well supply inventories of what exists in space, or even generate a discourse on space, cannot ever give rise to a knowledge of space. And, without such a knowledge, we are bound to transfer onto the level of discourse, of language per se, i.e. the level of mental space, a large portion of the attributes and properties of what is actually social space. Semiology raises difficult questions precisely because it is an incomplete body of knowledge which is expanding without any sense of its own limitations. Its very dynamism creates a need for such limits to be set, as difficult as that may be. When codes worked up from literary texts are applied to spaces, to urban spaces, say, we remain, as may easily be shown, on the purely descriptive level. Any attempt to use such codes as a means of deciphering social space must surely reduce that space itself to the status of a message, and the inhabiting of it to the status of a reading. This is to evade both history and practice. Yet did there not at one time, between the 16th century, the Renaissancian the Renaissance city, and the 19th century, exist a code at once architectural, urbanistic, and political, constituting a language common to country people and townspeople, to the authorities and to artists, a code which allowed space not only to be read but also to be constructed? If indeed there was such a code, how did it come into being? And when, how, and why did it disappear? These are all questions that I hope to answer in what follows. As for the above-mentioned sections and fragments, they range from the ill-defined to the undefined, and thence, for that matter, to the undefinable. Indeed, talk of cross-sectioning, suggesting as it does a scientific technique, or theoretical practice, designed to help clarify and distinguish elements within the chaotic flux of phenomena, merely adds to the muddle. Leaving aside for the moment the application of mathematical topologies to other realms, consider how fond the cognoscenti are of talk of pictural space, Picasso's space, the space of Les Demoiselles d'Avignon or the space of Guernica. Elsewhere we are forever hearing of architectural, plastic, or literary spaces. The term is used much as one might speak of a particular writer's or artist's world. Specialized works keep their audience abreast of all sorts of equally specialized spaces: leisure, work, play, transportation, public facilities. All are spoken of in spatial terms. 15 Even illness and madness are supposed by some specialists to have their own peculiar space. We are thus confronted by an indefinite multitude of spaces, each one piled upon, or perhaps contained within, the next: geographical, economic, demographic, sociological, ecological, political, commercial, national, continental, global. Not to mention nature's, physical, space, the space of energy, flows, and so on. Before any specific and detailed attempt is made to refute one or other of these approaches, along with whatever claim it may have to scientific status, it should be pointed out that the very multiplicity of these descriptions and sectionings makes them suspect. The fact is that all these efforts exemplify a very strong, perhaps even the dominant tendency within present-day society and its mode of production. Under this mode of production, intellectual labor, like material labor, is subject to endless division. In addition, spatial practice consists in a projection onto a spatial field of all aspects, elements, and moments of social practice. In the process these are separated from one another, though this does not mean that overall control is relinquished even for a moment. Society as a whole continues in subjection to political practice. That is, to state power. This praxis implies and aggravates more than one contradiction, and I shall be dealing with them later. Suffice it to say at this juncture that if my analysis turns out to be correct, it will be possible to claim of the sought-for science of space that 1. It represents the political, in the case of the West, the neo-capitalist, use of knowledge. Remember that knowledge under this system is integrated in a more or less immediate way into the forces of production, and in a mediate way into the social relations of production. 2. It implies an ideology designed to conceal that use, along with the conflicts intrinsic to the highly interested employment of a supposedly disinterested knowledge. This ideology carries no flag, and for those who accept the practice of which it is a part, it is indistinguishable from knowledge. 3. It embodies at best a technological utopia, a sort of computer simulation of the future, or of the possible, within the framework of the real, the framework of the existing mode of production. The starting point here is a knowledge which is at once integrated into, and integrative with respect to, the mode of production. The technological utopia in question is a common feature not just of many science fiction novels, but also of all kinds of projects concerned with space, be they those of architecture, urbanism, or social planning. The above propositions need, of course, to be expounded, supported by logical arguments and shown to be true. But, if they can indeed be verified, it will be in the first place because there is a truth of space, an overall truth generated by analysis followed by exposition, and not because a true space can be constituted or constructed, whether a general space as the epistemologists and philosophers believe, or a particular one as proposed by specialists in some scientific discipline or other which has a concern with space. In the second place, confirmation of these theses will imply the necessity of reversing the dominant trend towards fragmentation, separation, and disintegration, a trend subordinated to a center or to a centralized power and advanced by a knowledge which works as power's proxy. Such a reversal could not be effected without great difficulty, nor would it suffice, in order to carry it through, to replace local or punctual concerns by global ones. One must assume that it would require the mobilization of a great many forces, and that in the actual course of its execution there would be a continuing need, stage by stage, for motivation and orientation. v. Few people today would reject the idea that capital and capitalism influence practical matters relating to space, from the construction of buildings to the distribution of investments and the worldwide division of labor. But it is not so clear what is meant exactly by capitalism and influence. What some have in mind is money and its powers of intervention, or commercial exchange, the commodity, and its generalization, in that everything can be bought and sold. Others are concerned rather with the actors in these dramas, companies national and multinational, banks, financiers, government agencies, and so on. In either case both the unity and the diversity, and hence the contradictions of capitalism are put in brackets. It is seen either as a mere aggregate of separate activities or else as an already constituted and closed system which derives its coherence from the fact that it endures, and solely from that fact. Actually, capitalism has many facets: landed capital, commercial capital, finance capital, all play a part in practice according to their varying capabilities, and as opportunity affords, conflicts between capitalists of the same kind, or of different kinds, are an inevitable part of the process. These diverse breeds of capital, and of capitalists, along with a variety of overlapping markets, commodities, labor, knowledge, capital itself, land, are what together constitute capitalism. Many people are inclined to forget that capitalism has yet another aspect, one which is certainly bound up with the functioning of money, with the various markets, and with the social relations of production, but which is distinct from these precisely because it is dominant. This aspect is the hegemony of one class. The concept of hegemony was introduced by Gramsci in order to describe the future role of the working class in the building of a new society, but it is also useful for analyzing the action of the bourgeoisie, especially in relation to space. The notion is a refinement of the somewhat cruder concept of the dictatorship, first of the bourgeoisie and then of the proletariat. Hegemony implies more than an influence, more even than the permanent use of repressive violence. It is exercised over society as a whole, culture and knowledge included, and generally via human mediation, policies, political leaders, parties, as also a good many intellectuals and experts. It is exercised, therefore, over both institutions and ideas. The ruling class seeks to maintain its hegemony by all available means, and knowledge is one such means. The connection between knowledge, savoir, and power is thus made manifest, although this in no way interdicts a critical and subversive form of knowledge, connaissance. On the contrary, it points up the antagonism between a knowledge which serves power and a form of knowing which refuses to acknowledge power. 16. Is it conceivable that the exercise of hegemony might leave space untouched? Could space be nothing more than the passive locus of social relations, the milieu in which their combination takes on body, or the aggregate of the procedures employed in their removal? The answer must be no. Later on I shall demonstrate the active, the operational or instrumental, role of space as knowledge and action, in the existing mode of production. I shall show how space serves, and how hegemony makes use of it, in the establishment, on the basis of an underlying logic and with the help of knowledge and technical expertise, of a system. Does this imply the coming into being of a clearly defined space, a capitalist space, the world market, thoroughly purged of contradictions? Once again, the answer is no. Otherwise, the system would have a legitimate claim to immortality. Some over-systematic thinkers oscillate between loud denunciations of capitalism and the bourgeoisie and their repressive institutions on the one hand, and fascination and unrestrained admiration on the other. They make society into the object of a systematization which must be closed to be complete. They thus bestow a cohesiveness it utterly lacks upon a totality, which is in fact decidedly open, so open, indeed, that it must rely on violence to endure. The position of these systematizers is in any case self-contradictory. Even if their claims had some validity, they would be reduced to nonsense by the fact that the terms and concepts used to define the system must necessarily be mere tools of that system itself. 6. The theory we need, which fails to come together because the necessary critical moment does not occur, and which therefore falls back into the state of mere bits and pieces of knowledge, might well be called, by analogy, a unitary theory. The aim is to discover or construct a theoretical unity between fields which are apprehended separately, just as molecular, electromagnetic, and gravitational forces are in physics. The fields we are concerned with are, first, the physical nature, the cosmos; secondly, the mental, including logical and formal abstractions; and, thirdly, the social. In other words, we are concerned with logico-epistemological space, the space of social practice, the space occupied by sensory phenomena, including products of the imagination such as projects and projections, symbols, and utopias. The need for unity may be expressed in other ways too, ways that serve to underscore its importance. Reflection sometimes conflates and sometimes draws distinctions between those levels which social practice establishes, in the process raising the question of their interrelationships. Thus housing, habitation, the human habitat, so to speak, are the concern of architecture. Towns, cities, urban space, are the bailiwick of the discipline of urbanism. As for larger, territorial spaces, regional, national, continental or worldwide, these are the responsibility of planners and economists. At times these specializations are telescoped into one another under the auspices of that privileged actor, the politician. At other times their respective domains fail to overlap at all, so that neither common projects nor theoretical continuity are possible. This state of affairs, of which the foregoing remarks do not claim to be a full critical analysis, would be brought to an end if a truly unitary theory were to be developed. Our knowledge of the material world is based on concepts defined in terms of the broadest generality and the greatest scientific, i.e. having a content, abstraction. Even if the links between these concepts and the physical realities to which they correspond are not always clearly established, we do know that such links exist, and that the concepts or theories they imply, energy, space, time, can be neither conflated nor separated from one another. What common parlance refers to as matter, nature, or physical reality, that reality within which even the crudest analysis must discern and separate different moments, has thus obviously achieved a certain unity. The substance, to use the old vocabulary of philosophy, of this cosmos or world, to which humanity with its consciousness belongs, has properties that can be adequately summed up by means of the three terms mentioned above. When we evoke energy, we must immediately note that energy has to be deployed within a space. When we evoke space, we must immediately indicate what occupies that space and how it does so, the deployment of energy in relation to points and within a time frame. When we evoke time, we must immediately say what it is that moves or changes therein. Space considered in isolation is an empty abstraction, likewise energy and time. Although in one sense the substance is hard to conceive of, most of all at the cosmic level, it is also true to say that evidence of its existence stares us in the face, our senses and our thoughts apprehend nothing else. Might it not be possible, then, to found our knowledge of social practice, and the general science of so-called human reality, on a model borrowed from physics? Unfortunately not. For one thing, this kind of approach has always failed in the past. 17 Secondly, following the physical model would prevent a theory of societies from using a number of useful procedures, notably the separation of levels, domains, and regions. Physical theory's search for unity puts all the emphasis on the bringing together of disparate elements. It might therefore serve as a guardrail, but never as a paradigm. The search for a unitary theory in no way rules out conflicts within knowledge itself, and controversy and polemics are inevitable. This goes for physics, and mathematics too, for that matter, sciences that philosophers deem pure precisely because they have purged them of dialectical moments are not thereby immunized against internal conflicts. It seems to be well established that physical space has no reality without the energy that is deployed within it. The modalities of this deployment, however, along with the physical relationships between central points, nuclei or condensations on the one hand and peripheries on the other, are still matters for conjecture. A simple expanding universe theory assumes an original dense core of matter and a primordial explosion. This notion of an original unity of the cosmos has given rise to many objections by reason of its quasi-theological or theogonic character. In opposition to it, Fred Hoyle has proposed a much more complex theory, according to which energy, whether at the level of the ultra-small or at that of the ultra-large, travels in every direction. On this view, a single center of the universe, whether original or final, is inconceivable. Energy/space-time condenses at an indefinite number of points, local spacetimes. Point 18. To the extent that the theory of supposedly human space can be linked at all to a physical theory, perhaps Hoyle's is the one which best fits the bill. Hoyle looks upon space as the product of energy. Energy cannot therefore be compared to a content filling an empty container. Causalism and teleology, inevitably shot through with metaphysical abstraction, are both ruled out. The universe is seen as offering a multiplicity of particular spaces, yet this diversity is accounted for by a unitary theory, namely cosmology. This analogy has its limits, however. There is no reason to assume an isomorphism between social energies and physical energies, or between human and physical fields of force. This is one form of reductionism among others which I shall have occasion explicitly to reject. All the same, human societies, like living organisms human or extra-human, cannot be conceived of independently of the universe, or of the world, nor may cosmology, which cannot and /X knowledge of those societies, leave them out of its picture altogether, like a state within the state. 7. What term should be used to describe the division which keeps the various types of space away from each other, so that physical space, mental space, and social space do not overlap? Distortion. Disjunction. Schism. Break. As a matter of paucity, the term used is far less important than the distance that separates ideal space, which has to do with mental, logico-mathematical, categories, from real space, which is the space of social practice. In actuality, each of these two kinds of space involves, underpins, and presupposes the other. What should be the starting point for any theoretical attempt to account for this situation and transcend it in the process? Not philosophy, certainly, for philosophy is an active and interested party in the matter. Philosophers have themselves helped bring about the schism with which we are concerned by developing abstract, metaphysical, representations of space, among them the Cartesian notion of space as absolute, infinite residential extensa, a divine property which may be grasped in a single act of intuition because of its homogeneous, isotropic, character. This is all the more regrettable in view of the fact that the beginnings of philosophy were closely bound up with the real space of the Greek city. This connection was severed later in philosophy's development. Not that we can have no recourse to philosophy, to its concepts or conceptions. But it cannot be our point of departure. W.H. ed. about literature. Clearly literary authors have written much of relevance, especially descriptions of places and sites. But what criteria would make certain texts more relevant than others? C.E. INE uses everyday language to great effect to evoke the space of Paris, of the Parisian banlieue, or of Africa. Plato, in the Critias and elsewhere, offers marvelous descriptions of cosmic space, and of the space of the city as a reflection of the cosmos. The inspired De Quincey pursuing the shadow of the woman of his dreams through the streets of London, or Baudelaire in his tableaux Parisiens, offer us accounts of urban space rivaling those of Victor Hugo and Lautréamont. The problem is that any search for space in literary texts will find it everywhere and in every guise, enclosed, described, projected, dreamt of, speculated about. What texts can be considered special enough to provide the basis for a textual analysis? Inasmuch as they deal with socially real space, one might suppose on first consideration that architecture and texts relating to architecture would be a better choice than literary texts proper. Unfortunately, any definition of architecture itself requires a prior analysis and exposition of the concept of space. Another possibility would be to take general scientific notions as a basis, notions as general as that of text, like those of information and communication, of message and code, and of sets of signs, all notions which are still being developed. The danger here is that the analysis of space might become enclosed within a single area of specialization, which, so far from helping us account for the dissociations mentioned above, would merely exacerbate them. This leaves only universal notions, which seemingly belong to philosophy but not to any particular specialization. Do such notions exist? Does what Hegel called the concrete universal still have any meaning? I hope to show that it does. What can be said without further ado is that the concepts of productio and of the act of producing do have a certain abstract universality. Though developed by philosophers, these concepts extend beyond philosophy. They were taken over in the past, admittedly, by specialized disciplines, especially by political economy, yet they have survived that annexation. By retrieving something of the broad sense that they had in certain of Marx's writings, they have shed a good deal of the illusory precision with which the economists had endowed them. This is not to say that it will be easy to recover these concepts and put them back to work. To speak of producing space sounds bizarre, so great is the sway still held by the idea that empty space is prior to whatever ends up filling it. Questions immediately arise here: what spaces? And what does it mean to speak of producing space? We are confronted by the problem of how to bring concepts that have already been worked out and formalized into conjunction with this new content without falling back on mere illustration and example, notorious occasions for sophistry. What is called for, therefore, is a thoroughgoing exposition of these concepts, and of their relations, on the one hand with the extreme formal abstraction of logico-mathematical space, and on the other hand with the practico-sensory realm of social space. To proceed otherwise would result in a new fragmentation of the concrete universal into its original Hegelian moments, the particular, in this case descriptions or cross-sections of social space, the general logical and mathematical, and the singular, i.e. places considered as natural, in their merely physical or sensory reality. 8. Everyone knows what is meant when we speak of a room in an apartment, the corner of the street, a marketplace, a shopping or cultural center, a public place, and so on. These terms of everyday discourse serve to distinguish, but not to isolate, particular spaces, and in general to describe a social space. They correspond to a specific use of that space, and hence to a spatial practice that they express and constitute. Their interrelationships are ordered in a specific way. Might it not be a good idea, therefore, first to make an inventory of them, 19, and then to try and ascertain what paradigm gives them their meaning, what syntax governs their organization? There are two possibilities here: either these words make up an unrecognized code which we can reconstitute and explain by means of thought, alternatively, reflection will enable us, on the basis of the words themselves and the operations that are performed upon them, to construct a spatial code. In either event, the result of our thinking would be the construction of a system of space. Now, we know from precise scientific experiments that a system of this kind is applicable only indirectly to its object, and indeed that it really only applies to a discourse on that object. The project I am outlining, however, does not aim to produce or the discourse on space, but rather to expose the actual production of space by bringing the various kinds of space and the modalities of their genesis together within a single theory. These brief remarks can only hint at a solution to a problem that we shall have to examine carefully later on in order to determine whether it is a bona fide issue or merely the expression of an obscure question about origins. This problem is: does language, logically, epistemologically, or genetically speaking, precede, accompany, or follow social space? Is it a precondition of social space or merely a formulation of it? The priority of language thesis has certainly not been established. Indeed, a good case can be made for according logical and epistemological precedence over highly articulated languages with strict rules to those activities which mark the earth, leaving traces and organizing gestures and work performed in common. Perhaps what have to be uncovered are as yet concealed relations between space and language. Perhaps the logicalness intrinsic to articulated language operated from the start as a spatiality capable of bringing order to the qualitative chaos, the practico-sensory realm, presented by the perception of things. To what extent may a space be read or decoded? A satisfactory answer to this question is certainly not just around the corner. As I noted earlier, without as yet adducing supporting arguments or proof, the notions of message, code, information, and so on cannot help us trace the genesis of a space. The fact remains, however, that an already produced space can be decoded, can be read. Such a space implies a process of signification. And even if there is no general code of space, inherent to language or to all languages, there may have existed specific codes, established at specific historical periods and varying in their effects. If so, interested subjects, as members of a particular society, would have acceded by this means at once to their space and to their status as subjects acting within that space and, in the broadest sense of the word, comprehending it. If, roughly from the 16th century to the 19th, a coded language may be said to have existed on the practical basis of a specific relationship between town, country, and political territory, a language founded on classical perspective and Euclidean space, why and how did this coded system collapse? Should an MPT be made to reconstruct that language, which was common to the various groups making up the society, to users and inhabitants, to the authorities and to the technicians, architects, urbanists, planners? A theory can only take form, and be formulated, at the level of a supercode. Knowledge cannot rightly be assimilated to a well-designed language, because it operates at the conceptual level. It is thus not a privileged language, nor a meta-language, even if these notions may be appropriate for the science of language as such. Knowledge of space cannot be limited from the outset by categories of this kind. Are we looking, then, for a code of codes? Perhaps so, but this meta-function of theory does not in itself explain a great deal. If indeed spatial codes have existed, each characterizing a particular spatial/social practice, and if these codifications have been produced along with the space corresponding to them, then the job of theory is to elucidate their rise, their role, and their demise. The shift I am proposing in analytic orientation relative to the work of specialists in this area ought by now to be clear, instead of emphasizing the rigorously formal aspect of codes. I shall instead be putting the stress on their dialectical character. Codes will be seen as part of a practical relationship, as part of an interaction between subjects and their space and surroundings. I shall attempt to trace the coming into being and disappearance of codings/decodings. My aim will be to highlight contents, i.e. the social, spatial, practices inherent to the forms under consideration. 9. Surrealism appears quite otherwise today than it did half a century ago. A number of its pretensions have faded away, among them the substitution of poetry for politics, the politicization of poetry and the search for a transcendent revelation. All the same, though a literary movement, it cannot be reduced to the level of mere literature, which surrealism initially despised, and hence to the status of a literary event, bound up with the exploration of the unconscious, automatic writing, which had a subversive character to begin with but which was subsequently co-opted by every means available, glosses, exegeses, commentaries, fame, publicity, and so on. The leading surrealists sought to decode inner space and illuminate the nature of the transition from this subjective space to the material realm of the body and the outside world, and thence to social life. Consequently, surrealism has a theoretical import which was not originally recognized. The surrealists' effort to find a unity of this kind initiated a search which later went astray. It is discernible, for example, in André Breton's L'Âme or Fou, where the introduction of imaginary and magical elements, though perhaps strange, detracts in no way from the enunciatory value of the work. Sometimes, for example, wishing for the visit of a particular woman, I have found myself opening a door, then shutting it, then opening it again. If this device proved inadequate to the task, I might slip the blade of a knife randomly between the pages of a book, having previously decided that a certain line on the left-hand or right-hand page would inform me more or less indirectly as to her inclinations and tell me whether to expect her soon or not at all. Then I would start moving things around once more, scrutinizing their positions relative to each other and rearranging them in unusual ways. 20. Still, the scale of the failure of surrealism's poetic project should also be pointed out. Not that surrealist poetry lacked an accompanying conceptual apparatus designed to explain its orientation. Indeed, so numerous are the movement's theoretical texts, manifestos and others, that one might well ask what would remain of surrealism were they left out of consideration. The intrinsic shortcomings of the poetry run deeper, however. It prefers the visual to the act of seeing, rarely adopts a listening posture, and curiously neglects the musical both in its mode of expression and, even more, in its central vision. It was as though the deep night of human existence had suddenly been pierced, writes Breton, as though natural necessity had consented to become one with logical necessity and so plunged all things into a state of total transparency. 21. As Breton himself acknowledges, Z2 a project of Hegelian derivation was to be pursued solely via an affective, and hence subjective, overburdening of the loved object by means of a hyper-exaltation of symbols. Thus the surrealists, proclaiming, though none too loudly and certainly without any supporting evidence, that the Hegelian end of history lay within, and would be advanced by, their poetry, succeeded only in producing a lyrical meta-language of history, an illusory fusing of subject with object in a transcendental metabolism. Their purely verbal metamorphosis, anamorphosis, or anaphorization of the relationship between subjects, people, and things, the realm of everyday life, overloaded meaning, and changed nothing. There was simply no way, by virtue of language alone, to make the leap from exchange, of goods, to use. Like that of the surrealists, the work of Georges Baudeley now has a meaning somewhat different from the one it had originally. Baudeley too sought, among other things, a junction between the space of inner experience on the one hand, and, on the other, the space of physical nature, below T4E level of consciousness, tree, sex, acephalal, and social space, communication, speech. Like the surrealists, though not, like them, on the trail of an imagined synthesis, Baudeley left his mark everywhere between real, infrareal and superreal. His way was Nietzsche's, eruptive and disruptive. He accentuates divisions and widens gulfs rather than filling them, until that moment when the lightning flash of intuition/intention leaps from one side to the other, from earth to sun, from night to day, from life to death, and likewise from the logical to the heterological, from the normal to the heteronomic, which is at once far beyond and far short of the enemy. In Baudeley the entirety of space, mental, physical, social, is apprehended tragically. To the extent that center and periphery are distinguished, the center has its own tragic reality, a reality of sacrifice, violence, explosion. So too has the periphery, after its fashion. In diametrical opposition to Baudeley and the surrealists, though contemporary with them, a theorist of technology named Jacques Laffitte also glimpsed the possibility of a unitary theory of space. Laffitte, a writer too often forgotten, proposed what he called a mechanology as a general science of technical devices and systems, and made this science responsible for exploring material reality, knowledge, and social space. B. Laffitte was following up certain writings of Marx, an account of which has since been given by Kostas Axelos. 24 He did not have all the essential elements and concepts at his disposal, because he knew nothing of information science and cybernetics, and consequently of the distinction between information-based machines and machines calling for massive energy sources, but he did give effective form to the unitary hypothesis. To this project he brought all the rigor of technocratic functionalist structuralist ideology. Characteristically enough, this led him to the most outrageous propositions, and to conceptual links worthy of science fiction. In Show RT, Laffitte produced a technocratic utopia. He sought, for example, to explain history by comparing passive, and hence static, machines to architecture and to the vegetable kingdom, and active machines, deemed more dynamic, more reflex, to animals. Basing himself on such notions, Laffitte worked out evolutionary series occupying space, and boldly schematized the genesis of nature, of knowledge, and of society via the harmonious development of these three great segments, series at once convergent and complementary. 25. Laffitte's hypothesis was the forerunner of many others of a similar stamp. Such reflexive technocratic thinking emphasizes the explicit and avowed, not just the rational but also the intellectual, and completely eschews the lateral and heterological realms which lie concealed in praxis, rejected too, on the same basis, is the kind of thinking that uncovers what is thus concealed. It is as though everything, in the space of thought and in social space, could be reduced to a frontal, face-to-face mode. X. If the search for a unitary theory of physical, mental, and social space was adumbrated several decades ago, why and how was it abandoned? Did it cover too vast a field, a veritable chaos of ideas, some of them poetic, subjective, or speculative, while others bore the stamp of technical positivity? Or was it simply that this line of inquiry turned out to be sterile? In order to understand exactly what happened, it is necessary to go back to Hegel, who is a sort of place de l'Étoile with a monument to politics and philosophy at its center. According to Hegelianism, historical time gives birth to that space which the state occupies and rules over. History does not realize the archetype of the reasonable being in the individual, but rather in a coherent ensemble comprised of partial institutions, groups, and systems, law, morality, family, city, trade, etc. Time is thus solidified and fixed within the rationality immanent to space. The Hegelian end of history does not imply the disappearance of the product of historicity. On the contrary, this product of a process of production which is animated by knowledge, the concept, and oriented by consciousness, language, the logos, this necessary product, asserts its own self-sufficiency. It persists in being through its own strength. What disappears is history, which is transformed from action to memory, from production to contemplation. As for time, dominated by repetition and circularity, overwhelmed by the establishment of an immobile space which is the locus and environment of realized reason, it loses all. Meme. In the wake of this fetishization of space in the service of the state, philosophy and practical activity were bound to seek a restoration of time. 26 Hence Marx's vigorous reinstatement of historical time as revolutionary time. Hence also Bergson's more nuanced, though abstract and uncertain because specialized, evocation of mental duration and the immediacy of consciousness, hence Husserlian phenomenology with its Heraclitean flux of phenomena and subjectivity of the ego, and hence, later, a whole philosophical tradition. 27. In George Lukács's anti-Hegelian Hegelianism, space serves to define reification, as also false consciousness. Rediscovered time, under the direction of a class consciousness elevated to the sublime level at which it can survey history's twists and turns at a glance, breaks the primacy of the spatial. 28. Only Nietzsche, since Hegel, has maintained the primordiality of space and concerned himself with the spatial problematic, with the repetitiveness, the circularity, the simultaneity of that which seems diverse in the temporal context and which arises at different times. In the realm of becoming, but standing against the flux of time, every defined form, whether physical, mental or social, struggles to establish and maintain itself. Yet Nietzschean space preserves not a single feature of the Hegelian view of space as product and residue of historical time. I believe in absolute space as the substratum of force, the latter limits and forms, writes Nietzsche. 29 Cosmic space contains energy, contains forces, and proceeds from them. The same goes for terrestrial and social space, where there is space there is being. The relationships between force, energy, time, and space are problematical. For example, one can neither conceive of a beginning, an origin, nor yet do without such an idea. As soon as that, albeit essential, activity which discerns and marks distinctions is removed from the picture, the interrupted and the successive are concordant. An energy or force can only be identified by means of its effects in space, even if forces in themselves are distinct from their effects, and how can any reality, energy, space, or time grasped in itself by intellectual analysis? Just as Nietzschean space has nothing in common with Hegelian space, so Nietzschean time, as theater of universal tragedy, as the cyclical, repetitious space-time of death and of life, has nothing in common with Marxist time, that is, historicity driven forward by the forces of production and adequately, to be optimistic, oriented by industrial, proletarian, and revolutionary rationality. This is perhaps a convenient moment to consider what has been happening in the second half of the 20th century, the period to which we are witnesses. 1. The state is consolidating on a world scale. It weighs down on society, on all societies, in full force. It plans and organizes society rationally, with the help of knowledge and technology, imposing analogous, if not homologous, measures irrespective of political ideology, historical background, or the class origins of those in power. The state crushes time by reducing differences to repetitions or circularities, dubbed equilibrium, feedback, self-regulation, and so on. Space in its Hegelian form comes back into its own. This modern state promotes and imposes itself as the stable center, definitively, of national societies and spaces. As both the end and the meaning of history, just as Hegel had forecast, it flattens the social and cultural spheres. It enforces a logic that puts an end to conflicts and contradictions. It neutralizes whatever resists it by castration or crushing. Is this social entropy? Or is it a monstrous excrescence transformed into normality? Whatever the answer, the results lie before us. 2. In this same space there are, however, other forces on the boil, because the rationality of the state, of its techniques, plans and programs, provokes opposition. The violence of power is answered by the violence of subversion. With its wars and revolutions, defeats and victories, confrontation and turbulence, the modern world corresponds precisely to Nietzsche's tragic vision. State-imposed normality makes permanent transgression inevitable. As for time and negativity, whenever they re-emerge, as they must, they do so explosively. This is a new negativity, a tragic negativity which manifests itself as incessant violence. These seething forces are still capable of rattling the lid of the cauldron of the state and its space, for differences can never be totally quieted. Though defeated, they live on, and from time to time they begin fighting ferociously to reassert themselves and transform themselves through struggle. 3. Nor has the working class said its last word. It continues on its way, sometimes underground, sometimes in the light of day. It is not an easy matter to get rid of the class struggle, which has taken myriad forms not accounted for by the impoverished schema usually so referred to, a schema which is nowhere to be found in Marx even if its devotees 24 plan of the present W.R.K. claim to be Marxists. It may be that a fatal balance of power has now been reached which will prevent the working class's opposition to the bourgeoisie from ever becoming an open antagonism, so that society totters while the state rots in place or reasserts itself in convulsive fashion. It may be that world revolution will break out after a period of latency. Or perhaps world war will circle the planet in the wake of the world market. At all events, everything suggests at present that the workers the industrialized countries are opting neither for indefinite growth and accumulation nor for violent revolution leading to the disappearance of the state, but rather for the withering away of work itself. Merely to consider the possibilities is to realize that Marxist thought has not disappeared, and indeed that it cannot disappear. Confrontation of the theses and hypotheses of Hegel, Marx, and Nietzsche is just beginning, and only with great difficulty at that. As for philosophical thought and thought about space and time, it is split. On the one hand we have the philosophy of time, of duration, itself broken up into partial considerations and emphases, historical time, social time, mental time, and so on. On the other hand we have epistemological thought, which constructs an abstract space and cogitates about abstract logico-mathematical spaces. Most if not all authors ensconce themselves comfortably enough within the terms of mental, and therefore neo-Kantian or neo-Cartesian, space, thereby demonstrating that theoretical practice is already nothing more than the egocentric thinking of specialized Western intellectuals, and indeed may soon be nothing more than an entirely separated, schizoid consciousness. The aim of this book is to detonate the state of affairs. More specifically, apropos of space, it aims to foster confrontation between those ideas and propositions which illuminate the modern world even if they do not govern it, treating them not as isolated theses or hypotheses, as thoughts to be put under the microscope, but rather as prefigurations lying at the threshold of modernity. 30. 11. This aim does not imply the elaboration of a critical theory of existing space designed as a substitute for the descriptions and cross-sections that accept that space or for other critical theories that deal with society in general, with political economy, with culture, and so on. The substitution of a negative and critical utopia of space, or of man or society, for the dominant technological utopia is no longer sufficient. Critical theory, after being driven into practical opposition, and even into the most radical form of it, whether punctual, i.e. attacking particularly vulnerable points, or global, has had its day. It might be supposed that our first priority should be the methodical destruction of the codes relating to space. Nothing could be further from the case, however, because the codes inherent to knowledge and social practice have been in dissolution for a very long time already. All that remains of them are relics, words, images, metaphors. This is the outcome of an epoch-making event so generally ignored that we have to be reminded of it at every moment. The fact is that around 1910 a certain space was shattered. It was the space of common sense, of knowledge, savoir, of social practice, of political power, a space thitherto enshrined in everyday discourse, just as in abstract thought, as the environment of and channel for communications, the space, too, of classical perspective and geometry, developed from the Renaissance onwards on the basis of the Greek tradition, Euclid, logic, and bodied forth in Western art and philosophy, as in the form of the city and town. Such were the shocks and onslaughts suffered by this space that today it retains but a feeble pedagogical reality, and then only with great difficulty, within a conservative educational system. Euclid/Dean and perspectivist space have disappeared as systems of reference, along with other former commonplaces such as the town, history, paternity, the tonal system in music, traditional morality, and so forth. This was truly a crucial moment. Naturally, common sense space, Euclidean space, and perspectivist space did not disappear in a puff of smoke without leaving any trace in our consciousness, knowledge or educational methods. They could no more have done so than elementary algebra and arithmetic, or grammar, or Newtonian physics. The fact remains that it is too late for destroying codes in the name of a critical theory. Our task, rather, is to describe their already completed destruction, to measure its effects, and, perhaps, to construct a new code by means of theoretical supercoding. It must be stressed that what is needed is not a replacement for the dominant tendency, however desirable that may once have been, but instead a reversal of that tendency. As I shall attempt at some length to show, even if absolute proof is impossible, such a reversal or inversion would consist, as in Marx's time, in a movement from products, whether studied in general or in particular, described or enumerated, to production. This reversal of tendency and of meaning has nothing to do with the conversion of signified elements into signifiers, as practiced under the banner of an intellectualizing concern for pure theory. The elimination of the signified element, the putting in brackets of the expressive, the exclusive appeal to formal signifiers, these operations precede the reversal of tendency which leads from products to productive activity. They merely simulate that reversal by reducing it to a sequence of abstract interventions performed upon language, and essentially upon literature. 12. Social space is a social product. This proposition might appear to border on the tautologous, and hence on the obvious. There is good reason, however, to examine it carefully, to consider its implications and consequences before accepting it. Many people will find it hard to endorse the notion that space has taken on, within the present mode of production, within society as it actually is, a sort of reality of its own, a reality clearly distinct from, yet much like, those assumed in the same global process by commodities, money, and capital. Many people, finding this claim paradoxical, will want proof. The more so in view of the further claim that the space thus produced also serves as a tool of thought and of action, that in addition to being a means of production it is also a means of control, and hence of domination, of power, yet that, as such, it escapes in part from those who would make use of it. The social and political, state, forces which engendered this space now seek, but fail, to master it completely. The very agency that has forced spatial reality towards a sort of uncontrollable autonomy now strives to run it into the ground, then shackle and enslave it. Is this space an abstract one? Yes, but it is also real in the sense in which concrete abstractions such as commodities and money are real. Is it then concrete? Yes, though not in the sense that an object or product is concrete. Is it instrumental? Undoubtedly, but, like knowledge, it extends beyond instrumentality. Can it be reduced to a projection, to an objectification of knowledge? Yes and no. Knowledge objectified in a product is no longer coextensive with knowledge in its theoretical state. If space embodies social relationships, how and why does it do so? And what relationships are they? It is because of all these questions that a thoroughgoing analysis and a full overall exposition are called for. This must involve the introduction of new ideas, In the first place, the idea of a diversity or multiplicity of space is quite distinct from that multiplicity which results from segmenting and cross-sectioning space ad infinitum. Such new ideas must then be inserted into the context of what is generally known as history, which will consequently itself emerge in a new light. Social space will be revealed in its particularity to the extent that it ceases to be indistinguishable from mental space, as defined by the philosophers and mathematicians, on the one hand, and physical space, as defined by practico-sensory activity and the perception of nature, on the other. What I shall be seeking to demonstrate is that such a social space is constituted neither by a collection of things or an aggregate of sensory data, nor by a void packed like a parcel with various contents, and that it is irreducible to a form imposed upon phenomena, upon things, upon physical materiality. If I am successful, the social character of space, here posited as a preliminary hypothesis, will be confirmed as we go along. 13. If it is true that social space is a social product, how is this fact concealed? The answer is, by a double illusion, each side of which refers back to the other, reinforces the other, and hides behind the other. These two aspects are the illusion of transparency on the one hand and the illusion of opacity, or realistic illusion, on the other. 1. The illusion of transparency. Here space appears as luminous, as intelligible, as giving action free rein. What happens in space lends a miraculous quality to thought, which becomes incarnate by means of a design, in both senses of the word. The design serves as a mediator itself of great fidelity, between mental activity, invention, and social activity, realization, and it is deployed in space. The illusion of transparency goes hand in hand with a view of space as innocent, as free of traps or secret places. Anything hidden or dissimulated, and hence dangerous, is antagonistic to transparency, under whose reign everything can be taken in by a single glance from that mental eye which illuminates whatever it contemplates. Comprehension is thus supposed, without meeting any insurmountable obstacles, to conduct what is perceived, i.e. its object, from the shadows into the light. It is supposed to effect this displacement of the object either by piercing it with a ray or by converting it, after certain precautions have been taken, from a murky to a luminous state. Hence a rough coincidence is assumed to exist between social space on the one hand and mental space, the topological space of thoughts and utterances, on the other. By what path, and by means of what magic, is this thought to come about? The presumption is that an encrypted reality becomes readily decipherable thanks to the intervention first of speech and then of writing. It is said, and believed, that this decipherment is effected solely through transposition and through the illumination that such a strictly topological change brings about. At justification is therefore thus claiming that within the spatial realm the known and the transparent are one and the same thing. The fact is that this claim is a basic postulate of a diffuse ideology which dates back to classical philosophy. Closely bound up with Western culture, this ideology stresses speech, and overemphasizes the written word, to the detriment of a social practice which it is indeed designed to conceal. The fetishism of the spoken word, or ideology of speech, is reinforced by the fetishism and ideology of writing. For some, whether explicitly or implicitly, speech achieves a total clarity of communication, flushing out whatever is obscure and either forcing it to reveal itself or destroying it by sheer force of anathema. Others feel that speech alone does not suffice, and that the test and action of the written word, as agent of both malediction and sanctification, must also be brought into play. The act of writing is supposed, beyond its immediate effects, to imply a discipline that facilitates the grasping of the object by the writing and speaking subject. In any event, the spoken and written word are taken for social practice. It is assumed that absurdity and obscurity, which are treated as aspects of the same thing, may be dissipated without any corresponding disappearance of the object. Thus communication brings the non-communicated into the realm of the communicated, the incommunicable having no existence beyond that of an ever-pursued residue. Such are the assumptions of an ideology which, in positing the transparency of space, identifies knowledge, information, and communication. It was on the basis of this ideology that people believed for quite a time that a revolutionary social transformation could be brought about by means of communication alone. Everything must be said. No time limit on speech. Everything must be written. Writing transforms language, therefore writing transforms society. Writing is a signifying practice. Such agendas succeed only in conflating revolution and transparency. The illusion of transparency turns out, to revert for a moment to the old terminology of the philosophers, to be a transcendental illusion, a trap, operating on the basis of its own quasi-magical power, but by the same token referring back immediately to other traps, traps which are its alibis, its masks. 2. The realistic illusion. This is the illusion of natural simplicity, the product of a naive attitude long ago rejected by philosophers and theorists of language, on various grounds and under various names, but chiefly because of its appeal to naturalness, to substantiality. According to the philosophers of the good old idealist school, the credulity peculiar to common sense leads to the mistaken belief that things have more of an existence than the subject, his thought and his desires. To reject this illusion thus implies an adherence to pure thought, to mind, or desire, which amounts to abandoning the realistic illusion only to fall back into the embrace of the illusion of transparency. Among linguists, semanticists, and semiologists one encounters a primary, and indeed an ultimate, naivete which asserts that language, rather than being defined by its form, enjoys a substantial reality. On this view language resembles a bag of words from which the proper and adequate word for each thing or object may be picked. In the course of any reading, the imaginary and the symbolic dimensions, the landscape and the horizon which line the reader's path, are all taken as real, because the true characteristics of the text, its signifying form as much as its symbolic content, are a blank page to the naïve in his unconsciousness. It is worth noting en passant that his illusions provide the naïve with pleasures which knowledge is bound to abolish along with those illusions themselves. Science, moreover, though it may replace the innocent delights of naturalness with more refined and sophisticated pleasures, can in no wise guarantee that these will be any more delectable. The illusion of substantiality, naturalness, and spatial opacity nurtures its own mythology. One thinks of the space-oriented artist, at work in a hard or dense reality delivered direct from the domain of Mother Nature. More likely a sculptor than a painter, an architect sooner than a musician or poet, such an artist tends to work with materials that resist or evade his efforts. When space is not being overseen by the geometer, it is liable to take on the physical qualities and properties of the earth. The illusion of transparency has a kinship with philosophical idealism. The realistic illusion is closer to naturalistic and mechanistic materialism. Yet these two illusions do not enter into antagonism with each other after the fashion of philosophical systems, which armor themselves like battleships and seek to destroy one another. On the contrary, each illusion embodies and nourishes the other. The shifting back and forth between the two, and the flickering or oscillatory effect that it produces, are thus just as important as either of the illusions considered in isolation. Symbolisms deriving from nature can obscure the rational lucidity which the West has inherited from its history and from its successful domination of nature. The apparent translucency taken on by obscure historical and political forces in decline, the state, nationalism, can enlist images having their source in the earth or in nature, in paternity or in maternity. The rational is thus naturalized, while nature cloaks itself in nostalgias which supplant rationality. 14. As a programmatic foretaste of the topics I shall be dealing with later, I shall now review some of the implications and consequences of our initial proposition, namely, that social space is a social product. The first implication is that physical, natural space is disappearing. Granted, natural space was, and it remains, the common point of departure, the origin, and the original model, of the social process, perhaps even the basis of all originality. Granted, too, that natural space has not vanished purely and simply from the scene. It is still the background of the picture, as decor, and more than decor, it persists everywhere, and every natural detail, every natural object is valued even more as it takes on symbolic weight, the most insignificant animal, trees, grass, and so on. As source and as resource, nature obsesses us, as do childhood and spontaneity, via the filter of memory. Everyone wants to protect and save nature, nobody wants to stand in the way of an attempt to retrieve its authenticity. Yet at the same time everything conspires to harm it. The fact is that natural space will soon be lost to view. Anyone so inclined may look over their shoulder and see it sinking below the horizon behind us. Nature is also becoming lost to thought. For what is nature? How can we form a picture of it as it was before the intervention of humans with their ravaging tools? Even the powerful myth of nature is being transformed into a mere fiction, a negative utopia. Nature is now seen as merely the raw material out of which the productive forces of a variety of social systems have forged their particular spaces. True, nature is resistant, and infinite in its depth, but it has been defeated, and now waits only for its ultimate voidance and destruction. 15. A second implication is that every society, and hence every mode of production with its subvariants, i.e. all those societies which exemplify the general concept, produces a space, its own space. The city of the ancient world cannot be understood as a collection of people and things in space, nor can it be visualized solely on the basis of a number of texts and treatises on the subject of space, even though some of these, as for example Plato's Critias and Timaeus or Aristotle's Metaphysics A, may be irreplaceable sources of knowledge. For the ancient city had its own spatial practice, it forged its own, appropriated, space. Whence the need for a study of that space which is able to apprehend it as such, in its genesis and its form, with its own specific time or times, the rhythm of daily life, and its particular centers and polycentrism, agora, temple, stadium, etc. The Greek city is cited here only as an example as one step along the way. Schematically speaking, each society offers up its own peculiar space, as it were, as an object for analysis and overall theoretical explication. I say each society, but it would be more accurate to say each mode of production, along with its specific relations of production. Any such mode of production may subsume significant variant forms, and this makes for a number of theoretical difficulties, many of which we shall run into later in the shape of inconsistencies, gaps, and blanks in our general picture. How much can we really learn, for instance, confined as we are to Western conceptual tools, about the Asiatic mode of production, its space, its towns, or the relationship it embodies between town and country, a relationship reputedly represented figuratively or ideographically by the Chinese characters? More generally, the very notion of social space resists analysis because of its novelty and because of the real and formal complexity that it connotes. Social space contains, and assigns, more or less, appropriate places to, 1. The social relations of reproduction, i.e. the biophysiological relations between the sexes and between age groups, along with the specific organization of the family, and, 2. The relations of production, i.e. the division of labor and its organization in the form of hierarchical social functions. These two sets of relations, production and reproduction, are inextricably bound up with one another. The division of labor has repercussions upon the family and is of a piece with it. Conversely, the organization of the family interferes with the division of labor. Yet social space must discriminate between the two, not always successfully, be it said, in order to localize them. To refine this scheme somewhat, it should be pointed out that in pre-capitalist societies the two interlocking levels of biological reproduction and socio-economic production together constituted social reproduction, that is to say, the reproduction of society as it perpetuated itself generation after generation, conflict, feud, strife, crisis, and war notwithstanding. That a decisive part is played by space in this continuity is something I shall be attempting to demonstrate below. The advent of capitalism, and more particularly modern neocapitalism, has rendered this state of affairs considerably more complex. Here three interrelated levels must be taken into account: 1. Biological reproduction, the family; 2. The reproduction of labor power, the working class per se; and 3. The reproduction of the social relations of production, that is, of those relations which are constitutive of capitalism and which are increasingly, and increasingly effectively, so augmented and imposed as such. The role of space in this tripartite ordering of things will need to be examined in its specificity. To make things even more complicated, social space also contains specific representations of this double or triple interaction between the social relations of production and reproduction. Symbolic representation serves to maintain these social relations in a state of coexistence and cohesion. It displays them while displacing them, and thus concealing them in symbolic fashion, with the help of, and onto the backdrop of, nature. Representations of the relations of reproduction are sexual symbols, symbols of male and female, sometimes accompanied, sometimes not, by symbols of age, of youth and of old age. This is a symbolism which conceals more than it reveals, the more so since the relations of reproduction are divided into frontal, public, overt, and hence coded, relations on the one hand, and, on the other, covert, clandestine, and repressed relations which, precisely because they are repressed, characterize transgressions related not so much to sex per se as to sexual pleasure, its preconditions and consequences. Thus space may be said to embrace a multitude of intersections, each with its assigned location. As for representations of the relations of production, which subsume power relations, these too occur in space. Space contains them in the form of buildings, monuments, and works of art. Such frontal, and hence brutal, expressions of these relations do not completely crowd out their more clandestine or underground aspects. All power must have its accomplices, and its police. A conceptual triad has now emerged from our discussion, a triad to which we shall be returning over and over again. 1. Spatial practice, which embraces production and reproduction, and the particular locations and spatial sets characteristic of each social formation. Spatial practice ensures continuity and some degree of cohesion. In terms of social space, and of each member of a given society's relationship to that space, this cohesion implies a guaranteed level of competency and a specific level of performance. 31. 2. Representations of space, which are tied to the relations of production and to the order which those relations impose, and hence to knowledge, to signs, to codes, and to frontal relations. 3. Representational spaces, embodying complex symbolisms, sometimes coded, sometimes not, linked to the clandestine or underground side of social life, as also to art, which may come eventually to be defined less as a code of space than as a code of representational spaces. 16. In reality, social space incorporates social actions, the actions of subjects both individual and collective who are born and who die, who suffer and who act. From the point of view of these subjects, the behavior of their space is at once vital and mortal. Within it they develop, give expression to themselves, and encounter prohibitions, then they perish, and that same space contains their graves. From the point of view of knowing, connaissance, social space works, along with its concept, as a tool for the analysis of society. To accept this much is at once to eliminate the simplistic model of a one-to-one or punctual correspondence between social actions and social locations, between spatial functions and spatial forms. Precisely because of its crudeness, however, this structural schema continues to haunt our consciousness and knowledge, savoir. It is not the work of a moment for a society to generate, produce, an appropriated social space in which it can achieve a form by means of self-presentation and self-representation, a social space to which that society is not identical, and which indeed is its tomb as well as its cradle. This act of creation is, in fact, a process. For it to occur, it is necessary, and this necessity is precisely what has to be explained, for the society's practical capabilities and sovereign powers to have at their disposal special places, religious and political sites. In the case of pre-capitalist societies, more readily comprehensible to anthropology, ethnology and sociology than to political economy, such sites are needed for symbolic sexual unions and murders, as places where the principle of fertility, the mother, may undergo renewal and where fathers, chiefs, kings, priests, and sometimes gods may be put to death. Thus space emerges consecrated, yet at the same time protected from the forces of good and evil. It retains the aspect of those forces which facilitate social continuity, but bears no trace of their other, dangerous side. A further necessity is that space, natural and social, practical and symbolic, should come into being inhabited by a, signifying and signified, higher reality. By light, for instance, the light of sun, moon, or stars as opposed to the shadows, the night, and hence death, light identified with the true, with life, and hence with thought and knowledge and, ultimately, by virtue of mediations not immediately apparent, with established authority. So much is intimated by myths, whether Western or Oriental, but it is only actualized in and through, religio-political, space. Like all social practice, spatial practice is lived directly before it is conceptualized, but the speculative primacy of the conceived over the lived causes practice to disappear along with life, and so does very little justice to the unconscious level of lived experience per se. Yet another requirement is that the family, long very large, but never unlimited in size, be rejected as sole center or focus of social practice, for such a state of affairs would entail the dissolution of society, but at the same time that it be retained and maintained as the basis of personal and direct relationships which are bound to nature, to the earth, to procreation, and thus to reproduction. Lastly, death must be both represented and rejected. Death too has a location, but that location lies below or above appropriated social space. Death is relegated to the infinite realm so as to disenthrall, or purify, the finiteness in which social practice occurs, in which the law that practice has established holds sway. Social space thus remains the space of society, of social life. Man does not live by words alone. All subjects are situated in a space in which they must either recognize themselves or lose themselves, a space which they may both enjoy and modify. In order to accede to this space, individuals, children, adolescents, who are, paradoxically, already within it, must pass tests. This has the effect of setting up reserved spaces, such as places of initiation, within social space. All holy or cursed places, places characterized by the presence or absence of gods, associated with the death of gods, or with hidden powers and their exorcism, all such places qualify as special preserves. Hence in absolute space the absolute has no place, for otherwise it would be a non-place, and religio-political space has a rather strange composition, being made up of areas set apart, reserved, and so mysterious. As for magic and sorcery, they too have their own spaces, opposed to, but presupposing, religio-political space, also set apart and reserved. Such spaces are cursed rather than blessed and beneficent. By contrast, certain ludic spaces, devoted for their part to religious dances, music, and so on, were always felt to be beneficent rather than baleful. Some would doubtless argue that the ultimate foundation of social space is prohibition, adducing in support of this thesis the unset in communication between the members of a society, the gulf between them, their bodies and consciousnesses, and the difficulties of social intercourse, the dislocation of their most immediate relationships, such as the child's with its mother, and even the dislocation of their bodily integrity, and, lastly, the never fully achieved restoration of these relations in an environment made up of a series of zones defined by interdictions and bans. Along the same lines, one might go so far as to explain social space in terms of a dual prohibition, the prohibition which separates the male child from his mother because incest is forbidden, and the prohibition which separates the child from its body because language in constituting consciousness breaks down the unmediated unity of the body, because, in other words, the male child suffers symbolic ca. 36 Plan IOF. The present work. Trajan and his own fa Algedus is objectified for him as part of outside reality. Hence the moth _1, her sex and her blood, are relegated to the realm of the cursed and the sacred, along with sexual pleasure, which is thus rendered both fascinating and inaccessible. The trouble with this thesis 32 is that it assumes the logical, epistemological, and anthropological priority of language over space. By the same token, it puts prohibitions, among them that against incest, and not productive activity, at the origin of society. The pre-existence of an objective, neutral, and empty space is simply taken as read, and only the space of speech, and writing, is dealt with as something that must be created. These assumptions obviously cannot become the basis for an adequate account of social/spatial practice. They apply only to an imaginary society, an ideal type or model of society which this ideology dreams up and then arbitrarily identifies with all real societies. All the same, the existence within space of phallic verticality, which has a long history but which at present is becoming more prevalent, cries out for explanation. The same might be said apropos of the general fact that walls, enclosures, and aids serve to define both a scene, where something takes place, and an obscene area to which everything that cannot or may not happen on the scene is relegated. Whatever is inadmissible, be it malefic or forbidden, thus has its own hidden space on the near or the far side of a frontier. It is true that explaining everything in psychoanalytic terms, in terms of the unconscious, can only lead to an intolerable reductionism and dogmatism. The same goes for the overestimation of the structural. Yet structures do exist, and there is such a thing as the unconscious. Such little understood aspects of consciousness would provide sufficient justification in themselves for research in this area. If it turned out, for instance, that every society, and particularly, for our purposes, the city, had an underground and repressed life, and hence an unconscious of its own, there can be no doubt that interest in psychoanalysis, at present on the decline, would get a new lease on life. 17. The third implication of our initial hypothesis will take an even greater effort to elaborate on. If space is a product, our knowledge of it must be expected to reproduce and expound the process of production. The object of interest must be expected to shift from things in space to the actual production of space, but this formulation itself calls for much additional explanation. Both partial products located in space, that is, things, and discourse on space can henceforth do no more than supply clues to, and testimony about, this productive process, a process which subs as signifying processes without being reducible to them. It is no longer a matter of the space of this or the space of that, rather, it is space in its totality or global aspect that needs not only to be subjected to analytic scrutiny, a procedure which is liable to furnish merely an infinite series of fragments and cross-sections subordinate to the analytic project, but also to be engendered by and within theoretical understanding. Theory reproduces the generative process, by means of a concatenation of concepts, to be sure, but in a very strong sense of the word, from within, not just from without, descriptively, and globally, that is, moving continually back and forth between past and present. The historical and its consequences, the diachronic, the etymology of locations in the sense of what happened at a particular spot or place and thereby changed it, all of this becomes inscribed in space. The past leaves its traces, time has its own script. Yet this space is always, now and formerly, a present space, given as an immediate whole, complete with its associations and connections in their actuality. Thus production process and product present themselves as two inseparable aspects, not as two separable ideas. It might be objected that at such and such a period, in such and such a society, ancient/slave, medieval/feudal, etc., the active groups did not produce space in the sense in which a vase, a piece of furniture, a house, or a fruit tree is produced. So how exactly did those groups contrive to produce their space? The question is a highly pertinent one and covers all fields under consideration. Even neo-capitalism or organized capitalism, even technocratic planners and programmers, cannot produce a space with a perfectly clear understanding of cause and effect, motive and implication. Specialists in a number of disciplines might answer or try to answer the question. Ecologists, for example, would very likely take natural ecosystems as a point of departure. They would show how the actions of human groups upset the balance of these systems, and how in most cases, where pre-technological or archaeotechnological societies are concerned, the balance is subsequently restored. They would then examine the development of the relationship between town and country, the perturbing effects of the town, and the possibility or impossibility of a new balance being established. Then, from their point of view, they would adequately have clarified and even explained the genesis of modern social space. Historians, for their part, would doubtless take a different approach, or rather a number of different approaches according to the individual's method or orientation. Those who concern themselves chiefly with events might be inclined to establish a chronology of decisions affecting the relations between cities and their territorial dependencies, or to study the construction of monumental buildings. Others might seek to reconstitute the rise and fall of the institutions which underwrote those monuments. Still others would lean toward an economic study of exchange between city and territory, town, state and town, and so on. To follow this up further, let us return to the three concepts introduced earlier. 1. Spatial practice. The spatial practice of a society secretes that society's space, it propounds and presupposes it, in a dialectical interaction, it produces it slowly and surely as it masters and appropriates it. From the analytic standpoint, the spatial practice of a society is revealed through the deciphering of its space. What is spatial practice under neo-capitalism? It embodies a close association, within perceived space, between daily reality, daily routine, and urban reality, the routes and networks which link up the places set aside for work, private life and leisure. This association is a paradoxical one, because it includes the most extreme separation between the places it links together. The specific spatial competence and performance of every society member can only be evaluated empirically. Modern spatial practice might thus be defined, to take an extreme but significant case, by the daily life of a tenant in a government-subsidized high-rise housing project. Which should not be taken to mean that motorways or the politics of air transport can be left out of the picture. A spatial practice must have a certain cohesiveness, but this does not imply that it is coherent, in the sense of intellectually worked out or logically conceived. 2. Representations of space. Conceptualized space, the space of scientists, planners, urbanists, technocratic subdividers, and social engineers, as of a certain type of artist with a scientific bent, all of whom identify what is fived and what is perceived with what is conceived. Arcane speculation about numbers, with its talk of the golden number, moduli, and canons, tends to perpetuate this view of matters. This is the dominant space in any society, or mode of production. Conceptions of space tend, with certain exceptions to which I shall return, towards a system of verbal, and therefore intellectually worked out, signs. 3. Representational spaces, space as directly lived through its associated images and symbols, and hence the space of inhabitants and users, but also of some artists and perhaps of those, such as a few writers and philosophers, who describe and aspire to do no more than describe. This is the dominated, and hence passively experienced space which the imagination seeks to change and appropriate. It overlays physical space, making symbolic use of its objects. Thus representational spaces may be said, though again with certain exceptions, to tend towards more or less coherent systems of nonverbal symbols and signs. The relative autonomy achieved by space qua reality during a long process which has occurred especially under capitalism or neo-capitalism has brought new contradictions into play. The contradictions within space itself will be explored later. For the moment I merely wish to point up the dialectical relationship which exists within the triad of the perceived, the conceived, and the lived. A triad, that is, 3 elements and not 2. Relations with 2 elements boil down to oppositions, contrasts or antagonisms. They are defined by significant effects, echoes, repercussions, mirror effects. Philosophy has found it very difficult to get beyond such dualisms as subject and object, Descartes' residential cogitans and res extensa, and the ego and non-ego of the Kantians, post-Kantians and neo-Kantians. Binary theories of this sort no longer have anything whatsoever in common with the Manichaean conception of a bitter struggle between 2 cosmic principles. Their dualism is entirely mental, and strips everything which makes for living activity from life, thought and society, i.e. from the physical, mental, and social, as from the lived, perceived, and conceived. After the titanic effects of Hegel and Marx to free it from this straitjacket, philosophy reverted to supposedly relevant dualities, drawing with it, or perhaps being drawn by, several specialized sciences, and proceeding, in the name of transparency, to define intelligibility in terms of opposites and systems of opposites. Such a system can have neither materiality nor loose ends. It is a perfect system whose rationality is supposed, when subjected to mental scrutiny, to be self-evident. This paradigm apparently has the magic power to turn obscurity into transparency and to move the object out of the shadows into the light merely by articulating it. In short, it has the power to decrypt. Thus knowledge, savoir, with a remarkable absence of consciousness, put itself in thrall to power, suppressing all resistance, all obscurity, in its very being. In seeking to understand the 3 moments of social space, it may help to consider the body. All the more so inasmuch as the relationship to space of a subject who is a member of a group or society implies his relationship to his own body and vice versa. Considered overall, social practice presupposes the use of the body, the use of the hands, members, and sensory organs, and the gestures of work as of activity unrelated to work. This is the realm of the perceived, the practical basis of the perception of the outside world, to put it in psychology's terms. As for representations of the body, they derive from accumulated scientific knowledge, disseminated with an admixture of ideology, from knowledge of anatomy, of physiology, of sickness and its cure, and of the body's relations with nature and with its surroundings or milieu. Bodily lived experience, for its part, may be both highly complex and quite peculiar, because culture intervenes here, with its illusory immediacy, via symbolisms and via the long Judeo-Christian tradition, certain aspects of which are uncovered by psychoanalysis. The heart as lived is strangely different from the heart as thought and perceived. The same holds a for the sexual organs. Localizations can absolutely not be taken for granted where the lived experience of the body is concerned. Under the pressure of morality, it is even possible to achieve the strange result of a body without organs, a body chastised, as it were, to the point of being castrated. The perceived conceived lived triad, in spatial terms, spatial practice, representations of space, representational spaces, loses all force if it is treated as an abstract model. If it cannot grasp the concrete, as distinct from the immediate, then its import is severely limited, amounting to no more than that of one ideological mediation among others. That the lived, conceived, and perceived realms should be interconnected, so that the subject, the individual member of a given social group, may move from one to another without confusion, so much is a logical necessity. Whether they constitute a coherent whole is another matter. They probably do so only in favorable circumstances, when a common language, a consensus, and a code can be established. It is reasonable to assume that the Western town, from the Italian Renaissance to the 19th century, was fortunate enough to enjoy such auspicious conditions. During this period the representation of space tended to dominate and subordinate a representational space, of religious origin, which was now reduced to symbolic figures, to images of heaven and hell, of the devil and the angels, and so on. Tuscan painters, architects, and theorists developed a representation of space, perspective, on the basis of a social practice which was itself, as we shall see, the result of a historic change in the relationship between town and country. Common sense meanwhile, though more or less reduced to silence, was still preserving virtually intact a representational space, inherited from the Etruscans, which had survived all the centuries of Roman and Christian dominance. The vanishing line, the vanishing point and the meeting of parallel lines at infinity were the determinants of a representation, at once intellectual and visual, which promoted the primacy of the gaze in a kind of logic of visualization. This representation, which had been in the making for centuries, now became enshrined in architectural and urbanistic practice as the code of linear perspective. For the present investigation to be brought to a satisfactory conclusion, for the theory I am proposing to be confirmed as far as is possible, the distinctions drawn above would have to be generalized in their application to cover all societies, all periods, all modes of production. That is too tall an order for now, however, and I shall at this point merely advance a number of preliminary arguments. I would argue, for example, that representations of space are shot through with a knowledge, savoir, i.e. a mixture of understanding, connaissance, and ideology, which is always relative and in the process of change. Such representations are thus objective, though subject to revision. Are they then true or false? The question does not always have a clear meaning. What does it mean, for example, to ask whether perspective is true or false? Representations of space are certainly abstract, but they also play a part in social and political practice. Established relations between objects and people in represented space are subordinate to a logic which will sooner or later break them up because of their lack of consistency. Representational spaces, on the other hand, need obey no rules of consistency or cohesiveness. Redolent with imaginary and symbolic elements, they have their source in history, in the history of a people as well as in the history of each individual belonging to that people. Ethnologists, anthropologists, and psychoanalysts are students of such representational spaces, whether they are aware of it or not, but they nearly always forget to set them alongside those representations of space which coexist, concord or interfere with them. They even more frequently ignore social practice. By contrast, these experts have no difficulty discerning those aspects of representational spaces which interest them, childhood memories, dreams, or uterine images and symbols, holes, passages, labyrinths. Representational space is alive, it speaks. It has an effective kernel or center, ego, bed, bedroom, dwelling, house, or square, church, graveyard. It embraces the loci of passion, of action, and of lived situations, and thus immediately implies time. Consequently, it may be qualified in various ways. It may be directional, situational, or relational, because it is essentially qualitative, fluid and dynamic. If this distinction were generally applied, we should have to look at history itself in a new light. We should have to study not only the history of space, but also the history of representations, along with that of their relationships, with each other, with practice, and with ideology. History would have to take in not only the genesis of these spaces but also, and especially, their interconnections, distortions, displacements, mutual interactions, and their links with the spatial practice of the particular society or mode of production under consideration. We may be sure that representations of space have a practical impact, that they intervene in and modify spatial textures which are informed by effective knowledge and ideology. Representations of space must therefore have a substantial role and a specific influence in the production of space. Their intervention occurs by way of construction, in other words, by way of architecture, conceived of not as the building of a particular structure, palace, or monument, but rather as a project embedded in a spatial context and a texture which call for representations that will not vanish into the symbolic or imaginary realms. By contrast, the only products of representational spaces are symbolic works. These are often unique, sometimes they set in train aesthetic trends and, after a time, having provoked a series of manifestations and incursions into the imaginary, run out of steam. This distinction must, however, be handled with considerable caution. For one thing, there is a danger of its introducing divisions and so defeating the object of the exercise, which is to rediscover the unity of the productive process. Furthermore, it is not at all clear a priori that it can legitimately be generalized. Whether the East, specifically China, has experienced a contrast between representations of space and representational spaces is doubtful in the extreme. It is indeed quite possible that the Chinese characters combine two functions in an inextricable way, that on the one hand they convey the order of the world, space-time, while on the other hand they lay hold of that concrete, practical and social, space-time wherein symbolisms hold sway, where works of art are created, and where buildings, palaces and temples are built. I shall return to this question later, although, lacking adequate knowledge of the Orient, I shall offer no definite answer to it. On the other hand, apropos of the West, and of Western practice from ancient Greece and Rome onwards, I shall be seeking to show the development of this distinction, its import and meaning. Not, be it said right away, that the distinction has necessarily remained unchanged in the West right up until the modern period, or that there have never been role reversals, representational spaces becoming responsible for productive activity. For example, there have been societies, the Chavin of the Peruvian Andes are a case in point 33, whose representation of space is attested to by the plans of their temples and palaces, while their representational space appears in their artworks, writing systems, fabrics, and so on. What would be the relationship between two such aspects of a particular period? A problem confronting us here is that we are endeavoring with conceptual means to reconstruct a connection which originally in no way resembled the application of a pre-existing knowledge to reality. Things become very difficult for us in that symbols which we can readily conceive and intuit are inaccessible as such to our abstract knowledge. A knowledge that is bodiless and timeless, sophisticated and efficacious, yet unrealistic with respect to certain realities. The question is what intervenes, what occupies the interstices between representations of space and representational spaces. A culture, perhaps. Certainly, but the word has less content than it seems to have. The work of artistic creation? No doubt, but that leaves unanswered the queries by whom, and how. Imagination? Perhaps, but why? And for whom? The distinction would be even more useful if it could be shown that today's theoreticians and practitioners worked either for one side of it or the other, some developing representational spaces and the remainder working out representations of space. It is arguable, for instance, that Frank Lloyd Wright endorsed a communitarian representational space deriving from a biblical and Protestant tradition, whereas Le Corbusier was working towards a technicist, scientific and intellectualized representation of space. Perhaps we shall have to go further and conclude that the producers of space have always acted in accordance with the representation, while the users passively experienced whatever was imposed upon them inasmuch as it was more or less thoroughly inserted into, or justified by, their representational space. How such manipulation might occur is a matter for our analysis to determine. If architects, and urban planners, do indeed have a representation of space, whence does it derive? Whose interests are served when it becomes operational? As to whether or not inhabitants possess a representational space, if we arrive at an affirmative answer, we shall be well on the way to dispelling a curious misunderstanding, which is not to say that this misunderstanding will disappear in social and political practice. The fact is that the long obsolescent notion of ideology is now truly on its last legs, even if critical theory still holds it to be necessary. At no time has this concept been clear. It has been much abused by evocations of Marxist, bourgeois, proletarian, revolutionary, or socialist ideology, and by incongruous distinctions between ideology in general and specific ideologies, between ideological apparatuses and institutions of knowledge, and so forth. What is an ideology without a space to which it refers, a space which it describes, whose vocabulary and links it makes use of, and whose code it embodies? What would remain of a religious ideology, the Judeo-Christian one, say, if it were not based on places and their names, church, confessional, altar, sanctuary, tabernacle? What would remain of the church if there were no churches? The Christian ideology, carrier of a recognizable if disregarded Judaism, God the Father, etc., has created the spaces which guarantee that it endures. More generally speaking, what we call ideology only achieves consistency by intervening in social space and in its production, and by thus taking on body therein. Ideology per se might well be said to consist primarily in a discourse upon social space. According to a well-known formulation of Marx's, knowledge, connaissance, becomes a productive force immediately, and no longer through any mediation, as soon as the capitalist mode of production takes over. 34 If so, a definite change in the relationship between ideology and knowledge must occur. Knowledge must replace ideology. Ideology, to the extent that it remains distinct from knowledge, is characterized by rhetoric, by metalanguage, hence by verbiage and lucubration, and no longer by philosophico-metaphysical systematizing, by culture and values. Ideology and logic may even become indistinguishable, at least to the extent that a stubborn demand for coherence and cohesion manages to erase countervailing factors proceeding either from above, information and knowledge savoir, or from below, the space of daily life. Representations of space have at times combined ideology and knowledge within a social spatial practice. Classical perspective is the perfect illustration of this. The space of today's planners, whose system of localization assigns an exact spot to each activity, is another case in point. The area where ideology and knowledge are barely distinguishable is subsumed under the broader notion of representation, which thus supplants the concept of ideology and becomes a serviceable, operational, tool for the analysis of spaces, as of those societies which have given rise to them and recognized themselves in them. In the Middle Ages, spatial practice embraced not only the network of local roads close to peasant communities, monasteries, and castles, but also the main roads between towns and the great pilgrims' and crusaders' ways. As for representations of space, these were borrowed from Aristotelian and Ptolemaic conceptions, as modified by Christianity, the earth, the underground world, and the luminous cosmos, heaven of the just and of the angels, inhabited by God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost. A fixed sphere within a finite space, diametrically bisected by the surface of the earth, below this surface, the fires of hell, above it, in the upper half of the sphere, the firmament. A cupola bearing the fixed stars and the circling planets, and a space crisscrossed by divine messages and messengers and filled by the radiant glory of the Trinity. Such is the conception of space found in Thomas Aquinas and in the Divine Comedy. Representational spaces, for their part, determine the foci of a vicinity, the village church, graveyard, hall, and fields, or the square and the belfry. Such spaces were interpretations, sometimes marvelously successful ones, of cosmological representations. Thus the road to Santiago de Compostela was the equivalent, on the earth's surface, of the way that led from Cancer to Capricorn on the vault of the heavens, a route otherwise known as the Milky Way, a trail of divine sperm where souls are born before following its downward trajectory and falling to earth, there to seek as best they may the path of redemption, namely, the pilgrimage that will bring them to Compostela, the field of stars. The body too, unsurprisingly, had a role in the interplay between representations relating to space. Taurus rules over the neck, wrote Albertus Magnus, Gemini over the shoulders, Cancer over the hands and arms, Leo over the breast, the heart, and the diaphragm, Virgo over the stomach, Libra takes care of the second part of the back, Scorpio is responsible for those parts that belong to lust. It is reasonable to assume that spatial practice, Representations of space and representational spaces contribute in different ways to the production of space according to their qualities and attributes, according to the society or mode of production in question, and according to the historical period. Relations between the three moments of the perceived, the conceived, and the lived are never either simple or stable, nor are they positive in the sense in which this term might be opposed to negative, to the indecipherable, the unsaid, the prohibited, or the unconscious. Are these moments and their interconnections in fact conscious? Yes, but at the same time they are disregarded or misconstrued. Can they be described as unconscious? Yes again, because they are generally unknown, and because analysis is able, though not always without error, to rescue them from obscurity. The fact is, however, that these relationships have always had to be given utterance, which is not the same thing as being known, even unconsciously. 18. If space is produced, if there is a productive process, then we are dealing with history. Here we have the fourth implication of our hypothesis. The history of space, of its production qua reality, and of its forms and representations, is not to be confused either with the causal chain of historical, i.e. dated, events, or with a sequence, whether teleological or not, of customs and laws, ideals and ideology, and socio-economic structures or institutions, superstructures. But we may be sure that the forces of production, nature, labor and the organization of labor, technology and knowledge, and, naturally, the relations of production play a part, though we have not yet defined it, in the production of space. It should be clear from the above that the passage from one mode of production to another is of the highest theoretical importance for our purposes, for it results from contradictions in the social relations of production which cannot fail to leave their mark on space and indeed to revolutionize it. Since, ex hypothesi, each mode of production has its own particular space, the shift from one mode to another must entail the production of a new space. Some people claim a special status for the mode of production, which they conceive of as a finished whole or closed system, the type of thinking which is forever searching for transparency or substantiality, or both, has a natural predilection for an object of this kind. Contrary to this view of matters, however, examination of the transitions between modes of production will reveal that a fresh space is indeed generated during such changes, a space which is planned and organized subsequently. Take for example the Renaissance town, the dissolution of the feudal system and the rise of merchant capitalism. This was the period during which the code already referred to above was constituted. The analysis of this code, with the accent on its paradigmatic aspects, will take up a good few pages later in the present discussion. It began forming in antiquity, in the Greek and Roman cities, as also in the works of Vitruvius and the philosophers. Later it would become the language of the writer. It corresponded to spatial practice, and doubtless to the representation of space rather than to representational spaces still permeated by magic and religion. What the establishment of this code meant was that people, inhabitants, builders, politicians, stopped going from urban messages to the code in order to decipher reality, to decode town and country, and began instead to go from code to messages, so as to produce a discourse and a reality adequate to the code. This code thus has a history determined, in the West, by the entire history of cities. Eventually it would allow the organization of the cities, which had been several times overturned, to become knowledge and power, to become, in other words, an institution. This development heralded the decline and fall of the autonomy of the towns and urban systems in their historical reality. The state was built on the back of the old cities, and their structure and code were shattered in the process. Notice that a code of this kind is a superstructure, which is not true of the town itself, its space, or the town-country relationship within that space. The code served to fix the alphabet and language of the town, its primary signs, their paradigm, and their syntagmatic relations. To put it in less abstract terms, aids were harmonized to create perspectives. Entrances and exits, doors and windows, were subordinated to aids, and hence also to perspectives, Streets and squares were arranged in concord with the public buildings and palaces of political leaders and institutions, with municipal authorities still predominating. At all levels, from family dwellings to monumental edifices, from private areas to the territory as a whole, the elements of this space were disposed and composed in a manner at once familiar and surprising, which even in the late 20th century has not lost its charm. It is clear, therefore, that a spatial code is not simply a means of reading or interpreting space, rather it is a means of living in that space, of understanding it, and of producing it. As such, it brings together verbal signs, words and sentences, along with the meaning invested in them by a signifying process, and nonverbal signs, music, sounds, evocations, architectural constructions. The history of space cannot be limited to the study of the special moments constituted by the formation, establishment, decline, and dissolution of a given code. It must deal also with the global aspect, with modes of production as generalities covering specific societies with their particular histories and institutions. Furthermore, the history of space may be expected to periodize the development of the productive process in a way that does not correspond exactly to widely accepted periodizations. Absolute space was made up of fragments of nature located at sites which were chosen for their intrinsic qualities, cave, mountaintop, spring, river, but whose very consecration ended up by stripping them of their natural characteristics and uniqueness. Thus natural space was soon populated by political forces. Typically, architecture picked a site in nature and transferred it to the political realm by means of a symbolic mediation. One thinks, for example, of the statues of local gods or goddesses in Greek temples, or of the Shintoist sanctuary, empty or else containing nothing but a mirror. A sanctified inwardness set itself up in opposition to the outwardness in nature, yet at the same time it echoed and restored that outwardness. The absolute space where rites and ceremonies were performed retained a number of aspects of nature, albeit in a form modified by ceremonial requirements. Age, sex, genitality, fertility, all still had a part to play. At once civil and religious, absolute space thus preserved and incorporated bloodlines, family, unmediated relationships, but it transposed them to the city, to the political state founded on the town. The socio-political forces which occupied this space also had their administrative and military extensions. Scribes and armies were very much part of the picture. Those who produced space, peasants or artisans, were not the same people as managed it, as used it to organize social production and reproduction. It was the priests, warriors, scribes, and princes who possessed what others had produced, who appropriated space and became its fully entitled owners. Absolute space, religious and political in character, was a product of the bonds of consanguinity, soil, and language, but out of it evolved a space which was relativized and historical. Not that absolute space disappeared in the process, rather it survived as the bedrock of historical space and the basis of representational spaces, religious, magical, and political symbolisms. Quickened by an internal dialectic which urged it on towards its demise though simultaneously prolonging its life, absolute space embodied an antagonism between full and empty. After the fashion of a cathedral's nave or ship, the invisible fullness of political space, the space of the town-state's nucleus or city, set up its rule in the emptiness of a natural space confiscated from nature. Then the forces of history smashed naturalness forever and upon its ruins established the space of accumulation, the accumulation of all wealth and resources, knowledge, technology, money, precious objects, works of art and symbols. For the theory of this accumulation, and particularly of its primitive stage, in which the respective roles of nature and history are still hard to distinguish, we are indebted to Marx, but, inasmuch as Marx's theory is incomplete, I shall have occasion to discuss this further below. One subject dominated this period, the historical town of the West, along with the countryside under its control. It was during this time that productive activity, labor, became no longer one with the process of reproduction which perpetuated social life, but, in becoming independent of that process, labor fell prey to abstraction, whence abstract social labor, and abstract space. This abstract space took over from historical space, which nevertheless lived on, though gradually losing its force as substratum or underpinning of representational spaces. Abstract space functions object-ally, as a set of things/signs and their formal relationships, glass and stone, concrete and steel, angles and curves, full and empty. Formal and quantitative, it erases distinctions, as much those which derive from nature and, historical, time as those which originate in the body, age, sex, ethnicity. The signification of this ensemble refers back to a sort of super-signification which escapes meaning's net, the functioning of capitalism, which contrives to be blatant and covert at one and the same time. The dominant form of space, that of the centers of wealth and power, endeavors to mold the spaces it dominates, i.e. peripheral spaces, and it seeks, often by violent means, to reduce the obstacles and resistance it encounters there. Differences, for their part, are forced into the symbolic forms of an art that is itself abstract. A symbolism derived from that mistaking of sensory, sensual, and sexual which is intrinsic to the things/signs of abstract space finds objective expression in derivative ways. Monuments have a phallic aspect, towers exude arrogance, and the bureaucratic and political authoritarianism immanent to a repressive space is everywhere. All of which calls, of course, for thorough analysis. A characteristic contradiction of abstract space consists in the fact that, although it denies the sensual and the sexual, its only immediate point of reference is genitality, the family unit, the type of dwelling, apartment, bungalow, cottage, etc., fatherhood and motherhood, and the assumption that fertility and fulfillment are identical. The reproduction of social relations is thus crudely conflated with biological reproduction, which is itself conceived of in the crudest and most simplistic way imaginable. In spatial practice, the reproduction of social relations is predominant. The representation of space, in thrall to both knowledge and power, leaves only the narrowest leeway to representational spaces, which are limited to works, images and memories whose content, whether sensory, sensual or sexual, is so far displaced that it barely achieves symbolic force. Perhaps young children can live in a space of this kind, with its indifference to age and sex, and even to time itself, but adolescence perforce suffers from it, for it cannot discern its own reality therein. It furnishes no male or female images nor any images of possible pleasure. Inasmuch as adolescents are unable to challenge either the dominant system's imperious architecture or its deployment of signs, it is only by way of revolt that they have any prospect of recovering the world of differences, the natural, the sensory/sensual, sexuality and pleasure. Abstract space is not defined only by the disappearance of trees, or by the receding of nature, nor merely by the great empty spaces of the state and the military, plazas that resemble parade grounds, nor even by commercial centers packed tight with commodities, money, and cars. It is not in fact defined on the basis of what is perceived. Its abstraction has nothing simple about it, it is not transparent and cannot be reduced either to a logic or to a strategy. Coinciding neither with the abstraction of the sign, nor with that of the concept, it operates negatively. Abstract space relates negatively to that which perceives and underpins it, namely, the historical and religio-political spheres. It also relates negatively to something which it carries within itself and which seeks to emerge from it, a differential space-time. It has nothing of a subject about it, yet it acts like a subject in that it transports and maintains specific social relations, dissolves others, and stands opposed to yet others. It functions positively vis-a-vis its own implications, technology, applied sciences, and knowledge bound to power. Abstract space may even be described as at once, and inseparably, the locus, medium and tool of this positivity. How is this possible? Does it mean that this space could be defined in terms of a refeeing alienation, on the assumption that the milieu of the commodity has itself become a commodity to be sold wholesale and retail? Perhaps so, yet the negativity of abstract space is not negligible, and its abstraction cannot be reduced to an absolute thing. A safer assumption would seem to be that the status of abstract space must henceforward be considered a highly complex one. It is true that it dissolves and incorporates such former subjects as the village and the town, it is also true that it replaces them. It sets itself up as the space of power, which will, or at any rate may, eventually lead to its own dissolution on account of conflicts, contradictions, arising within it. What we seem to have, then, is an apparent subject, an impersonal pseudo-subject, the abstract one of modern social space, and, hidden within it, concealed by its illusory transparency, the real subject, namely state, political, power. Within this space, and on the subject of this space, everything is openly declared, everything is said or written. Save for the fact that there is very little to be said, and even less to be lived, for lived experience is crushed, vanquished by what is conceived of. History is experienced as nostalgia, and nature as regret, as a horizon fast disappearing behind us. This may explain why affectivity, which, along with the sensory/sensual realm, cannot accede to abstract space and so informs no symbolism, is referred to by a term that denotes both a subject and that subject's denial by the absurd rationality of space. That term is the unconscious. In connection with abstract space, a space which is also instrumental, i.e. manipulated by all kinds of authorities of which it is the locus and milieu, a question arises whose full import will become apparent only later. It concerns the silence of the users of this space. Why do they allow themselves to be manipulated in ways so damaging to their spaces and their daily life without embarking on massive revolts? Why is protest left to enlightened, and hence elite, groups who are in any case largely exempt from these manipulations? Such elite circles, at the margins of political life, are highly vocal, but being mere word mills, they have little to show for it. How is it that protest is never taken up by supposedly left-wing political parties? And why do the more honest politicians pay such a high price for displaying a bare minimum of straightforwardness? 35 Has bureaucracy already achieved such power that no political force can successfully resist it? There must be many reasons for such a startlingly strong, and worldwide, trend. It is difficult to see how so odd an indifference could be maintained without diverting the attention and interest of the users elsewhere, without throwing sops to them in response to their demands and proposals, or without supplying replacement fulfillments for their, albeit vital, objectives. Perhaps it would be true to say that the place of social space as a whole has been usurped by a part of that space endowed with an illusory special status, namely, the part which is concerned with writing and imagery, underpinned by the written text, journalism, literature, and broadcast by the media, a part, in short, that amounts to abstraction wielding awesome reductionistic force vis-a-vis lived experience. Given that abstract space is buttressed by non-critical, positive, knowledge, backed up by a frightening capacity for violence, and maintained by a bureaucracy which has laid hold of the gains of capitalism in the ascendant and turned them to its own profit, must we conclude that this space will last forever? If so, we should have to deem it the locus and milieu of the ultimate abjection, of that final stability forecast by Hegel, the end result of social entropy. To such a state of affairs our only possible response would be the spasms of what Georges Baudeley calls the acephalous. If ever traces of vitality remained would have a wasteland as their only refuge. From a less pessimistic standpoint, it can be shown that abstract space harbors specific contradictions. Such spatial contradictions derive in part from the old contradictions thrown up by historical time. These have undergone modifications, however, some are aggravated, others blunted. Amongst them, too, completely fresh contradictions have come into being which are liable eventually to precipitate the downfall of abstract space. The reproduction of the social relations of production within this space inevitably obeys two tendencies, the dissolution of old relations on the one hand and the generation of new relations on the other. Thus, despite, or rather because of, its negativity, abstract space carries within itself the seeds of a new kind of space. I shall call Th at new space differential space, because, inasmuch as abstract space tends towards homogeneity, towards the elimination of existing differences or peculiarities, a new space cannot be born, produced, unless it accentuates differences. It will also restore unity to what abstract space breaks up, to the functions, elements, and moments of social practice. It will put an end to those localizations which shatter the integrity of the individual body, the social body, the corpus of human needs, and the corpus of knowledge. By contrast, it will distinguish what abstract space tends to identify, for example, social reproduction and genitality, gratification and biological fertility, social relationships and family relationships. The persistence of abstract space notwithstanding, the pressure for these distinctions to be drawn is constantly on the increase. The space of gratification, for instance, if indeed it is ever produced, will have nothing whatsoever to do with functional spaces in general, and in particular with the space of genitality as expressed in the family cell and its insertion into the piled-up boxes of modern buildings, tower blocks, urban complexes, and what have you. 19. If indeed every society produces a space, its own space, this will have other consequences in addition to those we have already considered. Any social existence aspiring or claiming to be real, but failing to produce its own space, would be a strange entity, a very peculiar kind of abstraction unable to escape from the ideological or even the cultural realm. It would fall to the level of folklore and sooner or later disappear altogether, thereby immediately losing its identity, its denomination and its feeble degree of reality. This suggests a possible criterion for distinguishing between ideology and practice as well as between ideology and knowledge, or, otherwise stated, for distinguishing between the lived on the one hand and the perceived and the conceived on the other, and for discerning their interrelationship, their oppositions and dispositions, and what they reveal versus what they conceal. There is no doubt that medieval society, that is, the feudal mode of production, with its variants and local peculiarities, created its own space. Medieval space built upon the space constituted in the preceding period, and preserved that space as a substrate and prop for its symbols. It survives in an analogous fashion itself today. Manors, monasteries, cathedrals, these were the strong points anchoring the network of lanes and main roads to a landscape transformed by peasant communities. This space was the take-off point for Western European capital accumulation, the original source and cradle of which were the towns. Capitalism and neocapitalism have produced abstract space, which includes the world of commodities, its logic and its worldwide strategies, as well as the power of money and that of the political state. This space is founded on the vast network of banks, business centers, and major productive entities, as also on motorways, airports, and information lattices. Within this space the town, once the forcing house of accumulation, fountainhead of wealth and center of historical space, has disintegrated. What of socialism, or, rather, what of what is today so confusedly referred to as socialism? There is no communist society in existence, and the very concept of communism has become obscure inasmuch as the notion serves chiefly to sustain two opposing yet complementary myths, the myth of anti-communism on the one hand and the myth that a communist revolution has been carried through somewhere on the other. To rephrase the question therefore, has state socialism produced a space of its own? The question is not unimportant. A revolution that does not produce a new space has not realized its full potential. Indeed it has failed in that it has not changed life itself, but has merely changed ideological superstructures, institutions, or political apparatuses. A social transformation, to be truly revolutionary in character, must manifest a creative capacity in its effects on daily life, on language and on space, though its impact need not occur at the same rate, or with equal force, in each of these areas. Which having been said, there is no easy or quick answer to the question of socialism's space, much careful thought is called for here. It may be that the revolutionary period, the period of intense change, merely establishes the preconditions for a new space, and that the realization of that space calls for a rather longer period, for a period of calm. The prodigious creative ferment in Soviet Russia between 1920 and 1930 was halted even more dramatically in the fields of architecture and urbanism than it was in other areas, and those fertile years were followed by years of sterility. What is the significance of this sterile outcome? Where can an architectural production be found today that might be described as socialist, or even as new when contrasted with the corresponding efforts of capitalist planning? In the former Stalin Alley, East Berlin, now renamed Karl Marx Alley. In Cuba, Moscow, or Peking. Just how wide by now is the rift between the real society rightly or wrongly referred to as socialist and Marx and Engels' project for a new society? How is the total space of a socialist society to be conceived of? How is it appropriated? In short, what do we find when we apply the yardstick of space, or, more precisely, the yardstick of spatial practice, to societies with a socialist mode of production? To phrase the question even more precisely, what is the relationship between, on the one hand, the entirety of that space which falls under the sway of socialist relations of production and, on the other hand, the world market, generated by the capitalist mode of production, which weighs down so heavily upon the whole planet, imposing its division of labor on a worldwide scale and so governing the specific configurations of space, of the forces of production within that space, of sources of wealth and of economic fluctuations? So many questions to which it is difficult at the present time, for lack of information or comprehension, to give satisfactory answers. One cannot help but wonder, however, whether it is legitimate to speak of socialism where no architectural innovation has occurred, where no specific space has been created. Would it not be more appropriate in that case to speak of a failed transition? As I hope to make clear later on, there are two possible ways forward for socialism. The first of these would opt for accelerating growth, whatever the costs, whether for reasons of competition, prestige, or power. According to this scenario, state socialism would aim to do no more than perfect capitalist strategies of growth, relying entirely on the proven strengths of large-scale enterprise and large cities, the latter constituting at once great centers of production and great centers of political power. The inevitable consequences of this approach, namely, the aggravation of inequalities in development and the abandonment of whole regions and whole sectors of the population, are seen from this viewpoint as of negligible importance. The second strategy would be founded on small and medium-sized businesses and on towns of a size compatible with that emphasis. It would seek to carry the whole territory and the whole population forward together in a process which would not separate growth from development. The inevitable urbanization of society would not take place at the expense of whole sectors, nor would it exacerbate unevenness in growth or development. It would successfully transcend the opposition between town and country instead of degrading both by turning them into an undifferentiated mass. As for the class struggle, its role in the production of space is a cardinal one in that this production is performed solely by classes, fractions of classes and groups representative of classes. Today more than ever, the class struggle is inscribed in space. Indeed, it is that struggle alone which prevents abstract space from taking over the whole planet and papering over all differences. Only the class struggle has the capacity to differentiate, to generate differences which are not intrinsic to economic growth qua strategy, logic, or system, that is to say, differences which are neither induced by nor acceptable to that growth. The forms of the class struggle are now far more varied than formerly. Naturally, they include the political action of minorities. During the first half of the 20th century, agrarian reforms and peasant revolutions reshaped the surface of the planet. A large portion of these changes served the ends of abstract space, because they smoothed out and in a sense automatized the previously existing space of historic peoples and cities. In more recent times, urban guerrilla actions and the intervention of the masses even in urban areas have extended this movement, particularly in Latin America. The events of May 1968 in France, when students occupied and took charge of their own space, and the working class immediately followed suit, marked a new departure. The halting of this reappropriation of space, though doubtless only temporary, has given rise to a despairing attitude. It is argued that only bulldozers or Molotov cocktails can change the dominant organization of space, that destruction must come before reconstruction. Fair enough, but it is legitimate to ask what reconstruction entails. Are the same means of production to be used to produce the same products? Or must those means be destroyed also? The problem with this posture is that it minimizes the contradictions in society and space as they actually are. Although there are no good grounds for doing so, it attributes a hermetic or finished quality to the system, and, in the very process of heaping invective upon this system, it comes in a sense under its spell and succeeds only in glorifying its power beyond all reasonable bounds. Schizophrenic leftism of this kind secretes its own, unconscious, contradictions. Its appeal to an absolute spontaneity in destruction and construction necessarily implies the destruction of thought, of knowledge, and of all creative capacities, on the spurious grounds that they stand in the way of an immediate and total revolution. A revolution, incidentally, which is never defined. All the same, there is no getting around the fact that the bourgeoisie still has the initiative in its struggle for, and in, space. Which brings us back to the question of the passivity and silence of the users of space. Abstract space works in a highly complex way. It has something of a dialogue about it, in that it implies a tacit agreement, a non-aggression pact, a contract, as it were, of non-violence. It imposes reciprocity, and a communality of use. In the street, each individual is supposed not to attack those he meets. Anyone who transgresses this law is deemed guilty of a criminal act. A space of this kind presupposes the existence of a spatial economy closely allied, though not identical, to the verbal economy. This economy valorizes certain relationships between people in particular places, shops, cafes, cinemas, etc., and thus gives rise to connotative discourses concerning these places. These in turn generate consensuses or conventions according to which, for example, such and such a place is supposed to be trouble-free, a quiet area where people go peacefully to have a good time, and so forth. As for denotative, i.e. descriptive, discourses in this context, they have a quasi-legal aspect which also works for consensus. There is to be no fighting over who should occupy a particular spot, spaces are to be left free, and wherever possible allowance is to be made for proxemics, for the maintenance of respectful distances. This attitude entails in its turn a logic and a strategy of property in space. Places and things belonging to you do not belong to me. The fact remains, however, that communal or shared spaces, the possession or consumption of which cannot be entirely privatized, continue to exist. Cafes, squares, and monuments are cases in point. The spatial consensus I have just described in brief constitutes part of civilization much as do prohibitions against acts considered vulgar or offensive to children, women, old people, or the public in general. Naturally enough, its response to class struggle, as to other forms of violence, amounts to a formal and categorical rejection. Every space is already in place before the appearance in it of actors. These actors are collective as well as individual subjects inasmuch as the individuals are always members of groups or classes seeking to appropriate the space in question. This pre-existence of space conditions the subject's presence, action, and discourse, his competence and performance, yet the subject's presence, action, and discourse, at the same time as they presuppose this space, also negate it. The subject experiences space as an obstacle, as a resistant objectility at times as implacably hard as a concrete wall, being not only extremely difficult to modify in any way but also hedged about by draconian rules prohibiting any attempt at such modification. Thus the texture of space affords opportunities not only to social acts with no particular place in it and no particular link with it, but also to a spatial practice that it does indeed determine, namely its collective and individual use, a sequence of acts which embody a signifying practice even if they cannot be reduced to such a practice. Life and death are not merely conceptualized, simulated, or given expression by these acts, rather, it is in and through them that life and death actually have their being. It is within space that time consumes or devours living beings, thus giving reality to sacrifice, pleasure and pain. Abstract space, the space of the bourgeoisie and of capitalism, bound up as it is with exchange, of goods and commodities, as of written and spoken words, etc., depends on consensus more than any space before it. It hardly seems necessary to add that within this space violence does not always remain latent or hidden. One of its contradictions is that between the appearance of security and the constant threat, and indeed the occasional eruption, of violence. The old class struggle between bourgeoisie and aristocracy produced a space where the signs of that struggle are still manifest. Innumerable historic towns were transformed by that conflict, whose traces and results may easily be seen. After its political triumph in France, for example, the bourgeoisie smashed the aristocratic space of the Marais district in the center of Paris, pressing it into the service of material production and installing workshops, shops, and appartements in the luxurious mansions of the area. This space was thus both uglified and enlivened, in characteristically bourgeois fashion, through a process of popularization. Today, a second phase of bourgeoisification is proceeding apace in the Marais, as it is reclaimed for residential purposes by the elite. This is a good example of how the bourgeoisie can retain its initiative in a great historic city. It also keeps the initiative on a much wider scale, of course. Consider, for instance, the way in which polluting industries are beginning to be exported to less developed countries. To Brazil in the case of America, or to Spain in the European context. It is worth noting that such trends bring about differentiation within a given mode of production. A remarkable instance of the production of space on the basis of a difference internal to the dominant mode of production is supplied by the current transformation of the perimeter of the Mediterranean into a leisure-oriented space for industrialized Europe. As such, and even in a sense as a non-work space, set aside not just for vacations but also for convalescence, rest, retirement, and so on, this area has acquired a specific role in the social division of labor. Economically and socially, architecturally and urbanistically, it has been subjected to a sort of neo-colonization. At times this space even seems to transcend the constraints imposed by the neo-capitalism which governs it. The use to which it has been put calls for ecological virtues such as an immediate access to sun and sea and a close juxtaposition of urban centers and temporary accommodation, hotels, villas, etc. It has thus attained a certain qualitative distinctiveness as compared with the major industrial agglomerations, where a pure culture of the quantitative reigns supreme. If, by abandoning all our critical faculties, we were to accept this distinctiveness at face value, we would get a mental picture of a space given over completely to unproductive expense, to a vast wastefulness, to an intense and gigantic potlatch of surplus objects, symbols, and energies, with the accent on sports, love, and reinvigoration rather than on rest and relaxation. The quasi-cultist focus of localities based on leisure would thus form a striking contrast to the productive focus of no-RTH European cities. The waste and expense, meanwhile, would appear as the endpoint of a temporal sequence starting in the workplace, in production-based space, and leading to the consumption of space, sun, and sea, and of spontaneous or induced eroticism, in a great vacation land festival. Waste and expense, then, instead of occurring at the beginning, as inaugurating events, would come at the end of the sequence, giving it meaning and justification. At a travesty such a picture would be, however, enshrining as it does both the illusion of transparency and the illusion of naturalness. The truth is that all this seemingly non-productive expense is planned with the greatest care, centralized, organized, hierarchized, symbolized, and programmed to the nth degree. It serves the interests of the tour operators, bankers, and entrepreneurs of places such as London and Hamburg. To be more precise, and to use the terminology introduced earlier, in the spatial practice of neo-capitalism, complete with air transport, representations of space facilitate the manipulation of representational spaces, sun, sea, festival, waste, expense. There are two reasons for bringing these considerations up at this point. to make the notion of the production of space as concrete as possible right away, and to show how the class struggle is waged under the hegemony of the bourgeoisie. XX. Change life. Change society. These precepts mean nothing without the production of an appropriate space. A lesson to be learned from the Soviet constructivists of 1920–30, and from their failure, is that new social relationships call for a new space, and vice versa. This proposition, which is a corollary of our initial one, will need to be discussed at some length. The injunction to change life originated with the poets and philosophers, in the context of a negative utopianism, but it has recently fallen into the public, i.e. the political, domain. In the process it has degenerated into political slogans: live better, live differently, the quality of life, lifestyle, whence it is but a short step to talk of pollution, of respect for nature and for the environment, and so forth. The pressure of the world market, the transformation of the planet, the production of a new space, all these have thus disappeared into thin air. What we are left with, so far from implying the creation, whether gradual or sudden, of a different spatial practice, is simply the return of an idea to an ideal state. So long as everyday life remains in thrall to abstract space, with its very concrete constraints, so long as the only improvements to occur are technical improvements of detail, for example, the frequency and speed of transportation, or relatively better amenities, so long, in short, as the only connection between work spaces, leisure spaces, and living spaces is supplied by the agencies of political power and by their mechanisms of control, so long must the project of changing life remain. No more than a political rallying cry to be taken up or abandoned according to the mood of the moment. Such are the circumstances under which theoretical thought must labor as it attempts to negotiate the obstacles in its path. To one side, it perceives the abyss of negative utopias, the vanity of a critical theory which works only at the level of words and ideas, i.e. at the ideological level. Turning in the opposite direction, it confronts highly positive technological utopias, the realm of perspectivism, of social engineering and programming. Here it must of necessity take note of the application to space, and hence to existing social relationships, of cybernetics, electronics, and information science, if only in order to draw lessons from these developments. The path I shall be outlining here is thus bound up with a strategic hypothesis, that is to say, with a long-range theoretical and practical project. Are we talking about a political project? Yes and no. It certainly embodies a politics of space, but at the same time goes beyond politics inasmuch as it presupposes a critical analysis of all spatial politics as of all politics in general. By seeking to point the way towards a different space, towards the space of a different, social, life and of a different mode of production, this project straddles the breach between science and utopia, reality and ideality, conceived and lived. It aspires to surmount these oppositions by exploring the dialectical relationship between possible and impossible, and this both objectively and subjectively. The role of strategic hypotheses in the construction of knowledge is well established. A hypothesis of this kind serves to center knowledge around a particular focal point, a kernel, a concept, or a group of concepts. The strategy involved may succeed or fail. In any case it will last for a finite length of time, long or short, before dissolving or splitting. Thus, no matter how long it may continue to govern tactical operations in the fields of knowledge and action, it must remain essentially temporary, and hence subject to revision. It demands commitment, yet appeals to no eternal truths. Sooner or later, the basis of even the most successful strategy must crumble. At which point, the concomitant removal of the center will topple whatever has been set in place around it. In recent times, a series of tactical and strategic operations have been undertaken with a view to the establishment, the word is apt, of a sort of impregnable fortress of knowledge. With a curious blend of naivete and cunning, the learned promoters of such movements always express the conviction that their claims are of an irrefutably scientific nature, while at the same time ignoring the questions raised by all such claims to scientific status, and especially the question of the justification for assigning priority to what is known or seen over what is lived. The most recent strategic operation of this kind has sought to center knowledge on linguistics and its ancillary disciplines, semantics, semiology, semiotics. Earlier efforts had given a comparable centrality to political economy, history, sociology, and so on. This most recent hypothesis has given rise to a great mass of research and publication. Some of this work is of great importance, some of it is no doubt over or underestimated. Naturally, all such judgments, having nothing eternal about them, are subject to revision. But, inasmuch as the hypothesis itself is based on the shaky assumption that a definite, and definitive, center can be established, it is likely to collapse. Indeed, it is already threatened with destruction from within and from without. Internally, it raises questions that it cannot answer. The question of the subject is a case in point. The systematic study of language, or the study of language as a system, have eliminated the subject in every sense of the term. This is the sort of situation where reflective thinking must pick up the pieces of its broken mirror. Lacking a subject of its own, it seizes on the old subjects of the philosophers. Thus we find Chomsky readopting Descartes' cogito and its unique characteristics, the unicity of the deep structures of discourse and the generality of the field of consciousness. Witness also the reappearance of the Husserlian ego, a modernized version of the cogito, but one which cannot maintain its philosophical, or metaphysical, substantiality, especially in face of that unconscious which was indeed invented as a way of escaping from it. Which brings us back to an earlier part of our discussion, for what this hypothesis does is cheerfully commandeer social space and physical space and reduce them to an epistemological, mental, space, the space of discourse and of the Cartesian cogito. It is conveniently forgotten that the practical one, which is inseparably individual and social, is in a space where it must either recognize itself or lose itself. This unconsidered leap from the mental to the social and back again effectively transfers the properties of space proper onto the level of discourse and particularly onto the level of discourse upon space. It is true that this approach seeks to supply some mediation between mental and social by evoking the body, voice, gestures, etc. But one may wonder what connection exists between this abstract body, understood simply as a mediation between subject and object, and a practical and fleshy body conceived of as a totality complete with spatial qualities, symmetries, asymmetries, and energetic properties, discharges, economies, waste. In Fa-CT, as I shall show later, the moment the body is envisioned as a practico-sensory totality, a decent ring and recent ring of knowledge occurs. The strategy of centering knowledge on discourse avoids the particularly scabrous topic of the relationship between knowledge and power. It is also incapable of supplying reflective thought with a satisfactory answer to a theoretical question that it raises itself: do sets of nonverbal signs and symbols, whether coded or not, systematized or not, fall into the same category as verbal sets, or are they rather irreducible to them? Among nonverbal signifying sets must be included music, painting, sculpture, architecture, and certainly theater, which in addition to a text or pretext embraces gesture, masks, costume, a stage, a mise en scene, in short, a space. Nonverbal sets are thus characterized by a spatiality which is in fact irreducible to the mental realm. There is even a sense in which landscapes, both rural and urban, fall under this head. To underestimate, ignore, and diminish space amounts to the overestimation of texts, written matter, and writing systems, along with the readable and the visible, to the point of assigning to these a monopody on intelligibility. Simply stated, the strategic hypothesis proposed here runs as follows. Theoretical and practical questions relating to space are becoming more and more important. These questions, though they do not suppress them, tend to resituate concepts and problems having to do with biological reproduction, and with the production both of the means of production themselves and of consumer goods. A given mode of production does not disappear, according to Marx, until it has liberated the forces of production and realized its full potential. This assertion may be viewed either as a statement of the obvious or as a striking paradox. When the forces of production make a leap forward, but the capitalist relations of production remain intact, the production of space itself replaces, or, rather, is superimposed upon, the production of things in space. In a number of observable and analyzable instances, at any rate, such a production of space itself is entailed by the pressure of the world market and the reproduction of the capitalist relations of production. Through their manipulation of abstract space, the bourgeoisie's enlightened despotism and the capitalist system have successfully established partial control over the commodity market. They have found it harder, witness their monetary problems, to establish control over the capital market itself. The combined result of a very strong political hegemony, a surge in the forces of production, and an inadequate control of markets, is a spatial chaos experienced at the most parochial level just as on a worldwide scale. The bourgeoisie and the capitalist system thus experience great difficulty in mastering what is at once their product and the tool of their mastery, namely space. They find themselves unable to reduce practice, the practico-sensory realm, the body, social spatial practice, to their abstract space, and hence new, spatial, contradictions arise and make themselves felt. Might not the spatial chaos engendered by capitalism, despite the power and rationality of the state, turn out to be the system's Achilles heel? The question naturally arises whether this strategic hypothesis can in any way influence or supplant such generally accepted political strategies as world revolution carried through politically by a single party, in a single country, under the guidance of a single doctrine, through the efforts of a single class, in a word, from a single center. The crisis of all such monocentric strategies cleared the way not so long ago, it will be recalled, for another strategic hypothesis, one based on the idea of a social transformation accomplished by the Third World. In actuality, it cannot be a matter merely of dogmatically substituting one of these hypotheses for another, nor simply of transcending the opposition between monocentric and polycentric. The earth-shaking transformation hallowed in common parlance by the term revolution has turned out to be truly earth-shaking in that it is worldwide/6 and hence also, necessarily, manifold and multiform. It advances on the theoretical as well as the political plane, for in it theory is immanent to politics. It progresses hand in hand with technology just as with knowledge and practice. In some situations peasants will remain, as they have long been, the principal factor, active and/or passive. In others, that factor may be supplied by marginal social elements or by an advanced sector of the working class now disposing of an unprecedented range of options. There are places where the transformation of the world may take on a violent and precipitate character, while in others it will progress in subterranean fashion, way below an apparently tranquil or pacified surface. A particular ruling class may succeed in presiding over changes capable of utterly destroying its opposite numbers elsewhere. The strategic hypothesis based on space excludes neither the role of the so-called underdeveloped countries nor that of the industrialized nations and their working classes. To the contrary, its basic principle and objective is the bringing together of dissociated aspects, the unification of disparate tendencies and factors. Inasmuch as it tries to take the planetary experiment in which humanity is engaged for what it is, that is to say, a series of separate and distinct assays of the world's space, this hypothesis sets itself up in clear opposition to the homogenizing efforts of the state, of political power, of the world market, and of the commodity world, tendencies which find their practical expression through and in abstract space. It implies the mobilization of differences in a single movement, including differences of natural origin, each of which ecology tends to emphasize in isolation differences of regime, country, location, ethnic group, natural resources, and so on. One might suppose that little argument would be required to establish that the right to be different can only have meaning when it is based on actual struggles to establish differences, and that the differences generated through such theoretical and practical struggles must themselves differ both from natural distinguishing characteristics and from differentiations induced within existing abstract space. The fact remains that the differences which concern us, those differences upon whose future strength theory and action may count, can only be effectively demonstrated by dint of laborious analysis. The reconstruction of a spatial code, that is, of a language common to practice and theory, as also to inhabitants, architects, and scientists, may be considered from the practical point of view to be an immediate task. The first thing such a code would do is recapture the unity of dissociated elements, breaking down such barriers as that between private and public, and identifying both confluences and oppositions in space that are at present indiscernible. It would thus bring together levels and terms which are isolated by existing spatial practice and by the ideologies underpinning it, the micro or architectural level and the macro level currently treated as the province of urbanists, politicians, and planners, the everyday realm and the urban realm, inside and outside, work and non-work, festival, the durable and the ephemeral, and so forth. The code would therefore comprise significant oppositions, i.e. paradigmatic elements, to be found amidst seemingly disparate terms, and links, syntagmatic elements, retrieved from the seemingly homogeneous mass of politically controlled SPAs. In this sense the code might be said to contribute to the reversal of the dominant tendency and thus to play a role in the overall project. It is vital, however, that the code itself not be mistaken for a practice. The search for a language must therefore in no circumstances be permitted to become detached from practice or from the changes wrought by practice, i.e. from the worldwide process of transformation. The working out of the code calls itself for an effort to stay within the paradigmatic sphere, that is, the sphere of essential, hidden, implicit and unstated oppositions susceptible of orienting a social practice, as opposed to the sphere of explicit relations, the sphere of the operational links between terms, in short, the syntagmatic sphere of language, ordinary discourse, writing, reading, literature, and so on. A code of this kind must be correlated with a system of knowledge. It brings an alphabet, a lexicon, and a grammar together within an overall framework, and it situates itself, though not in such a way as to exclude it, vis-a-vis non-knowledge, ignorance or misunderstanding, in other words, vis-a-vis the lived and the perceived. Such a knowledge is conscious of its own approximativeness, it is at once certain and uncertain. It announces its own relativity at each step, undertaking, or at least seeking to undertake, self-criticism, yet never allowing itself to become dissipated in apologias for non-knowledge, absolute spontaneity or pure violence. This knowledge must find a middle path between dogmatism on the one hand and the abdication of understanding on the other. XXI. The approach taken here may be described as regressive-progressive. It takes as its starting point the realities of the present, the forward leap of productive forces, and the new technical and scientific capacity to transform natural space so radically that it threatens nature itself. The effects of this destructive and constructive power are to be felt on all sides, they enter into combinations, often in alarming ways, with the pressures of the world market. Within this global framework, as might be expected, the Leninist principle of uneven development applies in full force. Some countries are still in the earliest stages of the production of things, goods, in space, and only the most industrialized and urbanized ones can exploit to the full the new possibilities opened up by technology and knowledge. The production of space, having attained the conceptual and linguistic level, acts retroactively upon the past, disclosing aspects and moments of it hitherto uncomprehended. The past appears in a different light, and hence the process whereby that past becomes the present also takes on another aspect. This modus operandi is also the one which Marx proposed in his chief methodological text. The categories, concepts, which express social relationships in the most advanced society, namely bourgeois society, writes Marx, also allow insights into the structure and the relations of production of all the vanished social formations out of whose ruins and elements bourgeois society built itself up, whose partly still unconquered remnants are carried along with it, whose mere nuances have developed explicit significance within it. 37. Though it may seem paradoxical at first sight, this method appears on closer inspection to be fairly sensible. For how could we come to understand a genesis, the genesis of the present, along with the preconditions and processes involved, other than by starting from that present, working our way back to the past and then retracing our steps? Surely this must be the method adopted by any historian, economist, or sociologist, assuming, of course, that such specialists aspire to any methodology at all. Though perfectly clear in its formulation and application, Marx's approach does have its problems, and they become apparent as soon as he applies his method to the concept and reality of labor. The main difficulty arises from the fact that the regressive and the progressive movements become intertwined both in the exposition and in the research procedure itself. There is a constant risk of the regressive phase telescoping into the progressive one, so interrupting or obscuring it. The beginning might then appear at the end, and the outcome might emerge at the outset. All of which serves to add an extra level of complexity to the uncovering of those contradictions which drive every historical process forward, and thus, according to Marx, towards its end. This is indeed the very problem which confronts us in the present context. A new concept, that of the production of space, appears at the start. It must operate or work in such a way as to shed light on processes from which it cannot separate itself because it is a product of them. Our task, therefore, is to employ this concept by giving it free rein without for all that according it, after the fashion of the Hegelians. A life and strength of its own qua concept, without, in other words, according an autonomous reality to knowledge. Ultimately, once it has illuminated and thereby validated its own coming into being, the production of space, as theoretical concept and practical reality in indissoluble conjunction, will become clear, and our demonstration will be over. We shall have arrived at a truth in itself and for itself, complete and yet relative. In this way the method can become progressively more dialectical without posing a threat to logic and consistency. Not that there is no danger of falling into obscurity or, especially, into repetitiousness. Marx certainly failed to avoid such risks completely. And he was very aware of them. Witness the fact that the exposition in Capital by no means follows exactly the method set forth in the Grundrisse. Marx's great doctrinal dissertation starts off from a form, that of exchange value, and not from the concepts brought to the fore in the earlier work, namely production and labor. On the other hand, the approach adumbrated in the Grundrisse is taken up again apropos of the accumulation of capital, in England, studying the most advanced form of capitalism in order to understand the system in other countries and the process of its actual growth. Marx cleaved firmly to his initial methodological precepts. 2. Social space. Our project calls for a very careful examination of the notions and terminology involved, especially since the expression the production of space comprises two terms neither of which has ever been properly clarified. In Hegelianism, production has a cardinal role. First, the absolute idea produces the world. Next, nature produces the human being, and the human being in turn, by dint of struggle and labor, produces at once history, knowledge, and self-consciousness, and hence that mind which reproduces the initial and ultimate idea. For Marx and Engels, the concept of production never emerges from the ambiguity which makes it such a fertile idea. It has two senses, one very broad, the other restrictive and precise. In its broad sense, humans as social beings are said to produce their own life, their own consciousness, their own world. There is nothing, in history or in society, which does not have to be achieved and produced. Nature itself, as apprehended in social life by the sense organs, has been modified and therefore in a sense produced. Human beings have produced juridical, political, religious, artistic, and philosophical forms. Thus production in the broad sense of the term embraces a multiplicity of works and a great diversity of forms, even forms that do not bear the stamp of the producer or of the production process, as is the case with the logical form, an abstract form which can easily be perceived as atemporal and therefore non-produced, that is, metaphysical. Neither Marx nor Engels leaves the concept of production in an indeterminate state of this kind. They narrow it down, but with the result that works in the broad sense are no longer part of the picture. What they have in mind is things only, products. This narrowing of the concept brings it closer to its everyday, and hence banal, sense, the sense it has for the economists. As for the question of who does the producing, and how they do it, the more restricted the notion becomes, the less it connotes creativity, inventiveness, or imagination. Rather, it tends to refer solely to labor. It was an immense step forward for Adam Smith to throw out every limiting specification of wealth-creating activity and to consider only labor in general. With the abstract universal idea of wealth-creating activity, we now have the universality of the object defined as wealth, the product as such, or again labor as such. One production, product, labor, these three concepts, which emerge simultaneously and lay the foundation for political economy, are abstractions with a special status, concrete abstractions that make possible the relations of production. So far as the concept of production is concerned, it does not become fully concrete or take on a true content until replies have been given to the questions that it makes possible: who produces, what, how, why, and for whom. Outside the context of these questions and their answers, the concept of production remains purely abstract. In Marx, as in Engels, the concept never attains concreteness. It is true that, very late on, Engels at his most economistic sought to confine the notion to its narrowest possible meaning. The ultimately determining element in history is the production and reproduction of real life, he wrote in a letter to Bloch on September 21, 1890. This sentence is at once dogmatic and vague. Production is said to subsume biological, economic, and social reproduction, and no further clarification is forthcoming. What constitutes the forces of production, according to Marx and Engels? Nature, first of all, plays a part, then labor, hence the organization, or division, of labor, and hence also the instruments of labor, including technology and, ultimately, knowledge. Since the time of Marx and Engels, the concept of production has come to be used so very loosely that it has lost practically all definition. We speak of the production of knowledge, or ideologies, or writings and meanings, of images, of discourses, of language, of signs and symbols, and, similarly, of dream work or of the work of operational concepts, and so on. Such is the extension of these concepts that their comprehension has been seriously eroded. What makes matters worse is that the authors of such extensions of meaning quite consciously abuse a procedure which Marx and Engels used ingenuously, endowing the broad or philosophical sense of the concepts with a positivity properly belonging to the narrow or scientific, economic, sense. There is thus every reason to take up these concepts once more, to try and restore their value and to render them dialectical, while attempting to define with some degree of rigor the relationship between production and product, as likewise those between works and products and nature and production. It may be pointed out right away that, whereas a work has something irreplaceable and unique about it, a product can be reproduced exactly, and is in fact the result of repetitive acts and gestures. Nature creates and does not produce. It provides resources for a creative and productive activity on the part of social humanity, but it supplies only use value, and every use value, that is to say, any product inasmuch as it is not exchangeable, either returns to nature or serves as a natural good. The earth and nature cannot, of course, be divorced from each other. Why do I say that nature does not produce? The original meaning of the word suggests the contrary: to lead out and forward, to bring forth from the depths. And yet, nature does not labor. It is even one of its defining characteristics that it creates. What it creates, namely individual beings, simply surges forth, simply appears. Nature knows nothing of these creations, unless one is prepared to postulate the existence within it of a calculating God or providence. A tree, a flower, or a fruit is not a product, even if it is in a garden. A rose has no why or wherefore, it blooms because it blooms. In the words of Angela Sile-Suze, it cares not whether it is seen. It does not know that it is beautiful, that it smells good, that it embodies a symmetry of the nth order. It is surely almost impossible not to pursue further or to return to such questions. Nature cannot operate according to the same teleology as human beings. The beings it creates are works, and each has something unique about it even if it belongs to a genus and a species. A tree is a particular tree, a rose a particular rose, a horse a particular horse. Nature appears as the vast territory of births. Things are born, grow and ripen, then wither and die. The reality behind these words is infinite. As it deploys its forces, nature is violent, generous, niggardly, bountiful, and above all open. Nature's space is not staged. To ask why this is so is a strictly meaningless question. A flower does not know that it is a flower any more than death knows upon whom it is visited. If we are to believe the word nature, with its ancient metaphysical and theological credentials, what is essential occurs in the depths. To say natural is to say spontaneous. But today nature is drawing away from us, to say the very least. It is becoming impossible to escape the notion that nature is being murdered by anti-nature, by abstraction, by signs and images, by discourse, as also by labor and its products. Along with God, nature is dying. Humanity is killing both of them, and perhaps committing suicide into the bargain. Humanity, which is to say social practice, creates works and produces things. In either case labor is called for, but in the case of works the part played by labor, and by the creator qua laborer, seems secondary, whereas in the manufacture of products it predominates. In clarifying the philosophical, Hegelian, concept of production, and calling for this purpose upon the economists and political economy, Marx was seeking a rationality immanent to that concept and to its content, i.e. activity. A rationality so conceived would release him from any need to evoke a pre-existing reason of divine or ideal, hence theological and metaphysical, origin. It would also eliminate any suggestion of a goal governing productive activity and conceived of as preceding and outlasting that activity. Production in the Marxist sense transcends the philosophical opposition between subject and object, along with all the relationships constructed by the philosophers on the basis of that opposition. How, then, is the rationality immanent to production to be defined? By the fact, first of all, that it organizes a sequence of actions with a certain objective, i.e. the object to be produced, in view. It imposes a temporal and spatial order upon related operations whose results are coextensive. From the start of an activity so oriented towards an objective, spatial elements, the body, limbs, eyes, are mobilized, including both materials, stone, wood, bone, leather, etc., and material, tools, arms, language, instructions, and agendas. Relations based on an order to be followed, that is to say, on simultaneity and synchronicity are thus set up, by means of intellectual activity, between the component elements of the action undertaken on the physical plane. All productive activity is defined less by invariable or constant factors than by the incessant to and fro between temporality, succession, concatenation, and spatiality, simultaneity, synchronicity. This form is inseparable from orientation towards a goal, and thus also from functionality, the end and meaning of the action, the energy utilized for the satisfaction of a need, and from the structure set in motion, know-how, skills, gestures and cooperation in work, etc. The formal relationships which allow separate actions to form a coherent whole cannot be detached from the material preconditions of individual and collective activity, and this holds true whether the aim is to move a rock, to hunt game, or to make a simple or complex object. The rationality of space, according to this analysis, is not the outcome of a quality or property of human action in general, or human labor as such, of man, or of social organization. On the contrary, it is itself the origin and source, not distantly but immediately, or rather inherently, of the rationality of activity, an origin which is concealed by, yet at the same time implicit in, the inevitable empiricism of those who use their hands and tools, who adjust and combine their gestures and direct their energies as a function of specific tasks. By and large, the concept of production is still that same concrete universal which Marx described on the basis of Hegel's thinking, although it has since been somewhat obscured and watered down. This fact has indeed been the justification offered for a number of critical appraisals. Only a very slight effort is made, however, to veil the tactical aim of such criticisms, the liquidation of this concept, of Marxist concepts in general, and hence of the concrete universal as such, in favor of the generalization of the abstract and the unrealistic in a sort of willful dalliance with nihilism. 2. On the right, so to speak, the concept of production can scarcely be separated out from the ideology of productivism, from a crude and brutal economism whose aim is to annex it for its own purposes. On the other hand, it must be said, in response to the left-wing or leftist notion that words, dreams, texts, and concepts labor and produce on their own account, that this leaves us with a curious image of labor without laborers, products without a production process or production without products, and works without creators, no subject, and no object either. The phrase production of knowledge does make a certain amount of sense so far as the development of concepts is concerned. Every concept must come into being and must mature. But without the facts, and without the discourse of social beings or subjects, who could be said to produce concepts? There is a point beyond which reliance on such formulas as the production of knowledge leads onto very treacherous ground. Knowledge may be conceived of on the model of industrial production, with the result that the existing division of labor and use of machines, especially cybernetic machines, is uncritically accepted. Alternatively, the concept of production as well as the concept of knowledge may be deprived of all specific content, and this from the point of view of the object as well as from that of the social. Space is not a thing among other things, nor a product among other products, rather, it subsumes things produced, and encompasses their interrelationships in their coexistence and simultaneity, their relative order and or relative disorder. It is the outcome of a sequence and set of operations, and thus cannot be reduced to the rank of a simple object. At the same time there is nothing imagined, unreal or ideal about it as compared, for example, with science, representations, ideas or dreams. Itself the outcome of past actions, social space is what permits fresh actions to occur, while suggesting others and prohibiting yet others. Among these actions, some serve production, others consumption, i.e. the enjoyment of the fruits of production. Social space implies a great diversity of knowledge. What then is its exact status? And what is the nature of its relationship to production? To produce space, this combination of words would pave meant strictly nothing when the philosophers exercised all power over concepts. The space of the philosophers could be created only by God, as his first work. This is as true for the God of the Cartesians, Descartes, Malebranche, Spinoza, Leibniz, as for the absolute of the post-Kantians, Schelling, Fichte, Hegel. Although, later on, space began to appear as a mere degradation of being as it unfolded in a temporal continuum, this pejorative view made no basic difference. Though relativized and devalued, space continued to depend on the absolute, or upon duration in the Bergsonian sense. Consider the case of a city, a space which is fashioned, shaped, and invested by social activities during a finite historical period. Is this city a work or a product? Take Venice, for instance. If we define works as unique, original, and primordial, as occupying a space yet associated with a particular time, a time of maturity between rise and decline, then Venice can only be described as a work. It is a space just as highly expressive and significant, just as unique and unified as a painting or a sculpture. But what, and whom, does it express and signify? These questions can give rise to interminable discussion, for here content and meaning have no limits. Happily, one does not have to know the answers, or to be a connoisseur, in order to experience Venice as festival. Who conceived the architectural and monumental unity which extends from each palazzo to the city as a whole? The truth is that no one did, even though Venice, more than any other place, bears witness to the existence, from the 16th century on, of a unitary code or common language of the city. This unity goes deeper, and in a sense higher, than the spectacle Venice offers the tourist. It combines the city's reality with its ideality, embracing the practical, the symbolic, and the imaginary. In Venice, the representation of space, the sea at once dominated and exalted, and representational space, exquisite lines, refined pleasures, the sumptuous and cruel dissipation of wealth accumulated by any and every means, are mutually reinforcing. Something similar may be said of the space of the canals and streets, where water and stone create a texture founded on reciprocal reflection. Here everyday life and its functions are coextensive with, and utterly transformed by, a theatricality as sophisticated as it is unsought, a sort of involuntary mise en scene. There is even a touch of madness added for good measure. But the moment of creation is past, indeed, the city's disappearance is already imminent. Precisely because it is still full of life, though threatened with extinction, this work deeply affects anyone who uses it as a source of pleasure and in so doing contributes in however small a measure to its demise. The same thing goes for a village, or for a fine vase. These objects occupy a space which is not produced as such. Think now of a flower. A rose does not know that it is a rose. 3. Obviously, a city does not present itself in the same way as a flower, ignorant of its own beauty. It has, after all, been composed by people, by well-defined groups. All the same, it has none of the intentional character of an art object. For many people, to describe something as a work of art is simply the highest praise imaginable. And yet, what a distance there is between a work of nature and art's intentionality. What exactly were the great cathedrals? The answer is that they were political acts. The ancient function of statues was to immortalize the dead so that they would not harm the living. Fabrics or vases served a purpose. One is tempted to say, in fact, that the appearance of art, a short time prior to the appearance of its concept, implies the degeneration of works, that no work has ever been created as a work of art, and hence that art, especially the art of writing, or literature, merely heralds that decline. Could it be that art, as a specialized activity, has destroyed works and replaced them, slowly but implacably, by products destined to be exchanged, traded, and reproduced ad infinitum? Could it be that the space of the finest cities came into being after the fashion of plants and flowers in a garden, after the fashion, in other words, of works of nature, just as unique as they, albeit fashioned by highly civilized people? The question is an important one. Can works really be said to stand in a transcendent relationship to products? Can the historical spaces of village and city be adequately dealt with solely by reference to the notion of a work? Are we concerned here with collectivities still so close to nature that the concepts of production and product, and hence any idea of a production of space, are largely irrelevant to our understanding of them? Is there not a danger here too of fetishizing the notion of the work, and so erecting unjustified barriers between creation and production, nature and labor, festival and toil, the unique and the reproducible, difference and repetition, and, ultimately, the living and the dead? Another result of such an approach would be to force a radical break between the historical and economic realms. There is no need to subject modern towns, their outskirts, and new buildings, to careful scrutiny in order to reach the conclusion that everything here resembles everything else. The more or less accentuated split between what is known as architecture and what is known as urbanism, that is to say, between the micro and macro levels, and between these two areas of concern and the two professions concerned, has not resulted in an increased diversity. On the contrary, it is obvious, sad to say, that repetition has everywhere defeated uniqueness, that the artificial and contrived have driven all spontaneity and naturalness from the field, and, in short, that products have vanquished works. Repetitious spaces are the outcome of repetitive gestures, those of the workers, associated with instruments which are both duplicatable and designed to duplicate, machines, bulldozers, concrete mixers, cranes, pneumatic drills, and so on. Are these spaces interchangeable because they are homologous? Or are they homogeneous so that they can be exchanged, bought, and sold, with the only differences between them being those accessible in money, i.e. quantifiable, terms, as volumes, distances, etc. At all events, repetition reigns supreme. Can a space of this kind really still be described as a work? There is an overwhelming case for saying that it is a product strictu sensu, it is reproducible and it is the result of repetitive actions. Thus space is undoubtedly produced even when the scale is not that of major highways, airports, or public works. A further important aspect of spaces of this kind is their increasingly pronounced visual character. They are made with the visible in mind, the visibility of people and things, of spaces, and of whatever is contained by them. The predominance of visualization, more important than spectacularization, which is in any case subsumed by it, serves to conceal repetitiveness. People look, and take sight, take seeing, for life itself. We build on the basis of papers and plans. We buy on the basis of images. Sight and seeing, which in the Western tradition once epitomized intelligibility, have turned into a trap, the means whereby, in social space, diversity may be simulated and a travesty of enlightenment and intelligibility ensconced under the sign of transparency. Let us return now to the exemplary case of Venice. Venice is indeed a unique space, a true marvel. But is it a work of art? No, because it was not planned in advance. It was born of the sea, but gradually, and not, like Aphrodite, in an instant. To begin with, there was a challenge, to nature, to enemies, and an aim, trade. The space of the settlement on the lagoon, encompassing swamps, shallows and outlets to the open sea, cannot be separated from a vaster space, that of a system of commercial exchange which was not yet worldwide but which took in the Mediterranean and the Orient. Another prerequisite of Venice's development was the continuity ensured by a grand design, by an ongoing practical project, and by the dominance of a political caste, by the thalassocracy of a merchant oligarchy. Beginning with the very first piles driven into the mud of the lagoon, every single site in the city had of course to be planned and realized by people, by political chiefs, by groups supporting them, and by those who performed the work of construction itself. Closely behind practical responses to the challenge of the sea, the port, navigable channels, came public gatherings, festivals, grandiose ceremonies, such as the merry age of the Doge and the sea, and architectural inventiveness. Here we can see the relationship between a place built by collective will and collective thought on the one hand, and the productive forces of the period on the other. For this is a place that has been labored on. Sinking pilings, building docks and herbicide installations, erecting palaces, these tasks also constituted social labor, a labor carried out under difficult conditions and under the constraint of decisions made by a caste destined to profit from it in every way. Behind Venice the work, then, there assuredly lay production. Had not the emergence of social surplus production, a form preceding capitalist surplus value, already heralded the state of things? In the case of Venice, a rider must be added to the effect that the surplus labor and the social surplus production were not only realized but also for the most part expanded on the spot, that is to say, in the city of Venice. The fact that this surplus production was put to an aesthetically satisfying use, in accordance with the tastes of people who were prodigiously gifted, and highly civilized for all their ruthlessness, can in no way conceal its origins. All Venice's now declining splendor reposes after its fashion on oft-repeated gestures on the part of carpenters and masons, sailors, and stevedores, as also, of course, on those of patricians managing their affairs from day to day. All the same, every bit of Venice is part of a great hymn to diversity in pleasure and inventiveness in celebration, revelry and sumptuous ritual. If indeed there is a need at all to preserve the distinction between works and products, its import must be quite relative. Perhaps we shall discover a subtler relationship between these two terms than either identity or opposition. Each work occupies a space, it also engenders and fashions that space. Each product too occupies a space, and circulates within it. The question is therefore what relationship might exist between these two modalities of occupied space. Even in Venice, social space is produced and reproduced in connection with the forces of production, and with the relations of production. And these forces, as they develop, are not taking over a pre-existing, empty, or neutral space, or a space determined solely by geography, climate, anthropology, or some other comparable consideration. There is thus no good reason for positing such a radical separation between works of art and products as to imply the work's total transcendence of the product. The benefit to be derived from this conclusion is that it leaves us some prospect of discovering a dialectical relationship in which works are in a sense inherent in products, while products do not press all creativity into the service of repetition. A social space cannot be adequately accounted for either by nature, climate, site, or by its previous history. Nor does the growth of the forces of production give rise in any direct causal fashion to a particular space or a particular time. Mediations, and mediators, have to be taken into consideration, the action of groups, factors within knowledge, within ideology, or within the domain of representations. Social space contains a great diversity of objects, both natural and social, including the networks and pathways which facilitate the exchange of material things and information. Such objects are thus not only things but also relations. As objects, they possess discernible peculiarities, contour, and form. Social labor transforms them, rearranging their positions within spatiotemporal configurations without necessarily affecting their materiality, their natural state, as in the case, for instance, of an island, gulf, river, or mountain. Let us turn now to another example, Tuscany. Another Italian example, be it noted, and no doubt this is because in Italy the history of pre-capitalism is especially rich in meaning and the growth leading up to the industrial era particularly rapid, even if this progress was to be offset during the 18th and 19th centuries by slowdown and relative retardation. From about the 13th century, the Tuscan urban oligarchy of merchants and burghers began transforming lordly domains or latifundia that they had inherited or acquired by establishing the metayage system, or colonat partiere. On these lands, serfs gave way to metayers. A metayer was supposed to receive a share of what he produced and hence, unlike a slave or a serf, he had a vested interest in production. The trend thus set in train, which gave rise to a new social reality, was based neither on the towns alone, nor on the country alone, but rather on their dialectical relationship in space, a space which had its own basis in their history. The urban bourgeoisie needed at once to feed the town dwellers, invest in agriculture, and draw upon the territory as a whole as it supplied the markets that it controlled with cereals, wool, leather, and so on. Confronted by these requirements, the bourgeoisie transformed the country, and the countryside, according to a preconceived plan, according to a model. The houses of the metayers, known as poderi, were arranged in a circle around a mansion where the proprietor would come to stay from time to time, and where his stewards lived on a permanent basis. Between poderi and mansion ran alleys of cypresses. Symbol of property, immortality, and perpetuity, the cypress thus inscribed itself upon the countryside, imbuing it with depth and meaning. These trees, the criss-crossing of these alleys, sectioned and organized the land. Their arrangement was evocative of the laws of perspective, whose fullest realization was simultaneously appearing in the shape of the urban piazza in its architectural setting. town and country, and the relationship between them, had given by RTH to a space which it would fall to the painters, and first among them in Italy to the Siena school, to identify, formulate and develop. In Tuscany, as elsewhere during the same period, including France, which we shall have occasion to discuss later in connection with the history of space, it was not simply a matter of material production and the consequent appearance of social forms, or even of a social production of material realities. The new social forms were not inscribed in a pre-existing space. Rather, a space was produced that was neither rural nor urban, but the result of a newly engendered spatial relationship between the two. The cause of, and reason for, this transformation was the growth of productive forces, of crafts, of early industry, and of agriculture. But growth could only occur via the town-country relationship, and hence via those groups which were the motor of development, the urban oligarchy and a portion of the peasantry. The result was an increase in wealth, hence also an increase in surplus production, and this in turn had a retroactive effect on the initial conditions. Luxurious spending on the construction of palaces and monuments gave artists, and primarily painters, a chance to express, after their own fashion, what was happening, to display what they perceived. These artists discovered perspective and developed the theory of it because a space in perspective lay before them, because such a space had already been produced. Work and product are only distinguishable here with the benefit of analytic hindsight. To separate them completely, to posit a radical fissure between them, would be tantamount to destroying the movement that brought both into being, or, rather, since it is all that remains to us, to destroy the concept of that movement. The growth I have been describing, and the development that went hand in hand with it, did not take place without many conflicts, without class struggle between the aristocracy and the rising bourgeoisie, between populo matuto and populo grosso in the towns, between townspeople and country people, and so on. The sequence of events corresponds in large measure to the revolution communal that took place in a part of France and elsewhere in Europe, but the links between the various aspects of the overall process are better known for Tuscany than for other regions, and indeed they are more marked there, and their effects more striking. Out of this process emerged, then, a new representation of space, the visual perspective shown in the works of painters and given form first by architects and later by geometers. Knowledge emerged from a practice, and elaborated upon it by means of formalization and the application of a logical order. This is not to say that during this period in Italy, even in Tuscany around Florence and Siena, townspeople and villagers did not continue to experience space in the traditional emotional and religious manner, that is to say, by means of the representation of an interplay between good and evil forces at war throughout the world, and especially in and around those places which were of special significance for each individual, his body, his house, his land, as also his church and the graveyard, which received his dead. Indeed, this representational space continued to figure in many works of painters and architects. The point is merely that some artists and men of learning arrived at a very different representation of space, a homogeneous, clearly demarcated space complete with horizon and vanishing point. 2. Towards the middle of the 19th century, in a few advanced countries, a new reality began to agitate populations and exercise minds because it posed a multitude of problems to which no solutions were as yet apparent. This reality, to use a conventional and rather crude term, did not offer itself either to analysis or to action in a clear and distinct way. In the practical realm, it was known as industry; for theoretical thought, it was political economy, and the two went hand in hand. Industrial practice brought a set of new concepts and questions into play, reflection on this practice, in conjunction with reflection on the past, history, and with the critical evaluation of innovations, sociology, gave birth to a science that would soon come to predominate, namely political economy. How did the people of that time actually proceed, whether those who laid claim to responsibilities in connection with knowledge, philosophers, scholars, and especially economists, or those who did so in the sphere of action, politicians, of course, but also capitalist entrepreneurs? They proceeded, certainly, in a fashion which to them seemed solid, irrefutable, and positive, cf. the emergence of positivism at the same period. Some people counted things, objects. Some, such as the inspired Charles Babbage, described machines, others described the products of machinery, with the emphasis on the needs that the things thus produced fulfilled, and on the markets open to them. With a few exceptions, these people became lost in detail, swamped by mere facts, although the ground seemed firm at the outset, as indeed it was, their efforts simply missed the mark. This was no impediment, however, in extreme cases, to the passing off of the description of some mechanical device, or of some selling technique, as knowledge in the highest sense of the term. It scarcely needs pointing out how little has changed in this respect in the last century or more. Things and products that are measured, that is to say reduced to the common measure of money, do not speak the truth about themselves. On the contrary, it is in their nature as things and products to conceal that truth. Not that they do not speak at all, they use their own language, the language of things and products, to tout the satisfaction they can supply and the needs they can meet. They use it too to lie, to dissimulate not only the amount of social labor that they contain, not only the productive labor that they embody, but also the social relationships of exploitation and domination on which they are founded. Like all languages, the language of things is as useful for lying as it is for telling the truth. Things lie, and when, having become commodities, they lie in order to conceal their origin, namely social labor, they tend to set themselves up as absolutes. Products and the circuits they establish, in space, are fetishized and so become more real than reality itself, that is, than productive activity itself, which they thus take over. This tendency achieves its ultimate expression, of course, in the world market. Objects hide something very important, and they do so all the more effectively inasmuch as we, i.e. the subject, cannot do without them, inasmuch, too, as they do give us pleasure, be it illusory or real, and how can illusion and reality be distinguished in the realm of pleasure? But appearances and illusion are located not in the use made of things or in the pleasure derived from them, but rather within things themselves, for things are the substrate of mendacious signs and meanings. The successful unmasking of things in order to reveal social relationships. Such was Marx's great achievement, and, whatever political tendencies may call themselves Marxist, it remains the most durable accomplishment of Marxist thought. A rock on a mountainside, a cloud, a blue sky, a bird on a tree, none of these, of course, can be said to lie. Nature presents itself as it is, now cruel, now generous. It does not seek to deceive, it may reserve many an unpleasant surprise for us, but it never lies. So-called social reality is dual, multiple, plural. To what extent, then, does it furnish a reality at all? If reality is taken in the sense of materiality, social reality no longer has reality, nor is it reality. On the other hand, it contains and implies some terribly concrete abstractions, including, as cannot be too often emphasized, money, commodities and the exchange of material goods, as well as pure forms, exchange, language, signs, equivalences, reciprocities, contracts, and so on. According to Marx, and no one who has considered the matter at all has managed to demolish this basic analytical premise, merely to note the existence of things, whether specific objects or the object in general, is to ignore what things at once embody and dissimulate, namely social relations and the forms of those relations. When no heed is paid to the relations that inhere in social facts, knowledge misses its target, our understanding is reduced to a confirmation of the undefined and indefinable multiplicity of things, and gets lost in classifications, descriptions, and segmentations. In order to arrive at an inversion and revolution of meaning that would reveal authentic meaning, Marx had to overthrow the certainties of an epoch. The 19th century's confident faith in things, in reality, had to go by the board. The positive and the real have never lacked for justifications or for strong supporting arguments from the standpoint of common sense and of everyday life, So Marx had his work cut out when it fell to him to demolish such claims. Admittedly, a fair part of the job had already been done by the philosophers, who had considerably eroded the calm self-assurance of common sense. But it was still up to Marx to smash such philosophical abstractions as the appeal to transcendence, to conscience, to mind or to man. He still had to transcend philosophy and preserve the truth at the same time. To the present-day reader, Marx's work may seem peppered with polemics that were flogged to death long ago. Yet, despite the superfluity, these discussions have not lost all their significance, no thanks, be it said, to the far more superfluous commentaries of the orthodox Marxists. Already in Marx's time there were plenty of people ready to sing paeans to the progress achieved through economic, social, or political rationality. They readily envisaged such a rationality as the way forward to a better reality. To them, Marx responded by showing that what they took for progress was merely a growth in the productive forces, which, so far from solving so-called social and political problems, was bound to exacerbate them. On the other hand, to those who lamented the passing of an earlier era, this same Marx pointed out the new possibilities opened up by the growing forces of production. To revolutionaries raring for immediate all-out action, Marx offered concepts. To fact collectors, he offered theories whose operational import would only become apparent later on, theories of the organization of production as such, theories of planning. On the one hand, Marx retrieved the contents which the predominant tendency, the tendency of the ruling class, though not so perceived, sought to avoid at all costs. Specifically, these contents were productive labor, the productive forces, and the relations and mode of production. At the same time, countering the tendency to fragment reality, to break it down into facts and statistics, Marx identified the most general form of social relations, namely the form of exchange value. Not their sole form, it must be emphasized, but rather the form in its generality. Now let us consider for a moment any given space, any interval provided that it is not empty. Such a space contains things yet is not itself a thing or material object. Is it then a floating medium, a simple abstraction, or a pure form? No, precisely because it has a content. We have already been led to the conclusion that any space implies, contains, and dissimulates social relationships, and this despite the fact that a space is not a thing but rather a set of relations between things, objects and products. Might we say that it is or tends to become the absolute thing? The answer must be affirmative to the extent that everything which achieves autonomy through the process of exchange, i.e. attains the status of a commodity, tends to become absolute, a tendency, in fact, that defines Marx's concept of fetishism, practical alienation under capitalism. The thing, however, never quite becomes absolute, never quite emancipates itself from activity, from use, from need, from social being. What are the implications of this for space? That is the key question. When we contemplate a field of wheat or maize, we are well aware that the furrows, the pattern of sowing, and the boundaries, be they hedges or wire fences, designate relations of production and property. We also realize that this is much less true of uncultivated land, heath, or forest. The more a space partakes of nature, the less it enters into the social relations of production. There is nothing surprising about this, the same holds true after all for a rock or a tree. On the other hand, spaces of this type, spaces with predominantly natural traits or containing objects with predominantly natural traits, are, like nature itself, on the decline. Take national or regional nature parks, for instance. It is not at all easy to decide whether such places are natural or artificial. The fact is that the once prevalent characteristic natural has grown indistinct and become a subordinate feature. Inversely, the social character of space, those social relations that it implies, contains, and dissimulates, has begun visibly to dominate. This typical quality of visibility does not, however, imply decipherability of the inherent social relations. On the contrary, the analysis of these relations has become harder and more paradoxical. What can be said, for example, of a peasant dwelling? It embodies and implies particular social relations, it shelters a particular family belonging to a particular country, a particular region, a particular soil, and it is a component part of a particular site and a particular countryside. No matter how prosperous or humble such a dwelling may be, it is as much a work as it is a product, even though it is invariably representative of a type. It remains, to a greater or lesser degree, part of nature. It is an object intermediate between work and product, between nature and labor, between the realm of symbols and the realm of signs. Does it engender a space? Yes. Is that space natural or cultural? Is it immediate or mediated, and, if the latter, mediated by whom and to what purpose? Is it a given or is it artificial? The answer to such questions must be, both. The answer is ambiguous because the questions are too simple, between nature and culture, as between work and product, complex relationships, mediations, already obtain. The same goes for time and for the object in space. To compare different maps of a region or country, say France, is to be struck by the remarkable diversity among them. Some, such as maps that show beauty spots and historical sites and monuments to the accompaniment of an appropriate rhetoric, aim to mystify in fairly obvious ways. This kind of map designates places where a ravenous consumption picks over the last remnants of nature and of the past in search of whatever nourishment may be obtained from the signs of anything historical or original. If the maps and guides are to be believed, a veritable feast of authenticity awaits the tourist. The conventional signs used on these documents constitute a code even more deceptive than the things themselves, for they are at one more removed from reality. Next, consider an ordinary map of roads and other communications in France. What such a map reveals, its meaning, not, perhaps, to the most ingenuous inspection, but certainly to an intelligent perusal with even minimal preparation, is at once clear and hard to decipher. A diagonal band traverses the supposedly one and indivisible republic like a bandolier. From Ber-el-Etang to El-Havre via the valleys of the Rhône, the Great Delta, the Saône, and the Seine, this stripe represents a narrow over-industrialized and over-urbanized zone which relegates the rest of our dear old France to the realm of underdevelopment and touristic potential. Until only recently the state of affairs was a sort of official secret, a project known only to a few technocrats. Today, summer 1973, it is common knowledge, a banality. Perhaps not so banal, though, if one turns from tourist maps to a map of operational and projected military installations in southern France. It will readily be seen that this vast area, which has been earmarked, except for certain well-defined areas, for tourism, for national parks, that is, for economic and social decline, is also destined for heavy use by a military which finds such peripheral regions ideal for its diverse purposes. These spaces are produced. The raw material from which they are produced is nature. They are products of an activity which involves the economic and technical realms but which extends well beyond them, for these are also political products, and strategic spaces. The term strategy connotes a great variety of products and actions, it combines peace with war, the arms trade with deterrence in the event of crisis, and the use of resources from peripheral spaces with the use of riches from industrial, urban, state-dominated centers. Space is never produced in the sense that a kilogram of sugar or a yard of cloth is produced. Nor is it an aggregate of the places or locations of such products as sugar, wheat, or cloth. Does it then come into being after the fashion of a superstructure? Again, no. It would be more accurate to say that it is at once a precondition and a result of social superstructures. The state and each of its constituent institutions call for spaces, but spaces which they can then organize according to their specific requirements, so there is no sense in which space can be treated solely as an a priori condition of these institutions and the state which presides over them. Is space a social relationship? Certainly, but one which is inherent to property relationships, especially the ownership of the earth, of land, and also closely bound up with the forces of production, which impose a form on that earth or land. Here we see the polyvalence of social space, its reality at once formal and material. Though a product to be used, to be consumed, it is also a means of production. Networks of exchange and flows of raw materials and energy fashion space and are determined by it. Thus this means of production, produced as such, cannot be separated either from the productive forces, including technology and knowledge, or from the social division of labor which shapes it, or from the state and the superstructures of society. 3. As it develops, then, the concept of social space becomes broader. It infiltrates, even invades, the concept of production, becoming part, perhaps the essential part, of its content. Thence it sets a very specific dialectic in motion, which, while it does not abolish the production-consumption relationship as this applies to things, goods, commodities, objects of exchange, certainly does modify it by widening it. Here a unity transpires between levels which analysis often keeps separate from one another, the forces of production and their component elements, nature, labor, technology, knowledge, structures, property relations, superstructures, institutions and the state itself. How many maps, in the descriptive or geographical sense, might be needed to deal exhaustively with a given space, to code and decode all its meanings and contents? It is doubtful whether a finite number can ever be given in answer to this sort of question. What we are most likely confronted with here is a sort of instant infinity, a situation reminiscent of a Mondrian painting. It is not only the codes, the map's legend, the conventional signs of map making and map reading, that are liable to change, but also the objects represented, the lens through which they are viewed, and the scale used. The idea that a small number of maps or even a single, and singular, map might be sufficient can only apply in a specialized area of study whose own self-affirmation depends on isolation from its context. There are data of the greatest relevance today, furthermore, that it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to map at all. For example, where, how, by whom, and to what purpose is information stored and processed? How is computer technology deployed and whom does it serve? We know enough in this area to suspect the existence of a space peculiar to information science, but not enough to describe that space, much less to claim close acquaintanceship with it. We are confronted not by one social space but by many, indeed, by an unlimited multiplicity or uncountable set of social spaces which we refer to generically as social space. No space disappears in the course of growth and development, the worldwide does not abolish the local. This is not a consequence of the law of uneven development, but a law in its own right. The intertwinement of social spaces is also a law. Considered in isolation, such spaces are mere abstractions. As concrete abstractions, however, they attain real existence by virtue of networks and pathways, by virtue of bunches or clusters of relationships. Instances of this are the worldwide networks of communication, exchange, and information. It is important to note that such newly developed networks do not eradicate from their social context those earlier ones, superimposed upon one another over the years, which constitute the various markets, local, regional, national, and international markets, the market in commodities, the money or capital market, the labor market, and the market in works, symbols, and signs, and lastly, the most recently created, the market in spaces themselves. Each market, over the centuries, has been consolidated and has attained concrete form by means of a network of buying and selling points in the case of the exchange of commodities, of banks and stock exchanges in the case of the circulation of capital, of labor exchanges in the case of the labor market, and so on. The corresponding buildings, in the towns, bear material testimony to this evolution. Thus social space, and especially urban space, emerged in all its diversity, and with a structure far more reminiscent of flaky millefeuille pastry than of the homogeneous and isotropic space of classical, Euclidean/Cartesian, mathematics. Social spaces interpenetrate one another and or superimpose themselves upon one another. They are not things, which have mutually limiting boundaries and which collide because of their contours or as a result of inertia. Figurative terms such as sheet and stratum have serious drawbacks. Being metaphorical rather than conceptual, they assimilate space to things and thus relegate its concept to the realm of abstraction. Visible boundaries, such as walls or enclosures in general, give rise for their part to an appearance of separation between spaces where in fact what exists is an ambiguous continuity. The space of a room, bedroom, house, or garden may be cut off in a sense from social space by barriers and walls, by all the signs of private property, yet still remain fundamentally part of that space. Nor can such spaces be considered empty mediums, in the sense of containers distinct from their contents. Produced over time, distinguishable yet not separable, they can be compared neither to those local spaces evoked by astronomers such as Hoyle, nor to sedimentary substrata, although this last comparison is certainly more defensible than any to be derived from mathematics. A much more fruitful analogy, it seems to me, may be found in hydrodynamics, where the principle of the superimposition of small movements teaches us the importance of the roles played by scale, dimension, and rhythm. Great movements, vast rhythms, immense waves. These all collide and interfere with one another. Lesser movements, on the other hand, interpenetrate. If we were to follow this model, we would say that any social locus could only be properly understood by taking two kinds of determinations into account. On the one hand, that locus would be mobilized, carried forward and sometimes smashed apart by major tendencies, those tendencies which interfere with one another. On the other hand, it would be penetrated by, and shot through with, the weaker tendencies characteristic of networks and pathways. This does not, of course, explain what it is that produces these various movements, rhythms, and frequencies, nor how they are sustained, nor, again, how precarious hierarchical relationships are preserved between major and minor tendencies, between the strategic and tactical levels, or between networks and locations. A further problem with the metaphor of the dynamics of fluids is that it suggests a particular analysis and explication. If taken too far, that analysis could lead us into serious error. Even if a viable parallel may be drawn with physical phenomena, waves, types of waves, their associated quanta, the classification of radiation in terms of wavelengths, this analogy might guide our analysis, but must not be allowed to govern the theory as a whole. A paradoxical implication of this paradigm is that the shorter the wavelength, the greater the relative quantum of energy attaching to each discrete element. Is there anything in social space comparable to this law of physical space? Perhaps so, inasmuch, at any rate, as the practical and social base may be said to preserve a concrete existence, inasmuch as the counter-violence which arises in response to a given major strategic trend invariably has a specific and local source, namely the energy of an element at the base, the energy, as it were, of elemental movement. Be that as it may, the places of social space are very different from those of natural space in that they are not simply juxtaposed, they may be intercalated, combined, superimposed, they may even sometimes collide. Consequently the local, or punctual, in the sense of determined by a particular point, does not disappear, for it is never absorbed by the regional, national, or even worldwide level. The national and regional levels take in innumerable places. National space embraces the regions, and world space does not merely subsume national spaces, but even, for the time being at least, precipitates the formation of new national spaces through a remarkable process of fission. All these spaces, meanwhile, are traversed by myriad currents. The hypercomplexity of social space should by now be apparent, embracing as it does individual entities and peculiarities, relatively fixed points, movements, and flows and waves, some interpenetrating, others in conflict, and so on. The principle of the interpenetration and superimposition of social spaces has one very helpful result, for it means that each fragment of space subjected to analysis masks not just one social relationship but a host of them that analysis can potentially disclose. It will be recalled that the same goes for objects, corresponding to needs, they result from a division of labor, enter into the circuits of exchange, and so forth. Our initial hypothesis having now been considerably expanded, a number of remarks are called for. 1. There is a certain similarity between the present situation, in both its practical and its theoretical aspects, and the one which came to prevail in the middle of the 19th century. A fresh set of questions, a fresh problematic as the philosophers say, is in the process of usurping the position of the old problems, substituting itself for them and superimposing itself upon them without for all that abolishing them completely. The most orthodox among the Marxists will doubtless wish to deny the state of affairs. They are firmly and exclusively committed to the study of production in the usual sense of the production of things, of goods, of commodities. They are even reluctant to acknowledge that, inasmuch as the city constitutes a means of production, inasmuch as it amounts to something more than the sum of the productive factors that it embodies, there is a conflict between the social character of this production and the private ownership of its location. This attitude trivializes thought in general and critical thought in particular. There are even some people, seemingly, who go so far as to claim that any discussion of space, of the city, of the earth and urban sphere, tends only to obscure class consciousness and thus help demobilize the workers so far as class struggle is concerned. One should not have to waste time on such asininity, but, sad to say, we shall be obliged to come back to this complaint later on. 2. Our chief concern is with space. The problematic of space, which subsumes the problems of the urban sphere, the city and its extensions, and of everyday life, programmed consumption, has displaced the problematic of industrialization. It has not, however, destroyed that earlier set of problems. The social relationships that obtained previously still obtain. The new problem is, precisely, the problem of their reproduction. 3. In Marx's time, economic science, or, rather, attempts to elevate political economy to the rank of a science, became swallowed up in the enumeration and description of products, objects, things, in the application to them of the methods of bookkeeping. Already at that time there were specialists waiting to divide up these tasks, and to perform them with the help of concepts or pseudo-concepts which were not yet referred to as operational but which were already an effective means for classifying and counting and mentally pigeonholing things. Marx replaced this study of things taken in themselves, in isolation from one another, with a critical analysis of productive activity itself, social labor, the relations and mode of production. Resuming and renewing the initiatives of the founders of so-called economic science, Smith, Ricardo, he combined these with a fundamental critique of capitalism, so achieving a higher level of knowledge. 4. A comparable approach is called for today, an approach which would analyze not things in space but space itself, with a view to uncovering the social relationships embedded in it. The dominant tendency fragments space and cuts it up into pieces. It enumerates the things, the various objects, that space contains. Specializations divide space among them and act upon its truncated parts, setting up mental barriers and practico-social frontiers. Thus architects are assigned architectural space as their private property, economists come into possession of economic space, geographers get their own place in the sun, and so on. The ideologically dominant tendency divides space up into parts and parcels in accordance with the social division of labor. It bases its image of the forces occupying space on the idea that space is a passive receptacle. Thus, instead of uncovering the social relationships, including class relationships, that are latent in spaces, instead of concentrating our attention on the production of space and the social relationships inherent to it, relationships which introduce specific contradictions into production, so echoing the contradiction between the private ownership of the means of production and the social character of the productive forces, we fall into the trap of treating space as space in itself, as space as such. We come to think in terms of spatiality, and so to fetishize space in a way reminiscent of the old fetishism of commodities, where the trap lay in exchange, and the error was to consider things in isolation, as things in themselves. 5. There can be no doubt that the problematic of space results from a growth in the forces of production. Talk of growth tout court is better avoided, since this abstraction is forever being used in an ideological manner. The forces of production and technology now permit of intervention at every level of space, local, regional, national, worldwide. Space as a whole, geographical or historical space, is thus modified, but without any concomitant abolition of its underpinnings, those initial points, those first foci or nexuses, those places, localities, regions, countries, lying at different levels of a social space in which nature's space has been replaced by a space qua product. In this way reflexive thought passes from produced space, from the space of production, the production of things in space, to the production of space as such, which occurs on account of the, relatively, continuous growth of the productive forces but which is confined within the, relatively, discontinuous frameworks of the dominant relations and mode of production. Consequently, before the concept of the production of space can fully be grasped, it will be necessary to dispel ideologies which serve to conceal the use of the productive forces within modes of production in general, and within the dominant mode of production in particular. The ideologies which have to be destroyed for our immediate purposes are those which promote, abstract, spatiality and segmented representations of space. Naturally, such ideologies do not present themselves for what they are, instead, they pass themselves off as established knowledge. The difficulty and complexity of our critical task derives from the fact that it applies at once to the mental, forms and practical, social, contents of space. 6. The search for a science of space has been going on for years, and this from many angles of approach: philosophy, epistemology, ecology, geopolitics, systems theory, decision-making systems, cognitive systems, anthropology, ethnology, and so on. Yet such a science, forever teetering on the brink of existence, has yet to come into being. This situation is truly tantalizing for workers in these fields, but the reason for it is not far to seek. Knowledge of spaces wavers between description and dissection. Things in space, or pieces of space, are described. Part spaces are carved out for inspection from social space as a whole. Thus we are offered a geographical space, an ethnological space, a demographic space, a space peculiar to the information sciences, and so on ad infinitum. Elsewhere we hear of pictorial, musical, or plastic spaces. What is always overlooked is the fact that this sort of fragmentation tallies not only with the tendency of language itself, not only with the wishes of specialists of all kinds, but also with the goals of existing society, which, within the overall framework of a strictly controlled and thus homogeneous totality, splits itself up into the most heterogeneous spaces: housing, labor, leisure, sport, tourism, astronautics, and so on. The result is that all focus is lost as the emphasis shifts either to what exists in space, things considered on their own, in reference to themselves, their past, or their names, or else to space emptied, and thus detached from what it contains, either objects in space or else a space without objects, a neutral space. So it is indeed because of its predilection for partial representations that the search for knowledge is confounded, integrated unintentionally into existing society and forced to operate within that society's framework. It is continually abandoning any global perspective, accepting fragmentation, and so coming up with mere shards of knowledge. From time to time it makes an arbitrary totalization on the basis of some issue or other, thus creating yet another area of specialization. What is urgently required here is a clear distinction between an imagined or sought-after science of space on the one hand and real knowledge of the production of space on the other. Such a knowledge, in contrast to the dissection, interpretations, and representations of a would-be science of space, may be expected to rediscover time, and in the first place the time of production, in and through space. 7. The real knowledge that we hope to attain would have a retrospective as well as a prospective import. Its implications for history, for example, and for our understanding of time, will become apparent if our hypothesis turns out to be correct. It will help us to grasp how societies generate their social space and time, their representational spaces and their representations of space. It should also allow us, not to foresee the future, but to bring relevant factors to bear on the future in prospect on the project, in other words, of another space and another time in another, possible or impossible, society. 4. To suggest out of the blue that there is a need for a critique of space is liable to seem paradoxical or even intellectually outrageous. In the first place, it may well be asked what such an expression might mean. One normally criticizes a person or a thing, and space is neither. In philosophical terms, space is neither subject nor object. How can it be effectively grasped? It is inaccessible to the so-called critical spirit, a spirit which apparently reached its apogee in the watered-down Marxism of critical theory. Perhaps this difficulty explains why there is no architectural or urbanistic criticism on a par with the criticism of art, literature, music, and theater. There would certainly seem to be a need for such criticism. Its object is at least as important and interesting as the aesthetic objects of everyday consumption. We are talking, after all, of the setting in which we live. Criticism of literature, art, or drama is concerned with people and institutions, with painters, dealers, galleries, shows, museums, or else with publishers, authors and the culture market. Architectural and urbanistic space seems, by contrast, out of range. On the mental level, it is evoked in daunting terms: readability, visibility, intelligibility. Socially, it appears as the intangible outcome of history, society, and culture, all of which are supposedly combined within it. Should we conclude that the absence of a criticism of space is simply the result of a lack of an appropriate terminology? Perhaps, but, if so, the reasons for this lack themselves need explaining. At all events, a criticism of space is certainly called for inasmuch as spaces cannot be adequately explained on the basis either of the mythical image of pure transparency or of its opposite, the myth of the opacity of nature, inasmuch, too, as spaces conceal their contents by means of meanings, by means of an absence of meaning or by means of an overload of meaning, and inasmuch, lastly, as spaces sometimes lie just as things lie, even though they are not themselves things. Eventually, moreover, it would also fall to a critique of this kind to rip aside appearances which have nothing particularly mendacious about them. Consider a house, and a street, for example. The house has 6 stories and an air of stability about it. One might almost see it as the epitome of immovability, with its concrete and its stark, cold, and rigid outlines. Built around 1950, no metal or plate glass yet. Now, a critical analysis would doubtless destroy the appearance of solidity of this house, stripping it, as it were, of its concrete slabs and its thin non-load-bearing walls, which are really glorified screens, and uncovering a very different picture. In the light of this imaginary analysis, our house would emerge as permeated from every direction by streams of energy which run in and out of it by every imaginable route: water, gas, electricity, telephone lines, radio and television signals, and so on. Its image of immobility would then be replaced by an image of a complex of mobilities, a nexus of in and out conduits. By depicting this convergence of waves and currents, this new image, much more accurately than any drawing or photograph, would at the same time disclose the fact that this piece of immovable property is actually a two-faceted machine analogous to an active body, at once a machine calling for massive energy supplies, and an information-based machine with low energy requirements. The occupants of the house perceive, receive, and manipulate the energies which the house itself consumes on a massive scale, for the lift, kitchen, bathroom, etc. Comparable observations, of course, might be made apropos of the whole street, a network of ducts constituting a structure, having a global form, fulfilling functions, and so on. Or apropos of the city, which consumes, in both senses of the word, truly colossal quantities of energy, both physical and human, and which is in effect a constantly burning, blazing bonfire. Thus as exact a picture as possible of this space would differ considerably from the one embodied in the representational space which its inhabitants have in their minds, and which for all its inaccuracy plays an integral role in social practice. The error, or illusion generated here consists in the fact that, when social space is placed beyond our range of vision in this way, its practical character vanishes and it is transformed in philosophical fashion into a kind of absolute. In face of this fetishized abstraction, users spontaneously turn themselves, their presence, their lived experience and their bodies into abstractions too. Fetishized abstract space thus gives rise to two practical abstractions, users who cannot recognize themselves within it, and a thought which cannot conceive of adopting a critical stance towards it. If this state of affairs were to be successfully reversed, it would become clear that the critical analysis of space as directly experienced poses more serious problems than any partial activity, no matter how important, including literature, reading and writing, art, music, and the rest. Vis-a-vis lived experience, space is neither a mere frame, after the fashion of the frame of a painting, nor a form or container of a virtually neutral kind, designed simply to receive whatever is poured into it. Space is social morphology, it is to lived experience what form itself is to the living organism, and just as intimately bound up with function and structure. To picture space as a frame or container into which nothing can be put unless it is smaller than the recipient, and to imagine that this container has no other purpose than to preserve what has been put in it, this is probably the initial error. But is it error, or is it ideology? The latter, more than likely. If so, who promotes it? Who exploits it? And why and how do they do so? The theoretical error is to be content to see a space without conceiving of it, without concentrating discrete perceptions by means of a mental act, without assembling details into a whole reality, without apprehending contents in terms of their interrelationships within the containing forms. The rectification of this error would very likely lead to the dissolution of not a few major ideological illusions. This has been the thrust of the preceding remarks, in which I have sought to show that a space that is apparently neutral, objective, fixed, transparent, innocent or indifferent implies more than the convenient establishment of an inoperative system of knowledge, more than an error that can be avoided by evoking the environment, ecology, nature and anti-nature, culture, and so forth. Rather, it is a whole set of errors, a complex of illusions, which can even cause us to forget completely that there is a total subject which acts continually to maintain and reproduce its own conditions of existence, namely the state, along with its foundation in specific social classes and fractions of classes. We also forget that there is a total object, namely absolute political space, that strategic space which seeks to impose itself as reality despite the fact that it is an abstraction, albeit one endowed with enormous powers because it is the locus and medium of power. Whence the abstraction of the user and of that so-called critical thinking which loses all its critical capacities when confronted by the great fetishes. There are many lines of approach to this truth. The important thing, however, is to take one or other of them instead of making excuses or simply talking flight, even if it is forward flight. In the ordinary way, the study of real, i.e. social, space is referred to specialists and their respective specialties, to geographers, town planners, sociologists, etc. As for knowledge of true, i.e. mental, space, it is supposed to fall within the province of the mathematicians and philosophers. Here we have a double or even multiple error. To begin with, the split between real and true serves only to avoid any confrontation between practice and theory, between lived experience and concepts, so that both sides of these dualities are distorted from the outset. Another trap is the resort to specialties which antedate modernity, which are themselves older than capitalism's absorption of the entirety of space for its own purposes, older than the actual possibility, thanks to science and technology, of producing space. Surely it is the supreme illusion to defer to architects, urbanists, or planners as being experts or ultimate authorities in matters relating to space. What the interested parties here fail to appreciate is that they are bending their demands, from below, to suit commands, from above, and that this unforced renunciation on their part actually runs ahead of the wishes of the manipulators of consciousness. The real task, by contrast, is to uncover and stimulate demands even at the risk of their wavering in face of the imposition of oppressive and repressive commands. It is, one suspects, the ideological error par excellence to go instead in search of specialists of lived experience and of the morphology of everyday life. Let everyone look at the space around them. What do they see? Do they see time? They live time, after all, they are in time. Yet all anyone sees is movements. In nature, time is apprehended within space, in the very heart of space, the hour of the day, the season, the elevation of the sun above the horizon, the position of the moon and stars in the heavens, the cold and the heat, the age of each natural being, and so on. Until nature became localized in underdevelopment, each place showed its age and, like a tree trunk, bore the mark of the years it had taken it to grow. Time was thus inscribed in space, and natural space was merely the lyrical and tragic script of natural time. Let us not follow the bad example of those philosophers who speak in this connection merely of the degradation of duration or of the outcome of evolution. With the advent of modernity, time has vanished from social space. It is recorded solely on measuring instruments, on clocks, that are as isolated and functionally specialized as this time itself. Lived time loses its form and its social interest, with the exception, that is, of time spent working. Economic space subordinates time to itself, political space expels it as threatening and dangerous, to power. The primacy of the economic and above all of the political implies the supremacy of space over time. It is thus possible that the error concerning space that we have been discussing actually concerns time more directly, more intimately, than it does space, time being even closer to us, and more fundamental. Our time, then, this most essential part of lived experience, this greatest good of all goods, is no longer visible to us, no longer intelligible. It cannot be constructed. It is consumed, exhausted, and that is all. It leaves no traces. It is concealed in space, hidden under a pile of debris to be disposed of as soon as possible. After all, rubbish is a polluta anti. This manifest expulsion of time is arguably one of the hallmarks of modernity. It must surely have more far-reaching implications than the simple effacement of marks or the erasing of words from a sheet of paper. Since time can apparently be assessed in terms of money, however, since it can be bought and sold just like any object, time is money, little wonder that it disappears after the fashion of an object. At which point it is no longer even a dimension of space, but merely an incomprehensible scribble or scrawl that a moment's work can completely rub out. It is reasonable to ask if this expulsion or erasure of time is directed at historical time. The answer is, certainly, but only for symbolic purposes. It is, rather, the time needed for living, time as an irreducible good, which eludes the logic of visualization and spatialization, if indeed one may speak of logic in this context. Time may have been promoted to the level of ontology by the philosophers, but it has been murdered by society. How could so disturbing, so outrageous an operation have been carried out without causing an outcry? How can it have been passed off as normal? The fact is that it has been made part and parcel of social norms, of normative activity. One wonders just how many errors, or worse, how many lies, have their roots in the modernist triad, or trinity of readability, visibility, intelligibility. We may seem by now to have left the practico-social realm far behind and to be back once more amidst some very old distinctions, appearance versus reality, truth versus lies, illusion versus revelation. Back, in short, in philosophy. And that is true, certainly, inasmuch as our analysis is an extension of the philosophical project. This, I hope, has already been made abundantly clear. On the other hand, the object of criticism has shifted. We are concerned with practical and social activities which are supposed to embody and show the truth, but which actually comminute space and show nothing besides the deceptive fragments thus produced. The claim is that space can be shown by means of space itself. Such a procedure, also known as tautology, uses and abuses a familiar technique that is indeed as easy to abuse as it is to use, namely, a shift from the part to the whole, metonymy. Take images, for example, photographs, advertisements, films. Can images of this kind really be expected to expose errors concerning space? Hardly. Where there is error or illusion, the image is more likely to secrete it and reinforce it than to reveal it. No matter how beautiful they may be, such images belong to an incriminated medium. Where the error consists in a segmentation of space, moreover, and where the illusion consists in the failure to perceive this dismemberment, there is simply no possibility of any image rectifying the mistake. On the contrary, images fragment, they are themselves fragments of space. Cutting things up and rearranging them, decoupage and montage, these are the alpha and omega of the art of image making. As for error and illusion, they reside already in the artist's eye and gaze, in the photographer's lens, in the draftsman's pencil and on his blank sheet of paper. Error insinuates itself into the very objects that the artist discerns, as into the sets of objects that he selects. Wherever there is illusion, the optical and visual world plays an integral and integrative, active and passive, part in it. It fetishizes abstraction and imposes it as the norm. It detaches the pure form from its impure content, from lived time, everyday time, and from bodies with their opacity and solidity, their warmth, their life and their death. After its fashion, the image kills. In this it is like all signs. Occasionally, however, an artist's tenderness or cruelty transgresses the limits of the image. Something else altogether may then emerge, a truth and a reality answering to criteria quite different from those of exactitude, clarity, readability, and plasticity. If this is true of images, moreover, it must apply equally well to sounds, to words, to bricks and mortar, and indeed to signs in general. 4. Our space has strange effects. For one thing, it unleashes desire. It presents desire with a transparency which encourages it to surge forth in an attempt to lay claim to an apparently clear field. Of course this foray comes to naught, for desire encounters no object, nothing desirable, and no work results from its action. Searching in vain for plenitude, desire must make do with words, with the rhetoric of desire. Disillusion leaves space empty, an emptiness that words convey. Spaces are devastated, and devastating, incomprehensibly so, without prolonged reflection at least. Nothing is allowed. Nothing is forbidden, in the words of one inhabitant. Spaces are strange, homogeneous, rationalized, and as such constraining, yet at the same time utterly dislocated. Formal boundaries are gone between town and country, between center and periphery, between suburbs and city centers, between the domain of automobiles and the domain of people. Between happiness and unhappiness, for that matter. And yet everything, public facilities, blocks of flats, environments for living, is separated, assigned in isolated fashion. To unconnected sites and tracts, the spaces themselves are specialized just as operations are in the social and technical division of labor. It may be said of this space that it presupposes and implies a logic of visualization. Whenever a logic governs an operational sequence, a strategy, whether conscious or unconscious, is necessarily involved. So, if there is a logic of visualization here, we need to understand how it is formed and how applied. The arrogant verticality of skyscrapers, and especially of public and state buildings, introduces a phallic or more precisely a phallocratic element into the visual realm. The purpose of this display, of this need to impress, is to convey an impression of authority to each spectator. Verticality and great height have ever been the spatial expression of potentially violent power. This very particular type of spatialization, though it may seem normal or even natural to many people, embodies a twofold logic, which is to say a twofold strategy, in respect of the spectator. On the one hand, it embodies a metonymic logic consisting in a continual to and fro movement enforced with carrot and stick, between the part and the whole. In an apartment building comprising stack after stack of boxes for living in, for example, the spectators cum tenants grasp the relationship between part and whole directly. Furthermore, they recognize themselves in that relationship. By constantly expanding the scale of things, this movement serves to compensate for the pathetically small size of each set of living quarters. It posits, presupposes, and imposes homogeneity in the subdivision of space, and, ultimately, it takes on the aspect of pure logic. And hence of tautology, space contains space, the visible contains the visible, and boxes fit into boxes. The second logic embodied in this spatialization is a logic, and strategy, of metaphor, or, rather, of constant metaphorization. Living bodies, the bodies of users, are caught up not only in the toils of parcellized space, but also in the web of what philosophers call analogons, images, signs, and symbols. These bodies are transported out of themselves, transferred and emptied out, as it were, via the eyes. Every kind of appeal, incitement, and seduction is mobilized to tempt them with doubles of themselves in prettified, smiling and happy poses, and this campaign to void them succeeds exactly to the degree that the images proposed correspond to needs that those same images have helped fashion. So it is that a massive influx of information, of messages, runs head-on into an inverse flow constituted by the evacuation from the innermost body of all life and desire. Even cars may fulfill the function of analogons, for they are at once extensions of the body and mobile homes, so to speak, fully equipped to receive these enduring bodies. Were it not for the eyes, and the dominant form of space, words and dispersed fragments of discourse would be quite incapable of ensuring this transfer of bodies. Metaphor and metonymy, then. These familiar concepts are borrowed, of course, from linguistics. Inasmuch, however, as we are concerned not with words but rather with space and spatial practice, such conceptual borrowing has to be underwritten by a careful examination of the relationship between space and language. Any determinate and hence demarcated space necessarily embraces some things and excludes others. What it rejects may be relegated to nostalgia, or it may be simply forbidden. Such a space asserts, negates, and denies. It has some characteristics of a subject, and some of an object. Consider the great power of a FAC, aid, for example. A FAC, aid admits certain acts to the realm of what is visible, whether they occur on the FAC, aid itself, on balconies, window ledges, etc., or are to be seen from the FAC, aid, processions in the street, for example. Many other acts, by contrast, it condemns to obscenity. These occur behind the FAC, aid. All of which already seems to suggest a psychoanalysis of space. In connection with the city and its extensions, outskirts, suburbs, one occasionally hears talk of a pathology of space, of ailing neighborhoods, and so on. This kind of phraseology makes it easy for people who use it, architects, urbanists, or planners, to suggest the idea that they are, in effect, doctors of space. This is to promote the spread of some particularly mystifying notions, and especially the idea that the modern city is a product not of the capitalist or neo-capitalist system but rather of some putative sickness of society. Such formulations serve to divert attention from the criticism of space and to replace critical analysis by schemata that are at once not very rational and very reactionary. Taken to their logical limits, these theses can deem society as a whole and man as a social being to be sicknesses of nature. Not that such a position is utterly indefensible from a strictly philosophical viewpoint. One is at liberty to hold that man is a monster, a mistake, a failed species on a failed planet. My point is merely that this philosophical view, like many others, leads necessarily to nihilism. V. Perhaps it would make sense to decide without further ado to seek inspiration in Marx's Capital, not in the sense of sifting it for quotations nor in the sense of subjecting it to the ultimate exegesis, but in the sense of following Capital's plan in dealing with space. There are several good arguments in favor of doing so, including the parallels I mentioned earlier between the set of problems with which we are concerned and the set which existed in Marx's time. In view of the fact that there are plenty of Marxists who think that discussing problems related to space, problems of cities or of the management of the land, merely serves to obfuscate the real political problems, such an association between the study of space and Marx's work might also help dispel some gross misunderstandings. The plan of capital, as it has emerged from the many commentaries on and rereadings of the book, the most literal-minded of which seem, incidentally, to be the best, itself constitutes a strong argument in favor of proceeding in this way. In his work preparatory to Capital, Marx was able to develop such essential concepts as that of social labor. Labor has existed in all societies, as have representations of it, pain, punishment, etc., but only in the 18th century did the concept itself emerge. Marx shows how and why this was so, and then, having dealt with these preliminaries, he proceeds to the essential, which is neither a substance nor a reality, but rather a form. Initially, and centrally, Marx uncovers an, almost, pure form, that of the circulation of material goods, or exchange. This is a quasi-logical form similar to, and indeed bound up with, other pure forms, identity and difference, equivalence, consistency, reciprocity, recurrence, and repetition. The circulation and exchange of material goods are distinct but not separate from the circulation and exchange of signs, language, discourse. The pure form here has a bipolar structure, use value versus exchange value, and it has functions which capital sets forth. As a concrete abstraction, it is developed by thought, just as it developed in time and space, until it reaches the level of social practice, via money, and via labor and its determinants, i.e. its dialectic, individual versus social, divided versus global, particular versus mean, qualitative versus quantitative. This kind of development is more fruitful conceptually than classical deduction, and suppler than induction or construction. In this case, of course, it culminates in the notion of surplus value. The pivot, however, remains unchanged, by virtue of a dialectical paradox. That pivot is a quasi-void, a near absence, namely the form of exchange, which governs social practice. Now, as for the form of social space, we are acquainted with it, it has already been identified. Another concrete abstraction, it has emerged in several stages, in certain philosophies and major scientific theories, from representations of space and from representational spaces. This has occurred quite recently. Like that of exchange, the form of social space has an affinity with logical forms, it calls for a content and cannot be conceived of as having no content, but, thanks to abstraction, it is in fact conceived of, precisely, as independent of any specific content. Similarly, the form of material exchange does not determine what is exchanged, it merely stipulates that something, which has a use, is also an object of exchange. So too with the form of non-material communication, which does not determine what sign is to be communicated, but simply that there must be a stock of distinct signs, a message, a channel, and a code. Nor, finally, does a logical form decide what is consistent, or what is thought, although it does prescribe the necessity, if thought is to exist, for formal consistency. The form of social space is encounter, assembly, simultaneity. But what assembles, or what is assembled? The answer is, everything that there is in space, everything that is produced either by nature or by society, either through their cooperation or through their conflicts. Everything, living beings, things, objects, works, signs and symbols. Natural space juxtaposes, and thus disperses, it puts places and that which occupies them side by side. It particularizes. By contrast, social space implies actual or potential assembly at a single point, or around that point. It implies, therefore, the possibility of accumulation, a possibility that is realized under specific conditions. Evidence in support of this proposition is supplied by the space of the village, by the space of the dwelling. It is overwhelmingly confirmed by urban space, which clearly reveals many basic aspects of social space that are still hard to discern in villages. Urban space gathers crowds, products in the markets, acts, and symbols. It concentrates all these, and accumulates them. To say urban space is to say center and centrality, and it does not matter whether these are actual or merely possible, saturated, broken up or under fire, for we are speaking here of a dialectical centrality. It would thus be quite possible to elaborate on this form, to illuminate its structures, center/periphery, its social functions, its relationship to labor, the various markets, and hence to production and reproduction, its connections with pre-capitalist and capitalist production relations, the roles of historic cities and of the modern urban fabric, and so on. One might also go into the dialectical processes bound up with this relationship between a form and its contents, the explosions, the saturation points, the challenges arising from internal contradictions, the assaults mounted by contents being pushed out towards the periphery, and so forth. In and of itself, social space does not have all of the characteristics of things as opposed to creative activity. Social space per se is at once 10 to social space. Work and product a materialization of social being. In specific sets of circumstances, however, it may take on fetishized and autonomous characteristics of things, of commodities and money. There is thus no lack of arguments for undertaking the ambitious project we have been discussing. A number of objections may also be reasonably raised, however, quite aside from those based on the very immensity of the task. In the first place, the plan of capital is not the only one Marx ever formulated. Its aims concern exposition rather than content. It envisages a strict formal structure, but one which impoverishes because of its reductionism. In the Grundriss we find a different project, another plan, and a more fruitful one. Whereas capital stresses a homogenizing rationality founded on the quasi-pure form, that of exchange, value, the Grundriss insists at all levels on difference. Not that the Grundriss leaves form out of the picture, rather, it goes from one content to the next and generates forms on the basis of these contents. Less rigor, less emphasis on logical consistency, and hence a less elaborate formalization or axiomatization, all leave the door open to more concrete themes, especially in connection with the dialectical relations between town and country, between natural reality and social reality. In the Grundriss Marx takes all the historical mediations into consideration, including the village community, the family, and so on. Point 5 The world of the commodity is less far removed from its historical context and practical conditions, matters which are only taken up in the concluding, and unfinished, portion of Capital. Secondly, there have after all been some changes and new developments in the last 100 years. Even if we want to keep Marx's concepts and categories, including the concept of production, in their central theoretical position, it is still necessary to incorporate a number of categories that Marx considered only at the end of his life. A case in point is the reproduction of the relations of production, which superimposes itself upon the reproduction of the means of production, and upon the, quantitatively, expanded reproduction of products, but which remains distinct from these. When reproduction is treated as a concept, however, it brings other concepts in its wake, repetition, reproducibility, and so on. Such ideas had no more place in Marx's work than did the terms urban, everyday life or space. If the production of space does indeed correspond to a leap forward in the productive forces, in technology, in knowledge, in the domination of nature, and if therefore this tendency, when pushed to its limit, or, better, when it has overcome its limits, must eventually give rise to a new mode of production which is neither state capitalism nor state socialism, but the collective management of space, the social management of nature, and the transcendence of the contradiction between nature and anti-nature, then clearly we cannot rely solely on the application of the classical categories of Marxist thought. Thirdly, though what I am about to say actually takes in and extends the first 2 points. Another new development since Marx's time is the emergence of a plethora of disciplines known as social or human sciences. Their vicissitudes, for each has had its own particular ups and downs, have occasioned not a little anxious inquiry concerning disparities of development, crises, sudden expansions followed by equally sudden declines, and so on. The specialists and specialized institutions naturally seek to deny, combat or silence whatever is liable to damage their reputation, but their efforts in this direction have been largely in vain. Resounding failures and catastrophic collapses have been frequent. The early economists, for example, deluded themselves into thinking that they could safely ignore the Marxist injunctions to give critical thought priority over model building, and to treat political economy as the science of poverty. Their consequent humiliation was an eminently public event, all their attempts to prevent this notwithstanding. As for linguistics, the illusions and the failure here could scarcely be more obvious, especially in view of the fact that, following the earlier examples of history and political economy, this specialization set itself up as the epitome of science, as the science of sciences, so to speak. In actuality, linguistics can legitimately concern itself only with the deciphering of texts and messages, with coding and decoding. After all, man does not live by words alone. In recent decades, linguistics has become a meta-language, and an analysis of meta-languages, an analysis, consequently, of social repetitiveness, one which allows us no more and no less, to apprehend the enormous redundancy of past writings and discourse. Despite the uneven character and vicissitudes of their development, the existence of these sciences cannot be denied. In Marx's time, by contrast, they did not exist, or existed only in virtual or embryonic form, their degree of specialization was negligible and their future expansionist ambitions were as yet inconceivable. These areas of specialized knowledge, at once isolated and imperialistic, the two are surely connected, have specific relationships with mental and social space. Some groups of scholars have simply sliced off their share, so to speak, staking out and enclosing their particular field. Others, following the example of the mathematicians, have constructed a mental space so designed as to facilitate the interpretation, according to their particular principles, of theoretical and practical, social, history. In this way they have arrived at specific representations of space. Architecture offers plenty of instances of procedures of this kind, which are essentially circular in form. Architects have a trade. They raise the question of architecture's specificity because they want to establish that trade's claim to legitimacy. Some of them then draw the conclusion that there are such things as architectural space and architectural production, specific, of course. Whereupon they close their case. This relationship between cutting up and representation, as it refers to space, has already found its place in the order, and the disorder, of the connections we have been examining. Sections and interpretations of this kind can be understood and taken up not as a function of some science of space, or of some totalizing concept of spatiality, but rather from the standpoint of productive activity. Specialists have already inventoried the objects in space, some of them cataloging those that come from nature, others those that are produced. When knowledge of space, as a product, and not as an aggregate of objects produced, is substituted for knowledge of things in space, such enumerations and descriptions take on another meaning. It is possible to conceive of a political economy of space which would go back to the old political economy and rescue it from bankruptcy, as it were, by offering it a new object, the production of space. If the critique of political economy, which was for Marx identical with knowledge of the economic realm, were then to be resumed, it would no doubt demonstrate how that political economy of space corresponded exactly to the self-presentation of space as the worldwide medium of the definitive installation of capitalism. A similar approach might well be adopted towards history, psychology, anthropology, and so on, perhaps even towards psychoanalysis. This orientation calls for thoroughly clarified distinctions to be drawn between thought and discourse in space, i.e. in one particular space, dated and located, thought and discourse about space, i.e. restricted to words and signs, images and symbols, and thought adequate to the understanding of space, i.e. grounded in developed concepts. These distinctions are themselves founded on a more fundamental one. They presuppose careful critical attention, on the one hand, to the materials used, words, images, symbols, concepts, and, on the other hand, to the material used, collection procedures, tools for cutting up and social space. 10.5. Reassembling, etc., all this within the framework of the scientific division of labor. The distinction between materials and material, though originally developed in other conceptual contexts, is in fact well worth borrowing for our purposes. Materials are indispensable and durable, stone, brick, cement, and concrete, for example, or, in the musical sphere, scales, modes, and tones. Material, by contrast, is quickly used up, it must be replaced often, it is comprised of tools and directions for their use, and its adaptative capability is limited. When new needs arise, new material must be invented to meet them. Instances of material in music would be the piano, the saxophone, or the lute. In the construction industry, new techniques and equipment fall under this rubric. This distinction may achieve a certain operational force inasmuch as it can be used to discriminate between what is ephemeral and what is more permanent, to decide what, in a particular scientific discipline, is worth preserving or reassigning to new tasks, and what deserves only to be rejected or relegated to a subsidiary role. For obsolete material can have only marginal applications, it often ends up, for example, in the realm of pedagogy. Our re-evaluation of subdivisions and representations, along with their materials and material, need not be confined to the specialized disciplines we have been discussing. On the contrary, it should extend to philosophy, which after all does propose representations of space and time. Nor should a critique of philosophical ideologies be assumed to release us from the need to examine political ideologies insofar as they relate to space. And in point of fact, such ideologies relate to space in a most significant way, because they intervene in space in the form of strategies. Their effectiveness in this role, and especially a new development, the fact that worldwide strategies are now seeking to generate a global space, their own space, and to set it up as an absolute, is another reason, and by no means an insignificant one, for developing a new concept of space. 6. Reduction is a scientific procedure designed to deal with the complexity and chaos of brute observations. This kind of simplification is necessary at first, but it must be quickly followed by the gradual restoration of what has thus been temporarily set aside for the sake of analysis. Otherwise a methodological necessity may become a servitude, and the legitimate operation of reduction may be transformed into the abuse of reductionism. This is a danger that ever lies in wait for scientific endeavor. No method can obviate it, for it is latent in every method. Though indispensable, all reductive procedures are also traps. Reductionism thus infiltrates science under the flag of science itself. Reduced models are constructed, models of society, of the city, of institutions, of the family, and so forth, and things are left at that. This is how social space comes to be reduced to mental space by means of a scientific procedure whose scientific status is really nothing but a veil for ideology. Reductionists are unstinting in their praise for basic scientific method, but they transform this method first into a mere posture and then, in the name of the science of science, epistemology, into a supposed absolute knowledge. Eventually, critical thought, where it is not proscribed by the orthodox, wakes up to the fact that systematic reduction and reductionism are part and parcel of a political practice. The state and political power seek to become, and indeed succeed in becoming, reducers of contradictions. In this sense reduction and reductionism appear as tools in the service of the state and of power, not as ideologies but as established knowledge, and not in the service of any specific state or government, but rather in the service of the state and power in general. Indeed, how could the state and political power reduce contradictions, i.e. incipient and renewed intrasocial conflicts, other than via the mediation of knowledge, and this by means of a strategy based on an admixture of science and ideology. It is now generally acknowledged that not too long ago a functionalism held sway which was reductionistic with respect to the reality and comprehension of societies. Such functional reductionism is readily subjected to criticism from all sides. What is not similarly acknowledged, and indeed passed over in silence, is that structuralism and formalism propose, after their fashion, equally reductive schemata. They are reductionist in that they give a privileged status to one concept because they extrapolate. Conversely, their reductionism encourages them to extrapolate. And, when the need to correct this error, or to compensate for it, makes itself felt, ideology stands ready to step into the breach with its verbiage, its ideological discourse, to use the jargon, and with its abuse of all signs whether verbal or not. Reduction can reach very far indeed in its implications. It can descend to the level of practice, for instance. Many people, members of a variety of groups and classes, suffer, albeit unevenly, the effects of a multiplicity of reductions bearing on their capacities, ideas, values and, ultimately, on their possibilities, their space and their bodies. Reduced models, constructed by one particular specialist or other, are not always abstract in the sense of being empty abstractions. Far from it, in fact, designed with a reductive practice in mind, they manage, with a little luck, to impose an order, and to constitute the elements of that order. Urbanism and architecture provide good examples of this. The working class, in particular, suffers the effects of such reduced models, including models of space, of consumption, and of so-called culture. Reductionism presses an exclusively analytic and non-critical knowledge, along with its attendant subdivisions and interpretations, into the service of power. As an ideology that does not speak its name, it successfully passes itself off as scientific, and this despite the fact that it rides roughshod over established knowledge on the one hand and denies the possibility of knowing on the other. This is the scientific ideology par excellence, for the reductionist attitude may be actualized merely by passing from method to dogma, and thence to a homogenizing practice camouflaged as science. At the outset, as I pointed out above, every scientific undertaking must proceed reductively. One of the misfortunes of the specialist is that he makes this methodological moment into a permanent niche for himself where he can curl up happily in the warm. Any specialist who clearly stakes out his field may be sure that as long as he is prepared to work it a little he will be able to grow something there. The field he selects, and what he cultivates, are determined by the local conditions in his speciality and by that speciality's position in the knowledge market. But these are precisely the things that the specialist does not want to know about. As for the reduction upon which his procedures are founded, he adopts a posture that serves in its own way to justify it, a posture of denial. Now, it is hard to think of any specialized discipline that is not involved, immediately or mediately, with space. In the first place, as we have already learned, each specialization stakes out its own particular mental and social space, defining it in a somewhat arbitrary manner, carving it out from the whole constituted by nature/society, and at the same time concealing a portion of the activity of segmentation and rearrangement involved in this procedure, the sectioning off of a field, the assembling of statements and reduced models relating to that field, and the shift from mental to social. All of which necessarily calls in addition for the adduction of propositions justifying, and hence interpreting, that activity. Secondly, all specialists must work within the confines of systems for naming and classifying things found in space. The verification, description and classification of objects in space may be viewed as the positive activity of a particular specialization, of geography, say, or anthropology, or sociology. At best, or at worst, a given discipline, as for example political science or systems analysis, may concern itself with statements about space. Lastly, specialists may be counted on to oppose a reduced model of the knowledge of space, based either on the mere noting of objects in space or else on propositions concerning, and segmenting, space, to any overall theory of, social, space. For them this stance has the added advantage of eliminating time by reducing it to a mere variable. We should not, therefore, be particularly surprised if the concept of the production of space, and the theory associated with it, were challenged by specialists who view social space through the optic of their methodology and their reductionistic schemata. This is all the more likely in view of the fact that both concept and theory threaten interdisciplinary boundaries themselves. They threaten, in other words, to alter, if not to erase, the specialists' carefully drawn property lines. Perhaps I may be permitted at this point to imagine a dialogue with an interlocutor at once fictitious, because indeed imaginary, and real, because his objections are real enough. I am not convinced by your arguments. You talk of producing space. What an absolutely unintelligible phrase. Even to speak of a concept in this connection would be to grant you far too much. No, there are only two possibilities here. Either space is part of nature or it is a concept. If it is part of nature, human, or social, activity marks it, invests it, and modifies its geographical and ecological characteristics. The role of knowledge, on this reading, would be limited to the description of these changes. If space is a concept, it is as such already a part of knowledge and of mental activity, as in mathematics for example, and the job of scientific thought is to explore, elaborate upon and develop it. In neither case is there such a thing as the production of space. Just a moment. The separations you are taking for granted between nature and knowledge and nature and culture are simply not valid. They are no more valid than the widely accepted mind-matter split. These distinctions are simply no improvement on their equally unacceptable opposite, namely, confusion. The fact is that technological activity and the scientific approach are not satisfied with simply modifying nature. They seek to master it, and in the process they tend to destroy it, and, before destroying it, they misinterpret it. This process began with the invention of tools. So now you are going back to the Stone Age. Isn't that a little early? Not at all. The beginning was the first premeditated act of murder, the first tool and the first weapon, both of which went hand in hand with the advent of language. What you seem to be saying is that humankind emerges from nature. It can thus only understand nature from without, and it only gets to understand it by destroying it. Well, if one accepts the generalization humankind for the sake of the argument, then, yes, humankind is born in nature, emerges from nature and then turns against nature with the unfortunate results that we are now witnessing. Would you say that this ravaging of nature is attributable to capitalism? To a large degree, yes. But I would add the writer that capitalism and the bourgeoisie have a broad back. It is easy to attribute a multitude of misdeeds to them without addressing the question of how they themselves came into being. Surely the answer is to be found in mankind itself, in human nature. No. In the nature of Western man perhaps. You mean to say that you would blame the whole history of the West, its rationalism, its logos, its very language. It is the West that is responsible for the transgression of nature. It would certainly be interesting to know how and why this has come about, but those questions are strictly secondary. The simple fact is that the West has broken the bounds. Zero felix culpa. A theologian might say. And, indeed, the West is thus responsible for what Hegel calls the power of the negative, for violence, terror and permanent aggression directed against life. It has generalized and globalized violence, and forged the global level itself through that violence. Space as locus of production, as itself product and production, is both the weapon and the sign of this struggle. If it is to be carried through to the end, there is in any case no way of turning back. This gigantic task now calls for the immediate production or creation of something other than nature, a second, different, or new nature, so to speak. This means the production of space, urban space, both as a product and as a work, in the sense in which art created works. If this project fails, the failure will be total, and the consequences of that are impossible to foresee. 7. Every social space is the outcome of a process with many aspects and many contributing currents, signifying and non-signifying, perceived and directly experienced, practical and theoretical. In short, every social space has a history, one invariably grounded in nature, in natural conditions that are at once primordial and unique in the sense that they are always and everywhere endowed with specific characteristics, site, climate, etc. When the history of a particular space is treated as such, the relationship of that space to the time which gave rise to it takes on an aspect that differs sharply from the picture generally accepted by historians. Traditional historiography assumes that thought can perform cross-sections upon time, arresting its flow without too much difficulty. Its analyses thus tend to fragment and segment temporality. In the history of space as such, on the other hand, the historical and diachronic realms and the generative past are forever leaving their inscriptions upon the writing tablet, so to speak, of space. The uncertain traces left by events are not the only marks on, or in, space. Society in its actuality also deposits its script, the result and product of social activities. Time has more than one writing system. The space engendered by time is always actual and synchronic, and it always presents itself as of a piece. Its component parts are bound together by internal links and connections themselves produced by time. Let us consider a primary aspect, the simplest perhaps, of the history of space as it proceeds from nature to abstraction. Imagine a time when each people that had managed to measure space had its own units of measurement, usually borrowed from the parts of the body, thumbs breadths, cubits, feet, palms, and so on. The spaces of one group, like their measures of duration, must have been unfathomable to all others. A mutual interference occurs here between natural peculiarities of space and the peculiar nature of a given human group. But how extraordinary to think that the body should have been part and parcel of so idiosyncratically gauged a space. The body's relationship to space, a social relationship of an importance quite misapprehended in later times, still retained in those early days an immediacy which would subsequently degenerate and be lost. Space, along with the way it was measured and spoken of, still held up to all the members of a society an image and a living reflection of their own bodies. The adoption of another people's gods always entails the adoption of their space and system of measurement. Thus the erection of the Pantheon in Rome pointed not only to a comprehension of conquered gods but also to a comprehension of spaces now subordinate to the master space, as it were, of the empire and the world. The status of space and its measurement has changed only very slowly, indeed the process is still far from complete. Even in France, cradle of the metric system, odd customary measures are still used when it comes, for example, to garment or shoe sizes. As every French schoolchild knows, a revolution occurred with the imposition of the abstract generality of the decimal system, yet we continue to make use of the duodecimal system in dealing with time, cycles, graphs, circumferences, spheres, and so on. Fluctuations in the use of measures, and thus in representations of space, parallel general history and indicate the direction it has taken, to wit, its trend towards the quantitative, towards homogeneity and towards the elimination of the body, which has had to seek refuge in art. 8. As a way of approaching the history of space in a more concrete fashion, let us now for a moment examine the ideas of the nation and of nationalism. How is the nation to be defined? Some people, most, in fact, define it as a sort of substance which has sprung up from nature, or more specifically from a territory with natural borders, and grown to maturity within historical time. The nation is thus endowed with a consistent reality which is perhaps more definitive than well defined. This thesis, because it justifies both the bourgeoisie's national state and its general attitude, certainly suits that class's purposes when it promotes patriotism and even absolute nationalism as natural and hence eternal truths. Under the influence of Stalinism, Marxist thought has been known to endorse the same or a very similar position, with a dose of historicism thrown in for good measure. There are other theorists, however, who maintain that the nation and nationalism are merely ideological constructs. Rather than a substantial reality or a body corporate, the nation is on this view scarcely more than a fiction projected by the bourgeoisie onto its own historical conditions and origins, to begin with as a way of magnifying these in imaginary fashion, and later on as a way of masking class contradictions and seducing the working class into an illusory national solidarity. It is easy, on the basis of this hypothesis, to reduce national and regional questions to linguistic and cultural ones, that is to say, to matters of secondary importance. We are thus led to a kind of abstract internationalism. Both of these approaches to the question of the nation, the argument from nature and the argument from ideology, leave space out of the picture. The concepts used in both cases are developed in a mental space which thought eventually identifies with real space, with the space of social and political practice, even though the latter is really no more than a representation of the former, a representation itself subordinate to a specific representation of historical time. When considered in relationship to space, the nation may be seen to have two moments or conditions. First, nationhood implies the existence of a market gradually built up over a historical period of varying length. Such a market is a complex ensemble of commercial relations and communication networks. It subordinates local or regional markets to the national one, and thus must have a hierarchy of levels. The social, economic, and political development of a national market has been somewhat different in character in places where the towns came very early on to dominate the country, as compared with places where the towns grew up on a pre-existing peasant, rural and feudal foundation. The outcome, however, is much the same everywhere, a focused space embodying a hierarchy of centers, commercial centers for the most part, but also religious ones, cultural ones, and so on, and a main center, i.e. the national capital. Secondly, nationhood implies violence, the violence of a military state, be it feudal, bourgeois, imperialist, or some other variety. It implies, in other words, a political power controlling and exploiting the resources of the market or the growth of the productive forces in order to maintain and further its rule. We have yet to ascertain the exact relationship between spontaneous economic growth on the one hand and violence on the other, as well as their precise respective effects, but our hypothesis does affirm that these two moments indeed combine forces and produce a space, the space of the nation-state. Such a state cannot therefore be defined in terms of a substantive legal person or in terms of a pure ideological fiction or a specular center. Yet to be evaluated, too, are the connections between national spaces of this kind and the world market, imperialism and its strategies, and the operational spheres of multinational corporations. Let us now turn to a very general view of our subject. Producing an object invariably involves the modification of a raw material by the application to it of an appropriate knowledge, a technical procedure, an effort, and a repeated gesture, labor. The raw material comes, whether directly or indirectly, from nature, wood, wool, cotton, silk, stone, metal. Over the centuries, more and more sophisticated, and hence less and less natural materials have replaced substances obtained directly from nature. The importance of technical and scientific mediation has increased constantly. One only has to think of concrete, of man-made fibers, or of plastics. It is true, nonetheless, that many of the earliest materials, such as wool, cotton, brick, and stone, are still with us. The object produced often bears traces of the material and time that have gone into its production, clues to the operations that have modified the raw material used. This makes it possible for us to reconstruct those operations. The fact remains, however, that productive operations tend in the main to cover their tracks. Some even have this as their prime goal: polishing, staining, facing, plastering, and so on. When construction is completed, the scaffolding is taken down. Likewise, the fate of an author's rough draft is to be torn up and tossed away, while for a painter the distinction between a study and a painting is a very clear one. It is for reasons such as these that products, and even works, are further characterized by their tendency to detach themselves from productive labor. So much so, in fact, that productive labor is sometimes forgotten altogether, and it is this forgetfulness, or, as a philosopher might say, this mystification, that makes possible the fetishism of commodities, the fact that commodities imply certain social relationships whose misapprehension they also ensure. It is never easy to get back from the object, product or work, to the activity that produced and/or created it. It is the only way, however, to illuminate the object's nature, or, if you will, the object's relationship to nature, and reconstitute the process of its genesis and the development of its meaning. All other ways of proceeding can succeed only in constructing an abstract object, a model. It is not sufficient, in any case, merely to bring out an object's structure and to understand that structure. We need to generate an object in its entirety, that is, to reproduce, by and in thought, that object's forms, structures and functions. How does one, where one designates any subject, perceive a picture, a landscape, or a monument? Perception naturally depends on the subject. A peasant does not perceive his landscape in the same way as industrial landscapes, and finally urban spatiality, for this would simply leave all transitions out of the picture. Inasmuch as the quest for the relevant productive capacity or creative process leads us in many cases to political power, there arises the question of how such power is exercised. Does it merely command, or does it demand also? What is the nature of its relationship to the groups subordinate to it, which are themselves demanders, sometimes also commanders, and invariably participants? This is a historical problem, that of all cities, all monuments, all landscapes. The analysis of any space brings us up against the dialectical relationship between demand and command, along with its attendant questions: who, for whom, by whose agency, why and how. If and when this dialectical, and hence conflictual, relationship ceases to obtain, if demand were to outlive command, or vice versa, the history of space must come to an end. The same goes for the capacity to create, without a doubt. The production of space might proceed, but solely according to the dictates of power, production without creation, mere reproduction. But is it really possible for us to envision an end to demand? Suffice it to say that silence is not the same thing as quietus. What we are concerned with, then, is the long history of space, even though space is neither a subject nor an object but rather a social reality, that is to say, a set of relations and forms. This history is to be distinguished from an inventory of things in space, or what has recently been called material culture or civilization, as also from ideas and discourse about space. It must account for both representational spaces and representations of space, but above all for their interrelationships and their links with social practice. The history of space thus has its place between anthropology and political economy. The nomenclature, description, and classification of objects certainly has a contribution to make to traditional history, especially when the historian is concerned with the ordinary objects of daily life, with types of food, kitchen utensils, and the preparation and presentation of meals, with clothing, or with the building of houses and the materials and materiel it calls for. But everyday life also figures in representational spaces, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that it forms such spaces. As for representations of space, and of time, they are part of the history of ideologies, provided that the concept of ideology is not restricted, as it too often is, to the ideologies of the philosophers and of the ruling classes, or, in other words, to the noble ideas of philosophy, religion, and ethics. A history of space would explain the development, and hence the temporal conditions, of those realities which some geographers call networks and which are subordinated to the frameworks of politics. The history of space does not have to choose between processes and structures, change and invariability, events and institutions. Its periodizations, moreover, will differ from generally accepted ones. Naturally, the history of space should not be distanced in any way from the history of time, a history clearly distinct from all philosophical theories of time in general. The departure point for this history of space is not to be found in geographical descriptions of natural space, but rather in the study of natural rhythms, and of the modification of those rhythms and their inscription in space by means of human actions, especially work-related actions. It begins, then, with the spatio-temporal rhythms of nature as transformed by a social practice. The first determinants to consider will be anthropological ones, necessarily bound up with the elementary forms of the appropriation of nature, numbers, oppositions, and symmetries, images of the world, myths. Point 6. In dealing with these elaborated forms, it is often hard to separate knowledge from symbolism, practice from theory, or denotation from connotation. In the rhetorical sense, the same goes for the distinctions between spatial arrangements, subdivision, spacing, and spatial interpretations, representations of space, and between the activities of partial groups, family, tribe, etc., and those of global societies. At the most primitive level, behind or beneath these elaborate forms, lie the very earliest demarcations and orienting markers of hunters, herders, and nomads, which would eventually be memorized, designated, and invested with symbolism. Thus mental and social activity impose their own meshwork upon nature's space, upon the Heraclitan flux of spontaneous phenomena, upon that chaos which precedes the advent of the body. They set up an order which, as we shall see, coincides, but only up to a point, with the order of words. Traversed now by pathways and patterned by networks, natural space changes. One might say that practical activity writes upon nature, albeit in a scrawling hand, and that this writing implies a particular representation of space. Places are marked, noted, named. Between them, within the holes in the net, are blank, or marginal spaces. Besides holtzwedge or woodland paths, there are paths through fields and pastures. Paths are more important than the traffic they bear, because they are what endures in the form of the reticular patterns left by animals, both wild and domestic, and by people, in and around the houses of village or small town, as in the town's immediate environs. Always distinct and dearly indicated, such traces embody the values assigned to particular routes: danger, safety, waiting, promise. This graphic aspect, which was obviously not apparent to the original actors but which becomes quite dear with the aid of modern-day cartography, has more in common with a spider's web than with a drawing or plan. Could it be called a text, or a message? Possibly, but the analogy would serve no particularly useful purpose, and it would make more sense to speak of texture rather than of texts in this connection. Similarly, it is helpful to think of architectures as architectures, to treat each monument or building, viewed in its surroundings and context, in the populated area and associated networks in which it is set down, as part of a particular production of space. Whether this approach can help clarify spatial practice is a question to which we shall be returning. Time and space are not separable within a texture so conceived. Space implies time, and vice versa. These networks are not closed, but open on all sides to the strange and the foreign, to the threatening and the propitious, to friend and foe. As a matter of fact, the abstract distinction between open and closed does not really apply here. What modes of existence do these paths assume at those times when they are not being actualized through practice, when they enter into representational spaces? Are they perceived as lying within nature or as outside it? The answer is neither, for at such times people animate these paths and roads, networks, and itineraries, through accounts of mythical presences, genies, and good or evil spirits, which are conceived of as having a concrete existence. There is doubtless no such thing as a myth or symbol unassociated with a mythical or symbolic space which is also determined by practice. It is certainly not impossible, moreover, that such anthropological determinants, carried down through the centuries by a particular group, perhaps abandoned only to be taken up once more, displaced or transferred, should have survived into the present. On the other hand, careful investigation is called for before any conclusions can possibly be drawn about structural invariability or patterns of repetition and reproduction. Let us turn with this in mind to the case of Florence. In 1172 the Commune of Florence reorganized its urban space in response to the growth of the town, its traffic, and its jurisdiction. This was an undertaking of global intent, not a matter of separate architectural projects each having its own repercussions on the city. It included a town square, wharves, bridges and roads. The historian can fairly easily trace the interplay of command and demand in this instance. The demanders were those people who wished to benefit from the protections and advantages, including an improved enceinte, that the city could vouchsafe them. The command aspect stemmed from an ambitious authority, with the wherewithal to back up its ambitions. The Roman walls were abandoned, and the 4 existing city gates were replaced by 6 main gates and 4 secondary ones on the right bank of the Arno, and 3 more in the Oltre-Arno, which was now incorporated into the city. The urban space thus produced had the form of a symbolic flower, the rose de Vence or compass card. Its configuration was thus in accord with an imago mundi, but the historian of space ought not to attribute the same degree of importance to this representational space, which originated in a far distant and far different place, as he does to the upheavals which were simultaneously transforming the Contado or Tuscan countryside and its relationship to its center, namely Florence, giving rise in the process to a new representation of space. The fact is that what was anthropologically essential in ancient times can become purely tangential in the course of history. Anthropological factors enter history as material, apt to be treated variously according to the circumstances, conjunctures, available resources, and material used. 8 The process of historical change, which entails all kinds of displacements, substitutions, and transfers, subordinates both materials and material. In Tuscany we have a period of transition from a representational space, an image of the world, to a representation of space, namely perspective. This allows us to date an important event in the history under consideration. The history of space will begin at the point where anthropological factors lose their supremacy and end with the advent of a production of space which is expressly industrial in nature, a space in which reproducibility, repetition, and the reproduction of social relationships are deliberately given precedence over works, over natural reproduction, over nature itself and over natural time. This area of study overlaps with no other. It is clearly circumscribed, for this history has a beginning and an end, a prehistory and a post-history. In prehistory, nature dominates social space, in post-history, a localized nature recedes. Thus demarcated, the history of space is indispensable. Neither its beginning nor its end can be dated in the sense in which traditional historiography dates events. The beginning alone took up a period traces of which remain even now in our houses, villages, and towns. In the course of this process, which may be properly referred to as historical, certain abstract relations were established, exchange value became general, first thanks to silver and gold, i.e. their functions, then thanks to capital. These abstractions, which are social relations implying forms, become tangible in 2 ways. In the first place, the instrument and general equivalent of exchange value, namely money, takes on concrete form in coins, in pieces of money. Secondly, the commercial relations which the use of money presupposes and induces attain social existence only once they are projected onto the terrain in the shape of relational networks, communications, markets, and of hierarchically organized centers, towns. It must be presumed that in each period a certain balance is established between the centers, i.e. the functioning of each one, and the whole. One might therefore quite reasonably speak here of systems, urban, commercial, etc., but this is really only a minor aspect, an implication and consequence of that fundamental activity which is the production of space. With the 20th century, we are generally supposed to have entered the modern era. Despite, and because of, their familiarity, however, such crude terms as century, modern and modernity serve to conceal more than one paradox. these notions are in fact in urgent need of analysis and refinement. So far as space is concerned, decisive changes occurred at this juncture which are effectively obscured by invariant, surviving or stagnant elements, especially on the plane of representational space. Consider the house, the dwelling. In the cities, and even more so in the urban fabric which proliferates around the cities precisely because of their disintegration, the house has a merely historico-poetic reality rooted in folklore, or, to put the best face on it, in ethnology. This memory, however, has an obsessive quality. It persists in art, poetry, drama, and philosophy. What is more, it runs through the terrible urban reality which the 20th century has instituted, embellishing it with a nostalgic aura while also suffusing the work of its critics. Thus both Heidegger's and Bachelard's writings, the importance and influence of which are beyond question, deal with this idea in a most emotional and indeed moving way. The dwelling passes everywhere for a special, still sacred, quasi-religious, and in fact almost absolute space. With his Poetics of Space and Topophilia, Bachelard links representational spaces, which he travels through as he dreams, and which he distinguishes from representations of space, as developed by science, with this intimate and absolute space. 9 The contents of the house have an almost ontological dignity in Bachelard. Drawers, chests, and cabinets are not far removed from their natural analogues, as perceived by the philosopher-poet, namely the basic figures of nest, shell, corner, roundness, and so on. In the background, so to speak, stands nature, maternal if not uterine. The house is as much cosmic as it is human. From cellar to attic, from foundations to roof, it has a density at once dreamy and rational, earthly and celestial. The relationship between home and ego, meanwhile, borders on identity. The shell, a secret and directly experienced space, for Bachelard epitomizes the virtues of human space. As for Heidegger's ontology, his notion of building as close to thinking, and his scheme according to which the dwelling stands opposed to a wandering existence but is perhaps destined one day to ally with it in order to welcome in being, this ontology refers to things and non-things which are also far from us now precisely inasmuch as they are close to nature, the jug, 10 the peasant house of the Black Forest, 11 the Greek temple. 12 and yet space, the woods, the track, is nothing more and nothing other than being there, than beings, than Dasein. And, even if Heidegger asks questions about its origin, even if he poses historical questions in this connection, there can be no doubt about the main thrust of his thinking here. Time counts for more than space, being has a history, and history is nothing but the history of being, which he envisages as a causing to appear, a process of emergence which brings a thing forth as a thing now present amidst other already present things. Such quasi-tautological propositions add little to Heidegger's admirable if enigmatic formulation according to which dwelling is the basic character of being in keeping with which mortals exist. 13 Language for Heidegger, meantime, is simply the dwelling of being. This obsession with absolute space presents obstacles on every side to the kind of history that we have been discussing, the history of space I the space of history, representations of space I representational space. It pushes us back towards a purely descriptive understanding, for it stands opposed to any analytic approach and even more to any global account of the generative process in which we are interested. More than one specific and partial discipline has sought to defend this stance, notably anthropology, whose aims may readily be gauged from the qualifiers so often assigned to it, cultural, structural, etc. It is from motives of this sort that anthropology lays hold of notions derived from the study of village life, usually the Barora or Dogon village, but occasionally the Proven, or Alsatian one, or from the consideration of traditional dwellings, and, by transposing and or extrapolating them, applies these notions to the modern world. How is it that such notions can be transferred in this way and still retain any meaning at all? There are a number of reasons, but the principal one is nostalgia. Consider the number of people, particularly young people, who flee the modern world, the difficult life of the cities, and seek refuge in the country, in folk traditions, in arts and crafts, or in anachronistic small-scale farming. Or the number of tourists who escape into an elitist, or would-be elitist, existence in underdeveloped countries, including those bordering the Mediterranean. Mass migrations of tourist hordes into rustic or urban areas which their descent only helps to destroy, woe unto Venice and Florence, are a manifestation of a major spatial contradiction of modernity. Here we see space being consumed in both the economic and the literal senses of the word. The modern world's brutal liquidation of history and of the past proceeds in a very uneven manner. In some cases entire countries, certain Islamic countries, for example, are seeking to slow down industrialization so as to preserve their traditional homes, customs, and representational spaces from the buffeting of industrial space and industrial representations of space. There are other, very modern, nations. Unchanged, along with the customs and representations which go along with them. In Japan, for instance, which is a hyper-industrialized and hyper-urbanized nation, traditional living quarters, daily life, and representational spaces survive intact, and this not in any merely folkloric sense, not as relics, not as stage management for tourists, not as consumption of the cultural past, but indeed as immediate practical reality. This intrigues visitors, frustrates Japanese modernizers and technocrats, and delights humanists. There is an echo here, albeit a distant one, of the West's infatuation with village life and rustic homesteads. This kind of perseveration is what makes Amos Rappaport's book on the anthropology of the home so interesting. 14. The traditional peasant house of the Perigord is indeed just as worthy of study as those anthropological loci classici, the Eskimo's igloo and the Kenyan's hut. The limitations of anthropology are nonetheless on display here, and indeed they leap off the page when the author seeks to establish the general validity of reductionistic schemata based on a binary opposition, i.e. does the dwelling strengthen or does it reduce domesticity? And goes so far as to assert that French people always entertain in cafes rather than at home. 15. Much as they might like to, anthropologists cannot hide the fact that the space and tendencies of modernity, i.e. of modern capitalism, will never be discovered either in Kenya or among French or any other peasants. To put studies such as these forward as of great importance in this connection is to avoid reality, to sabotage the search for knowledge, and to turn one's back on the actual problematic of space. If we are to come to grips with this problematic, instead of turning to ethnology, ethnography or anthropology, we must address our attention to the modern world itself, with its dual aspect, capitalism, modernity. Which makes it so hard to discern clearly. The raw material of the production of space is not, as in the case of particular objects, a particular material, it is rather nature itself, nature transformed into a product, rudely manipulated, now threatened in its very existence, probably ruined and certainly, and most paradoxically, localized. It might be asked at this juncture if there is any way of dating what might be called the moment of emergence of an awareness of space and its production, when and where, why and how, did a neglected knoll, which he envisages as a causing to appear, a process of emergence which brings a thing forth as a thing now present amidst other already present things. Such quasi-tautological propositions add little to Heidegger's admirable if enigmatic formulation according to which dwelling is the basic character of being in keeping with which mortals exist. 13. Language for Heidegger, meantime, is simply the dwelling of being. This obsession with absolute space presents obstacles on every side to the kind of history that we have been discussing, the history of space I the space of history, representations of space I representational space. It pushes us back towards a purely descriptive understanding, for it stands opposed to any analytic approach and even more to any global account of the generative process in which we are interested. More than one specific and partial discipline has sought to defend this stance, notably anthropology, whose aims may readily be gauged from the qualifiers so often assigned to it, cultural, structural, etc. It is from motives of this sort that anthropology lays hold of notions derived from the study of village life, usually the Bororo or Dogon village, but occasionally the proven or Alsatian one, or from the consideration of traditional dwellings, and, by transposing and / or extrapolating them, applies these notions to the modern world. How is it that such notions can be transferred in this way and still retain any meaning at all? There are a number of reasons, but the principal one is nostalgia. Consider the number of people, particularly young people, who flee the modern world, the difficult life of the cities, and seek refuge in the country, in folk traditions, in arts and crafts, or in anachronistic small-scale farming. Or the number of tourists who escape into an elitist, or would-be elitist, existence in underdeveloped countries, including those bordering the Mediterranean. Mass migrations of tourist hordes into rustic or urban areas which their descent only helps to destroy, woe unto Venice and Florence, are a manifestation of a major spatial contradiction of modernity. Here we see space being consumed in both the economic and the literal senses of the word. The modern world's brutal liquidation of history and of the past proceeds in a very uneven manner. In some cases entire countries, certain Islamic countries, for example, are seeking to slow down industrialization so as to preserve their traditional homes, customs, and representational spaces from the bulletin fitting of industrial space and industrial representations of space. There are other, very modern, nations. Unchanged, along with the customs and representations which go along with them. In Japan, for instance, which is a hyper-industrialized and hyper-urbanized nation, traditional living quarters, daily life, and representational spaces survive intact, and this not in any merely folkloric sense, not as relics, not as stage management for tourists, not as consumption of the cultural past, but indeed as immediate practical reality. This intrigues visitors, frustrates Japanese modernizers and technocrats, and delights humanists. There is an echo here, albeit a distant one, of the West's infatuation with village life and rustic homesteads. This kind of perseveration is what makes Amos Rappaport's book on the anthropology of the home so interesting. Point 1 For the traditional peasant house of the Perigord is indeed just as worthy of study as those anthropological loci classici, the Eskimo's igloo and the Kenyan's hut. The limitations of anthropology are nonetheless on display here, and indeed they leap off the page when the author seeks to establish the general validity of reductionistic schemata based on a binary opposition, i.e. does the dwelling strengthen or does it reduce domesticity? And goes so far as to assert that French people always entertain in cafes rather than at home. 15. Much as they might like to, anthropologists cannot hide the fact that the space and tendencies of modernity, i.e. of modern capitalism, will never be discovered either in Kenya or among French or any other peasants. To put studies such as these forward as of great importance in this connection is to avoid reality, to sabotage the search for knowledge, and to turn one's back on the actual problematic of space. If we are to come to grips with this problematic, instead of turning to ethnology, ethnography or anthropology, we must address our attention to the modern world itself, with its dual aspect, capitalism, modernity. Which makes it so hard to discern clearly. The raw material of the production of space is not, as in the case of particular objects, a particular material, it is rather nature itself, nature transformed into a product, rudely manipulated, now threatened in its very existence, probably ruined and certainly, and most paradoxically, localized. It might be asked at this juncture if there is any way of dating what might be called the moment of emergence of an awareness of space and its production, when and where, why and how, did a neglected edge and a misconstrued reality begin to be recognized. It so happens that this emergence can indeed be fixed, it is to be found in the historic role of the Bauhaus. Our critical analysis will touch on this movement at several points. For the Bauhaus did more than locate space in its real context or supply a new perspective on it, it developed a new conception, a global concept, of space. At that time, around 1920, just after the First World War, a link was discovered in the advanced countries, France, Germany, Russia, the United States, a link which had already been dealt with on the practical plane but which had not yet been rationally articulated, that between industrialization and urbanization, between workplaces and dwelling places. No sooner had this link been incorporated into theoretical thought than it turned into a project, even into a program. The curious thing is that this programmatic stance was looked upon at the time as both rational and revolutionary, although in reality it was tailor-made for the state, whether of the state capitalist or the state socialist variety. Later, of course, this would become obvious. A truism. For Gropius or for Le Corbusier, the program boiled down to the production of space. As Paul Klee put it, artists, painters, sculptors, or architects, do not show space, they create it. The Bauhaus people understood that things could not be created independently of each other in space, whether movable, furniture, or fixed, buildings, without taking into account their interrelationships and their relationship to the whole. It was impossible simply to accumulate them as a mass, aggregate, or collection of items. In the context of the productive forces, the technological means and the specific problems of the modern world, things and objects could now be produced in their relationships, along with their relationships. Formerly, artistic ensembles, monuments, towns, furnishings, had been created by a variety of artists according to subjective criteria, the taste of princes, the intelligence of rich patrons or the genius of the artists themselves. Architects had thus built palaces designed to house specific objects, furniture, associated with an aristocratic mode of life, and, alongside them, squares for the people and monuments for social institutions. The resulting whole might constitute a space with a particular style, often even a dazzling style, but it was still a space never rationally defined warehouse which came into being and disappeared for no clear reason. As he considered the past and viewed it in the light of the present, Gropius sensed that henceforward social practice was destined to change. The production of spatial ensembles as such corresponded to the capacity of the productive forces, and hence to a specific rationality. It was thus no longer a question of introducing forms, functions or structures in isolation, but rather one of mastering global space by bringing forms, functions and structures together in accordance with a unitary conception. This insight confirmed after its fashion an idea of Marx's, the idea that industry has the power to open before our eyes the book of the creative capacities of man, i.e., of social being. The Bauhaus group, as artists associated in order to advance the total project of a total art, discovered, along with Klee, 16 that an observer could move around any object in social space, including such objects as houses, public buildings, and palaces, and in so doing go beyond scrutinizing or studying it under a single or special aspect. Space opened up to perception, to conceptualization, just as it did to practical action. And the artist passed from objects in space to the concept of space itself. Avant-garde painters of the same period reached very similar conclusions. All aspects of an object could be considered simultaneously, and this simultaneity preserved and summarized a temporal sequence. This had several consequences. 1. A new consciousness of space emerged whereby space, an object in its surroundings, was explored, sometimes by deliberately reducing it to its outline or plan and to the flat surface of the canvas, and sometimes, by contrast, by breaking up and rotating planes, so as to constitute depth of space in the picture plane. This gave rise to a very specific dialectic. 2. The far, aid, as face directed towards the observer and as privileged side or aspect of a work of art or a monument disappeared. Fascism, however, placed an increased emphasis on aids, thus opting for total spectacularization as early as the 1920s. 3. Global space established itself in the abstract as a void waiting to be filled, as a medium waiting to be colonized. How this could be done was a problem solved only later by the social practice of capitalism. Eventually, however, this space would come to be filled by commercial images, signs, and objects. This development would in turn result in the advent of the pseudo-concept of the environment, which begs the question, the environment of whom or of what. The historian of space who is concerned with modernity may quite confidently affirm the historic role of the Bauhaus. By the 1920s the great philosophical systems had been left behind, and, aside from the investigations of mathematics and physics, all thinking about space and time was bound up with social practice, more precisely, with industrial practice, and with architectural and urbanistic research. This transition from philosophical abstraction to the analysis of social practice is worth stressing. While it was going on, those responsible for it, the Bauhaus Group and others, believed that they were more than innovators, that they were in fact revolutionaries. With the benefit of 50 years of hindsight, it is clear that such a claim cannot legitimately be made for anyone in that period except for the Dadaists, and, with a number of reservations, a few surrealists. It is easy enough to establish the historic role of the Bauhaus, but not so easy to assess the breadth and limits of this role. Did it cause or justify a change of aesthetic perspective, or was it merely a symptom of a change in social practice? More likely the latter, pace most historians of art and architecture. When it comes to the question of what the Bauhaus audacity produced in the long run, one is obliged to answer, the worldwide, homogeneous and monotonous architecture of the state, whether capitalist or socialist. How and why did this happen? If there is such a thing as the history of space, if space may indeed be said to be specified on the basis of historical periods, societies, modes of production and relations of production, then there is such a thing as a space characteristic of capitalism, that is, characteristic of that society which is run and dominated by the bourgeoisie. It is certainly arguable that the writings and works of the Bauhaus, of Mies van der Rohe among others, outlined, formulated and helped realize that particular space, the fact that the Bauhaus sought to be and proclaimed itself to be revolutionary notwithstanding. We shall have occasion to discuss this irony of history at some length later on. Point 17. The first initiative taken towards the development of a history of space was Siegfried Gideon's. Point 18. Gideon kept his distance from practice but worked out the theoretical object of any such history in some detail. He put space, and not some creative genius, not the spirit of the times, and not even technological progress, at the center of history as he conceived it. According to Gideon, there have been three successive periods. During the first of these, ancient Egypt and Greece, architectural volumes were conceived and realized in the context of their social relationships, and hence from without. The Roman Pantheon illustrates a second conception, under which the interior space of the monument became paramount. Our own period, by contrast, supposedly seeks to surmount the exterior-interior dichotomy by grasping an interaction or unity between these two spatial aspects. Actually, Gideon succeeds here only in inverting the reality of social space. The fact is that the Pantheon, as an image of the world or mundus, is an opening to the light, the imago mundi, the interior hemisphere or dome, symbolizes this exterior. As for the Greek temple, it encloses a sacred and consecrated space, the space of a localized divinity and of a divine locality, and the political center of th city. 19. The source of such confusion is to be found in an initial error of Gideon's, echoes of which occur throughout his work. He posits a pre-existing space, Euclidean space, in which all human emotions and expectations proceed to invest themselves and make themselves tangible. The spiritualism latent in this philosophy of space emerges clearly in Gideon's later work The Eternal Present. Point 20. Gideon was indeed never able to free himself from a naive oscillation between the geometrical and the spiritualistic. A further problem was that he failed to separate the history he was developing from the history of art and architecture, although the two are certainly quite different. The idea that space is essentially empty but comes to be occupied by visual messages also limits the thinking of Bruno Zevi. Point 21. Zevi holds that a geometrical space is animated by the gestures and actions of those who inhabit it. He reminds us, in a most timely manner, of the basic fact that every building has an interior as well as an exterior. This means that there is an architectural space defined by the inside-outside relationship, a space which is a tool for the architect in his social action. The remarkable thing here, surely, is that it should be necessary to recall this duality several decades after the Bauhaus, and in Italy to boot, supposedly the birthplace of architecture. We are obliged to conclude that the critical analysis of the Fa8 mentioned above has simply never taken hold, and that space has remained strictly visual, entirely subordinate to a logic of visualization. Zevi considers that the visual conception of space rests upon a bodily, gestural, component which the trained eye of the expert observer must take into account. Zevi's book brings this lived aspect of spatial experience, which thanks to its corporal nature has the capacity to incarnate, into the realm of knowledge, and hence of consciousness, without ever entertaining the idea that such a bodily component of optical, geometrico-visual, space might put the priority of consciousness itself into question. He does not appear to understand the implications of his findings beyond the pedagogical sphere, beyond the training of architects and the education of connoisseurs, and he certainly does not pursue the matter on a theoretical level. In the absence of a viewer with an acquired mastery of space, how could any space be adjudged beautiful or ugly, asks Zevi, and how could this aesthetic yardstick attain its primordial value? To answer one question with another, how could a constructed space subjugate or repel otherwise than through use? 22. Contributions such as those of Gideon and Zevi undoubtedly have a place in the development of a history of space, but they herald that history without helping to institute it. They serve to point up its problems, and they blaze the trail. They do not tackle the tasks that still await the history of space proper, to show up the growing ascendancy of the abstract and the visual, as well as the internal connection between them, and to expose the genesis and meaning of the logic of the visual. That is, to expose the strategy implied in such a logic in light of the fact that any particular logic of this kind is always merely a deceptive name for a strategy. 9. Historical materialism will be so far extended and borne out by a history so conceived that it will undergo a serious transformation. Its objectivity will be deepened inasmuch as it will come to bear no longer solely upon the production of things and works, and upon the dual history of that production, but will reach out to take in space and time and, using nature as its raw material, broaden the concept of production so as to include the production of space as a process whose product, space itself, embraces both things, goods, objects, and works. The outline of history, its compendium and index, is not to be found merely in philosophies, but also beyond philosophy, in that production which embraces concrete and abstract, historicizing both instead of leaving them in the sphere of philosophical absolutes. Likewise, history is thus thoroughly relativized instead of being made into a substitute metaphysics or ontology of becoming. This gives real meaning to the distinctions between prehistorical, historical, and post-historical. Thus the properly historical period of the history of space corresponds to the accumulation of capital, beginning with its primitive stage and ending with the world market under the reign of abstraction. As for dialectical materialism, it also is amplified, verified, and transformed. New dialectics make their appearance, work versus product, repetition versus difference, and so on. The dialectical movement, imminent to the division of labor, becomes more complex when viewed in the light of an exposition of the relationship between productive activity, both global labor, i.e. social labor, and divided or parceled out labor, and a specific product, unique in that it is also itself a tool, namely, space. The alleged reality of space as natural substance and its alleged unreality as transparency are simultaneously exploded by this advance in our thinking. Space still appears as reality inasmuch as it is the milieu of accumulation, of growth, of commodities, of money, of capital, but this reality loses its substantial and autonomous aspect once its development, i.e. its production, is traced. There is one question which has remained open in the past because it has never been asked: what exactly is the mode of existence of social relationships? Are they substantial, natural, or formally abstract? The study of space offers an answer according to which the social relations of production have a social existence to the extent that they have a spatial existence. They project themselves into a space, becoming inscribed there, and in the process producing that space itself. Failing this, these relations would remain in the realm of pure abstraction, that is to say, in the realm of representations and hence of ideology, the realm of verbalism, verbiage and empty words. Space itself, at once a product of the capitalist mode of production and an economico-political instrument of the bourgeoisie, will now be seen to embody its own contradictions. The dialectic thus emerges from time and actualizes itself, operating now, in an unforeseen manner, in space. The contradictions of space, without abolishing the contradictions which arise from historical time, leave history behind and transport those old contradictions, in a worldwide simultaneity, onto a higher level. There some of them are blunted, others exacerbated, as this contradictory whole takes on a new meaning and comes to designate something else, another mode of production. X. Not everything has been said, far from it, about the inscription of time in space, that is, about the temporal process which gives rise to, which produces, the spatial dimension, whether we are concerned with bodies, with society, with the universe or with the world. Philosophy has left us but the poorest of indications here. The world is described as a sequence of ill-defined events occurring in the shadows. The cosmos amounts to a luminous simultaneity. Heraclitus and his followers propose an ever-new universal flux which carries beings along and in which all stability is merely appearance. For the Eleatics, on the other hand, only stability constitutes the real world and renders it intelligible, so that any change is merely appearance. Hence the absolute primacy of now difference, always and continually and tragically, the new, now a repetition, always and everywhere, and comically, the same thing over and over again. For some, then, space means decline, ruin, a slipping out of time as time itself slips out of eternal being. As a conglomeration of things, space separates, disperses, and shatters unity, enveloping the finite and concealing its finiteness. For others, by contrast, space is the cradle, birthplace, and medium of nature's communications and commerce with society, thus it is always fertile, always full of antagonisms and or harmonies. It is surely a little explored view of time and space which proposes that time's self-actualization in space develops from a kernel, i.e. from a relative and not an absolute origin, that this actualizing process is liable to run into difficulties, to halt for rest and recuperation, that it may even at such moments turn in upon itself, upon its own inner uniqueness as both recourse and resource, before starting up again and continuing until it reaches its point of exhaustion. Feedback, to the extent that it played any part at all in such a view of things, would not set in motion a system appropriate to the moment, rather, it would establish synchrony with that diachronic unity which never disappears from any living being. As for time's aforementioned inner resources, and fundamental availability, these stem from the real origins. 11. I have already ventured a few statements concerning the relations between language and space. It is not certain that systems of nonverbal signs answer to the same concepts and categories as verbal systems, or even that they are properly systems at all, since their elements and moments are related more by contiguity and similarity than by any coherent systematization. The question, however, is still an open one. It is true that parts of space, like parts of discourse, are articulated in terms of reciprocal inclusions and exclusions. In language as in space, there is a before and an after, while the present dominates both past and future. The following, therefore, are perfectly legitimate questions. 1. Do the spaces formed by practico-social activity, whether landscapes, monuments or buildings, have meaning? 2. Can the space occupied by a social group or several such groups be treated as a message? 3. Ought we to look upon architectural or urbanistic works as a type of mass medium, albeit an unusual one? May 4. A social space viably be conceived of as a language or discourse, dependent upon a determinate practice, reading/writing? The answer to the first question must, obviously, be yes. The second calls for a more ambiguous yes and no. Spaces contain messages, but can they be reduced to messages? It is tempting to reply that they imply more than that they embody functions, forms and structures quite unconnected with discourse. This is an issue that calls for careful scrutiny. As for the third and fourth questions, our replies will have to include the most serious reservations, and we shall be returning to them later. We can be sure, at any rate, that an understanding of language and of verbal and nonverbal systems of signs will be of great utility in any attempt to understand space. There was once a tendency to study each fragment or element of space separately, seeking to relate it to its own particular past, a tendency to proceed, as it were, etymologically. Today, on the other hand, the preferred objects of study are ensembles, configurations, or textures. The result is an extreme formalism, a fetishization of consistency in knowledge and of coherence in practice, a cult, in short, of words. This trend has even generated the claim that discourse and thought have nothing to express but themselves, a position which leaves us with no truth, but merely with meaning, with room for textual work, and such work only. Here, however, the theory of space has something to contribute. Every language is located in a space. Every discourse says something about a space, places or sets of places, and every discourse is emitted from a space. Distinctions must be drawn between discourse in space, discourse about space and the discourse of space. There are thus relationships between language and space which are to a greater or lesser extent misconstrued or disregarded. There is doubtless no such thing as a true space, as once postulated by classical philosophy and indeed still postulated by that philosophy's continuation, namely epistemology and the scientific criteria it promotes. But there is certainly such a thing as a truth of space which embodies the movement of critical theory without being reducible to it. Human beings, why do we persist in saying man? Are in space, they cannot absent themselves from it, nor do they allow themselves to be excluded from it. Apart from what it remarks in relation to space, discourse is nothing more than a lethal void, mere verbiage. The analogy between the theory of space, and of its production, and the theory of language, and of its production, can only be carried so far. The theory of space describes and analyses textures. As we shall see, the straight line, the curve or curved line, the check or draftboard pattern and the radial-concentric, center versus periphery, are forms and structures rather than textures. The production of space lays hold of such structures and integrates them into a great variety of wholes, textures. A texture implies a meaning, but a meaning for whom? For some reader? No, rather, for someone who lives and acts in the space under consideration, a subject with a body, or, sometimes, a collective subject. From the point of view of such a subject, the deployment of forms and structures corresponds to functions of the whole. Blanks, i.e. the contrast between absence and presence, and margins, hence networks and webs, have a lived sense which has to be raised intact to the conceptual level. Let us now try to pursue this discussion to its logical conclusion. At present, in France and elsewhere, there are two philosophies or theories of language. These two orientations transcend squabbles between different schools of thought and, though they often overlap, they are basically distinct. 1. According to the first view, no sign can exist in isolation. The links between signs and their articulation are of major importance, for it is only through such concatenation that signs can have meaning, can signify. The sign thus becomes the focal point of a system of knowledge, and even of theoretical knowledge in general, semiology, semiotics. Language, the vehicle of understanding, gives rise to an understanding of itself which is an absolute knowledge. The unknown or misconstrued subject of language can only attain self-certitude to the extent that it becomes the subject of knowledge via an understanding of language as such. The methodical study of chains of signifiers is thus placed at the forefront of the search for knowledge, connaissance. This search is assumed to begin with linguistic signs and then to extend to anything susceptible of carrying significance or meaning, images, sounds, and so on. In this way an absolute knowledge, savoir, can construct a mental space for itself, the connections between signs, words, things, and concepts not differing from each other in any fundamental manner. Linguistics will thus have established a realm of certainty which can gradually extend its sovereignty to a good many other areas. The science of language embodies the essence of knowledge, the principle of absolute knowledge, and determines the order in which knowledge is acquired. It provides our understanding with a stable basis to which a series of extensions may be added, epistemology, for example, which indeed deals with acquired knowledge and the language of that knowledge, or semiology, which concerns itself with systems of nonverbal signs, and so on. Seen from this angle, everything, music, painting, architecture, is language. Space itself, reduced to signs and sets of signs, becomes part of knowledge so defined. As, little by little, do all objects in that space. The theory of signs is connected to set theory, and hence to logic, that is, to pure relationships such as those of commutativity, transitivity, and distributivity, and their logical opposites. Every mental and social relationship may thus be reduced to a formal relation of the type, A is to B as B is to C. Pure formalism becomes an, albeit empty, hub for the totalization of knowledge, of discourse, of philosophy and science, of perceptibility and intelligibility, of time and space, of theoretical practice and social practice. It is scarcely necessary to evoke the great success that this approach has enjoyed recently in France. In the English-speaking countries it is generally considered to be a substitute for logical empiricism. But what are the reasons for this success? One is, certainly, that such an orientation helps ensconce knowledge, and hence the university, in a central position whence, it is thought, they may dominate social space in its entirety. Another reason is that in the last analysis this view of things attempts to save a Cartesian, Western, and Europe-centered logos which is compromised, shaken, and assailed on all sides, from within as from without. The notion is, and everyone is surely familiar with it by now, that linguistics, along with its auxiliary disciplines, can be set up as a science of sciences capable of rectifying the shortcomings, wherever they might occur, of other sciences such as political economy, history, or sociology. The irony is that linguistics, in seeking to furnish knowledge with a solid core, has succeeded only in establishing a void, a dogmatically posited vacuum which, when not surrounded by silence, is buried in a mass of meta-language, empty words, and chit-chat about discourse. Caution, scientific caution, forbids any rash attempt to bridge the epistemological chasm between known and not known. The forbidden fruit of lived experience flees or disappears under the assaults of reductionism, and silence reigns around the fortress of knowledge. To ich kann das Wort so hoch unmöglich schätzen, I cannot grant the word such sovereign merit. Thus Goethe's Faust, Part U3. And indeed it is impossible to put such a high value upon language, on speech, on words. The word has never saved the world and it never will. For the second view of language alluded to above, an examination of signs reveals a terrible reality. Whether letters, words, images, or sounds, signs are rigid, glacial, and abstract in a peculiarly menacing way. Furthermore, they are harbingers of death. A great portion of their importance lies in the fact that they demonstrate an intimate connection between words and death, between human consciousness and deadly acts, breaking, killing, suicide. In this perspective, all signs are bad signs, threats, and weapons. This accounts for their cryptic nature, and explains why they are liable to be hidden in the depths of grottos or belong to sorcerers. Georges Baudelot evokes Lascaux in this connection. Signs and figures of the invisible threaten the visible world. When associated with weapons, or found amidst weapons, they serve the purposes of the will to power. Written, they serve authority. What are they? They are the doubles of things. When they assume the properties of things, when they pass for things, they have the power to move us emotionally, to cause frustrations, to engender neuroses. As replicas capable of disassembling the beings they replicate, they make possible the breaking and destruction of those beings, and hence also their reconstruction in different forms. The power of the sign is thus extended both by the power of knowledge over nature and by the sign's own hegemony over human beings. This capacity of the sign for action embodies what Hegel called the terrible power of negativity. As compared with what is signified, whether a thing or a being, whether actual or possible, a sign has a repetitive aspect in that it adds a corresponding representation. Between the signified and the sign there is a mesmerizing difference, a deceptive gap. The shift from one to the other seems simple enough, and it is easy for someone who has the words to feel that they possess the things those words refer to. And, indeed, they do possess them up to a certain point, a terrible point. As a vain yet also effective trace, the sign has the power of destruction because it has the power of abstraction, and thus also the power to construct a new world different from nature's initial one. Herein lies the secret of the logos as foundation of all power and all authority, hence too the growth in Europe of knowledge and technology, industry and imperialism. Space is also felt to have this deadly character, as the locus of communication by means of signs, as the locus of separations and the milieu of prohibitions. Spatiality is characterized by a death instinct inherent to life, which only proliferates when it enters into conflict with itself and seeks its own destruction. This pessimistic view of signs has a long pedigree. It is to be found in Hegel's notion of a negativity later compensated for by the positivity of knowledge. 24 It occurs, in a more acute and emphatic form, in Nietzsche the philologist, poet and philosopher, or metaphilosopher. 25 For Nietzsche, language has an anaphorical even more than a metaphorical character. It always leads beyond presentness, towards an elsewhere, and above all towards a hypervisualization which eventually destroys it. Prior to knowledge, and beyond it, are the body and the actions of the body, suffering, desire, pleasure. For Nietzsche the poet, poetry consists in a metamorphosis of signs. In the course of a struggle which overcomes the antagonism between work and play, the poet snatches words from the jaws of death. In the chain of signifiers, he substitutes life for death, and decodes on this basis. The struggle is as terrible as the trap-ridden and shifting terrain upon which it is waged. Happily for the poet, he does not fight without succor, musicians, dancers, actors. All travel the same road, and, even if there is much anguish along the way, incomparable pleasures are the prize. It is facile in this context, and simply too convenient, to draw a distinction between a poetry which intensifies life, Goethe's Faust, or Nietzsche's Zarathustra, and a poetry of death, Rilke, Mallarmé. 26. These two orientations in the theory, or philosophy, of language have rarely been presented separately, in their pure forms, so to speak. French authors have for the most part sought a compromise of some kind, though Georges Baudelot and Antonio Artaud are notable exceptions. This widespread eclecticism has been facilitated by psychoanalysis. A transition from discourse as knowledge to a science of discourse is made suspiciously painlessly, as though there were no abyss between them. The science of discourse is next easily made to embrace the spoken, the unspoken and the forbidden, which are conceived of as the essence and meaning of lived experience. By which point the science of discourse is well on the way to bringing social discourse as a whole under its aegis. The death instinct, prohibitions, especially that against incest, castration, and the objectification of the phallic, writing as the projection of the voice, these are just so many way stations along this expansionist route. Semiotics, we are told, is concerned with the instincts of life and death, whereas the symbolic and semantic areas are the province of signs. Properly speaking, as for space, it is supposedly given along with and in language, and is not formed separately from language. Filled with signs and meanings, an indistinct intersection point of discourses, a container homologous with whatever it contains, Space so conceived is comprised merely of functions, articulations, and connections, in which respect it closely resembles discourse. Signs are a necessity, of course, but they are sufficient unto themselves, because the system of verbal signs, whence written language derives, already embodies the essential links in the chain, spatial links included. Unfortunately, this proposed compromise, which sacrifices space by handing it on a platter to the philosophy of language, is quite unworkable. The fact is that signifying processes, a signifying practice, occur in a space which cannot be reduced either to an everyday discourse or to a literary language of texts. If indeed signs as deadly instruments transcend themselves through poetry, as Nietzsche claimed and sought to show in practice, they must of necessity accomplish this perpetual self-transcendence in space. There is no need to reconcile the two theses concerning signs by means of an eclecticism which is somehow respectful of both pure knowledge and impure poetry. The task confronting us is not to speculate on an ambiguity but rather to demonstrate a contradiction in order to resolve it, or, better, in order to show that space resolves it. The deployment of the energy of living bodies in space is forever going beyond the life and death instincts and harmonizing them. Pain and pleasure, which are poorly distinguished in nature, become clearly discernible in, and thanks to, social space. Products, and a fortiori works, are destined to be enjoyed, once labor, a mixture of painful effort and the joy of creation, has been completed. Although spaces exist which give expression to insurmountable separations, tombs being a case in point, there are also spaces devoted to encounter and gratification. And, if poets struggle against the iciness of words and refuse to fall into the trap set by signs, it is even more appropriate that architects should conduct a comparable campaign, for they have at their disposal both materials analogous to signs, bricks, wood, steel, concrete, and material analogous to those operations which link signs together, articulating them and conferring meaning upon them, arches, vaults, pillars and columns, openings and enclosures, construction techniques, and the conjunction and disjunction of such elements. Thus it is that architectural genius has been able to realize spaces dedicated to voluptuousness, the Alhambra of Granada to contemplation and wisdom, cloisters, to power, castles and chateaux, or to heightened perception Japanese gardens. Such genius produces spaces full of meaning, spaces which first and foremost escape mortality, enduring, radiant, yet also inhabited by a specific local temporality. Architecture produces living bodies, each with its own distinctive traits. The animating principle of such a body, its presence, is neither visible nor legible as such, nor is it the object of any discourse, for it reproduces itself within those who use the space in question, within their lived experience. Of that experience the tourist, the passive spectator, can grasp but a pale shadow. Once brought back into conjunction with a spatial and signifying, social practice, the concept of space can take on its full meaning. Space thus rejoins material production, the production of goods, things, objects of exchange, clothing, furnishings, houses or homes, a production which is dictated by necessity. It also rejoins the productive process considered at a higher level, as the result of accumulated knowledge. At this level labor is penetrated by a materially creative experimental science. Lastly, it rejoins the freest creative process there is, the signifying process, which contains within itself the seeds of the reign of freedom, and which is destined in principle to deploy its possibilities under that reign as soon as labor dictated by blind and immediate necessity comes to an end, as soon, in other words, as the process of creating true works, meaning and pleasure begins. It may be noted in passing that such creations are themselves very diverse. For example, contemplation may involve sensual pleasure, which, though it includes sexual gratification, is not limited to it. Let us now consider a seminal text of Nietzsche's on language, written in 1873. More of a philologist than a philosopher, and a lover of language because he approached it as a poet, Nietzsche here brought forward two concepts which were then already classic, and which have since been vulgarized, metaphor and metonymy. For the modern school of linguistics, which takes its inspiration from Saussure, these two figures of speech go beyond primary language, in other words, they transcend the first level of discourse. This is consistent with the meaning of the Greek prefix meta-. Metaphor and metonymy are part of meta-language. They belong to the second level of language. In Nietzschean thought, which appears very different today from the way it appeared at the turn of the century, meta is understood in a very radical manner. Metaphor and metonymy make their appearance here at the simplest level of language. Words as such are already metaphoric and metonymic for Nietzsche. Kaufmann, who seems to think that these terms apply only to concepts, notwithstanding point 28, words themselves go beyond the immediate, beyond the perceptible, that is to say, beyond the chaos of sense impressions and stimuli. When this chaos is replaced by an image, by an audible representation, by a word and then by a concept, it undergoes a metamorphosis. The words of spoken language are simply metaphors for things. Point 29. The concept arises from an identification of things which are not identical, i.e. from metonymy. We take a language for an instrument of veracity and a structure of accumulated truths. In reality, according to Nietzsche, it is a mobile army of metaphors, metonyms, and anthropomorphisms, in short, a sum of human relations, which have been enhanced, transposed, and embellished poetically and rhetorically, and which after long use seem firm, canonical, and obligatory to a people. Point 30. In more modern terms, language in action is more important than language in general or discourse in general, and speech is more creative than language. $9 a system, and a fortiori than writing or reading. Language in action and the spoken word are inventive. They restore life to signs and concepts that are worn down like old coins. But just what is it that figures of speech, metaphors, metonyms, and metamorphoses invent, call forth, translate or betray? Could it be that reality is grounded in the imagination? That the world was created by a god who was a poet or a dancer? The answer, at least so far as the social realm is concerned, must be no. The fact is that a pyramidal order, and hence a world of castes and classes, of laws and privileges, of hierarchies and constraints, stands opposed to the world of first impressions as that which is firmest, most general, best known, most human, and hence that which regulates and rules. 31. A society is a space and an architecture of concepts, forms and laws whose abstract truth is imposed on the reality of the senses, of bodies, of wishes and desires. At several points in his philosophical, or metaphilosophical, and poetic work, Nietzsche stresses the visual aspect predominant in the metaphors and metonyms that constitute abstract thought, idea, vision, clarity, enlightenment, and obscurity, the veil, perspective, the mind's eye, mental scrutiny, the sun of intelligibility, and so on. This is one of Nietzsche's great discoveries, to use another visual metaphor. He points out how over the course of history the visual has increasingly taken precedence over elements of thought and action deriving from the other senses, the faculty of hearing and the act of listening, for instance, or the hand and the voluntary acts of grasping, holding, and so on. So far has this trend gone that the senses of smell, taste, and touch have been almost completely annexed and absorbed by sight. The same goes for sexuality, and for desire, which survives in travestied form as Sehnsucht. Here we see the emergence of the anaphorical aspect of language, which embraces both metaphor and metonymy. The following conclusions may thus be drawn. 1. Metaphor and metonymy are not figures of speech, at least not at the outset. They become figures of speech. In principle, they are acts. What do such acts accomplish? To be exact, they decode, bringing forth from the depths not what is there but what is sayable, what is susceptible of figuration, in short, language. Here is the source of the activities of speech, of language in action, of discourse, activities which might more properly be named metaphorization and metonymization. What is the point of departure of these processes? The body metamorphosed. Do representations of space and representational spaces, to the degree that They make use of such figures, tend to naturalize the spatial realm. No, or not merely, because they also tend to make it evaporate, to dissolve it in a luminous, optical and geometrical, transparency. 2. These procedures involve displacement, and hence also transposition and transfer. Beyond the body, beyond impressions and emotions, beyond life and the realm of the senses, beyond pleasure and pain, lies the sphere of distinct and articulated unities, of signs and words, in short, of abstractions. Metaphorization and metonymization are defining characteristics of signs. It is a beyond, but a nearby one, which creates the illusion of great remoteness. Although figures of speech express much, they lose and overlook, set aside and place parentheses around even more. 3. It is perhaps legitimate to speak of a logic of the metaphorical and a logic of the metonymic, because these figures of speech give birth to a form, that of coherent and articulate discourse, which is analogous to a logical form, and above all because they erect a mental and social architecture above spontaneous life. In discourse, as in the perception of society and space, there is a constant to and fro both between the component elements and between the parts and the whole. For this immense movement has myriad connections, on the one hand with rationality, with the logos, with reasoning by analogy and by deduction, and on the other hand with social structures which are bound up in their turn with political structures, that is to say, with power. Hence the ever-growing hegemony of vision, of the visible and the legible, of the written, and of writing. All these elements, these forms, functions and structures, have complex spatial interrelationships which can be analyzed and explained. So, if there is fetishism, of a visual, intelligible and abstract space, and if there is fascination, with a natural space which has been lost and or rediscovered, with absolute political or religious spaces, or with spaces given over to voluptuousness or death, then theory is well able to trace their genesis, which is to say their production. 12. What is it that obscures the concept of production as it relates to space? Sufficient attention has already been paid to the proponents of absolute knowledge and to the new dogmatists, and there is no further need here to examine their talk of an epistemological field or base, of the space of the episteme, and so forth. We saw earlier how they reduce the social to the mental and the practical to the intellectual, at the same time underwriting the extension of the laws of private property to knowledge itself. I have not dealt, however, with the fact that a number of notions which tend to confuse the concept with which we are concerned derive from semiology, notably the thesis according to which social space is the result merely of a marking of natural space, a leaving of traces upon it. Though made use of by the semiologists, notions such as those of marks, marking and traces do not actually originate with them. Anthropologists, among others, used them earlier. The semiological use, however, places more emphasis on meaning. Marks are supposed to signify, to be part of a system, and to be susceptible of coding and decoding. Space may be marked physically, as with animals' use of smells or human groups' use of visual or auditory indicators. Alternatively, it may be marked abstractly, by means of discourse, by means of signs. Space thus acquires symbolic value. Symbols, on this view, always imply an emotional investment, an affective charge, fear, attraction, etc., which is so to speak deposited at a particular place and thereafter represented for the benefit of everyone elsewhere. In point of fact, early agricultural and pastoral societies knew no such split between the practical and the symbolic. Only very much later was this distinction detected by analytical thinking. To separate these two spheres is to render physical symbols incomprehensible, and likewise practice, which is thus portrayed as the practice of a society without the capacity for abstraction. It is reasonable to ask, however, whether one may properly speak of a production of space so long as marking and symbolization of this kind are the only way of relating to space. And the answer to this question has to be, not as yet, even though living bodies, mobile and active, may already be said to be extending both their spatial perception and their occupation of space, like a spider spinning its web. If and to the extent that production occurs, it will be restricted for a long time to marks, signs and symbols, and these will not significantly affect the material reality upon which they are imprinted. For all that the earth may become Mother Earth, cradle of life, a symbolically sexual plowed field, or a tomb, it will still be the earth. It should be noted that the type of activity that consists in marking particular locations and indicating routes by means of markers or blazes is characteristic only of the very earliest stages of organized society. During these primitive phases, the itineraries of hunters and fishermen, along with those of flocks and herds, are marked out, and topoi, soon to become liudits, or places called such and such, are indicated by stones or cairns wherever no natural landmarks such as trees or shrubs are to hand. These are times during which natural spaces are merely traversed. Social labor scarcely affects them at all. Later on, marking and symbolization may become individualized or playful procedures, as for example when a child indicates her own corner because it amuses her to leave behind some trace of her presence. This mistaken notion of the semiologists has given rise to the diametrically opposite but complementary idea that artificial space is solely the result of a denaturing or denaturalization of some objective, authentically natural space. What forces are said to be responsible for this? The obvious ones, science and technology, and hence abstraction. The problem with this view is that it studiously ignores the diversity of social spaces and of their historical origins, reducing all such spaces to the common trait of abstraction, which is of course inherent to all conceivable activity involving knowledge. Semiology is also the source of the claim that space is susceptible of a reading, and hence the legitimate object of a practice, reading/writing. The space of the city is said to embody a discourse, a language. 32. Does it make sense to speak of a reading of space? Yes and no. Yes, inasmuch as it is possible to envisage a reader who deciphers or decodes and a speaker who expresses himself by translating his progression into a discourse. But no, in that social space can in no way be compared to a blank page upon which a specific message has been inscribed. By whom? Both natural and urban spaces are, if anything, over-inscribed. Everything therein resembles a rough draft, jumbled and self-contradictory. Rather than signs, what one encounters here are directions, multifarious and overlapping instructions. If there is indeed text, inscription, or writing to be found here, it is in a context of conventions, intentions, and order, in the sense of social order versus social disorder. That space signifies is incontestable. But what it signifies is dos and don'ts, and this brings us back to power. Power's message is invariably confused, deliberately so. Dissimulation is necessarily part of any message from power. Thus space indeed speaks, but it does not tell all. Above all, it prohibits. Its mode of existence, its practical reality, including its form, differs radically from the reality, or being there, of something written, such as a book. Space is at once result and cause, product and producer. It is also a stake, the locus of projects and actions. Deployed as part of specific strategies, and hence also the object of wagers on the future, wagers which are articulated, if never completely. As to whether there is a spatial code, there are actually several. This has not daunted the semiologists, who blithely propose to determine the hierarchy of levels of interpretation and then find a residue of elements capable of getting the decoding process going once more. Fair enough, but this is to mistake restrictions for signs in general. Activity in space is restricted by that space. Space decides what activity may occur, but even this decision has limits placed upon it. Space lays down the law because it implies a certain order, and hence also a certain disorder, just as what may be seen defines what is obscene. Interpretation comes later, almost as an afterthought. Space commands bodies, prescribing or proscribing gestures, routes and distances to be covered. It is produced with this purpose in mind. This is its raison d'etre. The reading of space is thus merely a secondary and practically irrelevant upshot, a rather superfluous reward to the individual for blind, spontaneous, and lived obedience. So, even if the reading of space, always assuming there is such a thing, comes first from the standpoint of knowledge, it certainly comes last in the genesis of space itself. No reading of the space of Romanesque churches and their surroundings, towns or monasteries, for example, can in any way help us predict the space of so-called Gothic churches or understand their preconditions and prerequisites, the growth of the towns, the revolution of the communes, the activity of the guilds, and so on. This space was produced before being read, nor was it produced in order to be read and grasped, but rather in order to be lived by people with bodies and lives in their own particular urban context. In short, reading follows production in all cases except those in which space is produced especially in order to be read. This raises the question of what the virtue of readability actually is. It turns out on close examination that spaces made, produced, to be read are the most deceptive and tricked up imaginable. The graphic impression of readability is a sort of trompe-l'oeil concealing strategic intentions and actions. Monumentality, for instance, always embodies and imposes a clearly intelligible message. It says what it wishes to say, yet it hides a good deal more, being political, military, and ultimately fascist in character. Monumental buildings mask the will to power and the arbitrariness of power beneath signs and surfaces which claim to express collective will and collective thought. In the process, such signs and surfaces also manage to conjure away both possibility and time. We have known since Vitruvius, and in modern times since Labrust, d. 1875, who was forever harping on it, that in architecture form must express function. Over the centuries the idea contained in the term express here has grown narrower and more precise. Most recently, expressive has come to mean merely readable. 33 The architect is supposed to construct a signifying space wherein form is to function as signifier is to signified. The form, in other words, is supposed to enunciate or proclaim the function. According to this principle, which is espoused by most designers, the environment can be furnished with or animated by signs in such a way as to appropriate space, in such a way that space becomes readable, i.e. plausibly linked, to society as a whole. The inherence of function to form, or in other words the application of the criterion of readability, makes for an instantaneousness of reading, act, and gesture, hence the tedium which accompanies this quest for a formal functional transparency. We are deprived of both internal and external distance. There is nothing to code and decode in an environment without environs. What is more, the significant contrasts in a code of space designed specifically to signify and to be readable are extremely commonplace and simple. They boil down to the contrast between horizontal and vertical lines, a contrast which among other things masks the vertical's implication of hauteur. Versions of this contrast are offered in visual terms which are supposed to express it with great intensity but which, to any detached observer, any ideal walker in the city, have no more than the appearance of intensity. Once again, the impression of intelligibility conceals far more than it reveals. It conceals, precisely, what the visible/readable is, and what traps it holds. It conceals what the vertical is, namely, arrogance, the will to power, a display of military and police-like machismo, a reference to the phallus and a spatial analog of masculine brutality. Nothing can be taken for granted in space, because what are involved are real or possible acts, and not mental states or more or less well-told stories. In produced space, acts reproduce meanings even if no one gives an account of them. Repressive space wreaks repression and terror even though it may be strewn with ostensible signs of the contrary, of contentment, amusement, or delight. This tendency has gone so far that some architects have even begun to call either for a return to ambiguity, in the sense of a confused and not immediately interpretable message, or else for a diversification of space which would be consistent with a liberal and pluralistic society. 34 Robert Venturi, as an architect and a theorist of architecture, wants to make space dialectical. He sees space not as an empty and neutral milieu occupied by dead objects but rather as a field of force full of tensions and distortions. Whether this approach can find a way out of functionalism and formalism that goes beyond merely formal adjustments remains, in 1972, to be seen. Painting on buildings certainly seems like a rather feeble way of retrieving the richness of classical architecture. Is it really possible to use mural surfaces to depict social contradictions while producing something more than graffiti? That would indeed be somewhat paradoxical if, as I have been suggesting, the notions of design, of reading/writing as practice, and of the signifier-signified relationship projected onto things in the shape of the form-function one are all directed, whether consciously or no, towards the dissolving of conflicts into a general transparency, into a one-dimensional present, and onto an as it were pure surface. I dare say many people will respond to such thinking somewhat as follows. Your arguments are tendentious. You want to re-emphasize the signified as opposed to the signifier, the content as opposed to the form. But true innovators operate on forms, they invent new forms by working in the realm of signifiers. If they are writers, this is how they produce a discourse. The same goes for other types of creation. But as for architects who concern themselves primarily with content, as for users, as for the activity of dwelling itself, all these merely reproduce outdated forms. They are in no sense innovative forces. To which my reply might be something like this. I have no quarrel with the proposition that work on signifiers and the production of a language are creative activities, that is an incontestable fact. But I question whether this is the whole story. Whether this proposition covers all circumstances and all fields. Surely there comes a moment when formalism is exhausted, when only a new injection of content into form can destroy it and so open up the way to innovation. The harmonists invented a great musical form, for instance, yet the formal discoveries about harmony made by the natural philosophers and by theorists of music such as Rameau did not take the exploration and exploitation of the possibilities that far. Such progress occurred only with the advent of a Mozart or a Beethoven. As for architecture, the builders of palaces worked with and on signifiers, those of power. They kept within the boundaries of a certain monumentality and made no attempt to cross them. They worked, moreover, not upon texts but upon spatial textures. Invention of a formal kind could not occur without a change in practice, without, in other words, a dialectical interaction between signifying and signified elements, as some signifiers reached the exhaustion point of their formalism, and some signified elements, with their own peculiar violence, infiltrated the realm of signifiers. The combinatorial system of the elements of a set, for our purposes a set of signs, and hence of signifiers, has a shorter life than the individual combinations that it embraces. For one thing, any such combinatorial system of signs loses its interest and emotional force as soon as it is known and recognized for what it is, a kind of saturation sets in, and even changing the combinations that are included or excluded from the system cannot remedy matters. Secondly, work on signifiers and the production of a discourse facilitate the transmission of messages only if the labor involved is not patent. If the object bears traces of that labor, the reader's attention will be diverted to the writing itself and to the one who does the writing. The reader thus comes to share in the fatigue of the producer, and is soon put off. It is very important from the outset to stress the destructive, because reductive, effects of the predominance of the readable and visible, of the absolute priority accorded to the visual realm, which in turn implies the priority of reading and writing. An emphasis on visual space has accompanied the search for an impression of weightlessness in architecture. Some theorists of a supposed architectural revolution claim Le Corbusier as a pioneer in this connection, but in fact it was Brunelleschi, and more recently Baltard and then Eiffel, who blazed the trail. Once the effect of weightiness or massiveness upon which architects once depended has been abandoned, it becomes possible to break up and reassemble volumes arbitrarily according to the dictates of an architectural neoplasticism. Modernity expressly reduces sp called iconological forms of expression, signs and symbols, to surface effects. Volumes or masses are deprived of any physical consistency. The architect considers himself responsible for laying down the social function, or use, of buildings, offices, or dwellings, yet interior walls which no longer have any spatial or bearing role, and interiors in general, are simultaneously losing all character or content. Even exterior walls no longer have any material substance, they have become mere membranes barely managing to concretize the division between inside and outside. This does not prevent users from projecting the relationship between the internal or private and a threatening outside world into an invented absolute realm. When there is no alternative, they use the signs of this antagonism, relying especially on those which indicate property. For an architectural thought enthralled to the model of transparency, however, all partitions between inside and outside have collapsed. Space has been comminuted into iconological figures and values, each such fragment being invested with individuality or worth simply by means of a particular color or a particular material, brick, marble, etc. Thus the sense of circumscribed spaces has gone the same way as the impression of mass. Within and without have melted into transparency, becoming indistinguishable or interchangeable. What makes this tendency even more paradoxical is the fact that it proceeds under the banner of structures, of significant distinctions, and of the inside-outside and signifier-signified relationships themselves. We have seen that the visual space of transparency and readability has a content that it is designed to conceal, namely, the phallic realm of, supposed, virility. It is at the same time a repressive space, nothing in it escapes the surveillance of power. Everything opaque, all kinds of partitions, even walls simplified to the point of mere drapery, are destined to disappear. This disposition of things is diametrically opposed to the real requirements of the present situation. The sphere of private life ought to be enclosed, and have a finite, or finished, aspect. Public space, by contrast, ought to be an opening outwards. What we see happening is just the opposite. 13. Like any reality, social space is related methodologically and theoretically to three general concepts: form, structure, function. In other words, any social space may be subjected to formal, structural, or functional analysis. Each of these approaches provides a code and a method for deciphering what at first may seem impenetrable. These terms may seem clear enough, but in fact, since they cannot avoid polysemy, they all carry burdens of ambiguity. The term form may be taken in a number of senses: aesthetic, plastic, abstract, logico-mathematical, and so on. In a general sense, it evokes the description of contours and the demarcation of boundaries, external limits, areas, and volumes. Spatial analysis accepts this general use of the term, although doing so does not eliminate all problems. A formal description, for example, may aspire to exactitude but still turn out to be shot through with ideological elements, especially when implicit or explicit reductionistic goals are involved. The presence of such goals is indeed a defining characteristic of formalism. Any space may be reduced to its formal elements, to curved and straight lines, or to such relations as internal versus external or volume versus area. Such formal aspects have given rise in architecture, painting, and sculpture to genuine systems, the system of the golden number, for example, or that of the Doric, Ionic and Corinthian orders, or that of moduli, rhythms and proportions. Consideration of aesthetic effects or effects of meaning has no particular right of precedence in this context. What counts from the methodological and theoretical standpoint is the idea that none of these three terms can exist in isolation from the other two. Forms, functions and structures are generally given in and through a material realm which at once binds them together and preserves distinctions between them. When we consider an organism, for example, we can fairly easily discern the forms, functions and structures within this totality. Once this threefold analysis has been completed, however, a residue invariably remains which seems to call for deeper analysis. This is the raison d'être of the ancient philosophical categories of being, nature, substance and matter. In the case of a produced object, this constitutive relationship is different. The application to materials of a practical action, technology, labor, tends to blur, as a way of mastering them, the distinctions between form, function, and structure, so that the three may even come to imply one another in an immediate manner. This tendency exists only implicitly in works of art and objects antedating the Industrial Revolution, including furniture, houses, palaces, and monuments. Under the conditions of modernity, on the other hand, it comes close to its limit. With the advent of design, materiality tends to give way to transparency, to perfect readability. Form is now merely the sign of function, and the relation between the two, which could not be clearer, that is, easier to produce and reproduce, is what gives rise to structure. A case where this account does not apply is that not uncommon one where designer and manufacturer find it amusing to confuse the issue, as it were, and give a form, often a classical one, to a function completely unconnected with it. They disguise a bed as a cupboard, for example, or a refrigerator as bookshelves. The celebrated signifier-signified dichotomy is singularly appropriate when applied to such objects, but this special application is just that, and a good deal more limited than semantico-semiological orthodoxy would probably care to admit. As for social realities, here the opposite situation obtains: the distances between forms, functions and structures lengthen rather than diminish. The three tend to become completely detached from one another. Their relationship is obscured and they become indecipherable, or undecodable, as the hidden takes over from the readable in favor of the predominance of the latter in the realm of objects. Thus a particular institution may have a variety of functions which are different, and sometimes opposed, to its apparent forms and avowed structures. One merely has to think of the institutions of justice, of the military, or of the police. In other words, the space of objects and the space of institutions are radically divergent in modern society. This is a society in which, to take an extreme example, the bureaucracy is supposed to be, aspires to be, loudly proclaims itself to be, and perhaps even believes itself to be readable and transparent, whereas in facete it is the very epitome of opacity, indecipherability, and unreadability. The same goes for all other state and political apparatuses. The relationship between these key terms and concepts, form, function, structure, becomes much more complex when one considers only those very abstract forms, such as the logical form, which do not depend on description and which are inseparable from a content. Among these, in addition to the logical form, must be numbered identity, reciprocity, recurrence, repetition, iteration, and difference. Marx, following Adam Smith and Ricardo, showed how and why the form of exchange has achieved predominance in social practice in association with specific functions and structures. The form of social space, i.e. the center-periphery relationship, has only recently come to occupy a place in our thinking about forms. As for the urban form, i.e. assembly, encounter and simultaneity, it has been shown to belong among the classic forms, in company with centrality, difference, recurrence, reciprocity, and so on. These forms, which are almost pure, at the extreme limit of purity the form disappears, as in the case of pure identity, A's identity with A, cannot be detached from a content. The interaction between form and content and the invariably concrete relationship between them are the object of analyses about which we may repeat what we said earlier. Each analytic stage deals with the residue left over from the previous stage. For an irreducible element, the substrate or foundation of the object's presence always subsists. Between forms close to the point of purity at which they would disappear and their contents there exist mediations. In the case of spatial forms, for example, the form of the curve is mediated by the curved line, and the straight form by the straight line. All spatial arrangements use curved and slash or straight forms. Naturally, one or the other may predominate. When formal elements become part of a texture, they diversify, introducing both repetition and difference. They articulate the whole, facilitating both movement from the parts to the whole and, conversely, the mustering by the whole of its component elements. For example, the capitals of a Romanesque cloister differ, but they do so within the limits permitted by a model. They break space up and give it rhythm. This illustrates the function of what has been called the signifying differential. 35 The semicircular or ogival arch, with its supporting pillars and columns, has a different spatial meaning and value according to whether it occurs in Byzantine or in Oriental, in Gothic or in Renaissance architecture. Arches have both repetitive and differential functions within a whole whose style they help determine. The same sort of thing goes in music for the theme and its treatment in fugal composition. Such diaretic effects, which the semiologists compare to metonymy, are to be met with in all treatments of space and time. The peopling and investment, or occupation, of a space always happens in accordance with discernible and analyzable forms, as dispersal or concentration, or as a function of a specific, or for that matter a nebulous, orientation. By contrast, assembly and concentration as spatial forms are always actualized by means of geometric forms. A town may have a circular, radial concentric, or a quadrangular form. The content of these forms metamorphoses them. The quadrangular form, for example, occurs in the ancient Roman military camp, in medieval Bastides, in the Spanish colonial town and in the modern American city. The fact is, however, that these urban realities differ so radically that the abstract form in question is their only common feature. The Spanish-American colonial town is of considerable interest in this regard. The foundation of these towns in a colonial empire went hand in hand with the production of a vast space, namely that of Latin America. Their urban space, which was instrumental in this larger production process, has continued to be produced despite the vicissitudes of imperialism, independence, and industrialization. It is an urban space especially appropriate for study in that the colonial towns of Latin America were founded at the time of the Renaissance in Europe, that is to say, at a time when the study of the ancient world, and of the history, constitution, architecture, and planning of its cities, was being resumed. The Spanish-American town was typically built according to a plan laid down on the basis of standing orders, according to the veritable code of urban space constituted by the Orders for Discovery and Settlement, a collection, published in 1573, of official instructions issued to founders of towns from 1513 on. These instructions were arranged under the three heads of discovery, settlement, and pacification. The very building of the towns thus embodied a plan which would determine the mode of occupation of the territory and define how it was to be reorganized under the administrative and political authority of urban power. The orders stipulate exactly how the chosen sites ought to be developed. The result is a strictly hierarchical organization of space, a gradual progression outwards from the town center, beginning with the ciudad and reaching out to the surrounding pueblos. The plan is followed with geometrical precision. From the inevitable Plaza Mayor a grid extends indefinitely in every direction. Each square or rectangular lot has its function assigned to it, while inversely each function is assigned its own place at a greater or lesser distance from the central square, church, administrative buildings, town gates, squares, streets, port installations, warehouses, town hall, and so on. Thus a high degree of segregation is superimposed upon a homogeneous space. 36 Some historians have described this colonial town as an artificial product, but they forget that this artificial product is also an instrument of production. A superstructure foreign to the original space serves as a political means of introducing a social and economic structure in such a way that it may gain a foothold and indeed establish its base in a particular locality. Within this spatial framework, Spanish colonial architecture freely, so to speak, deployed the Baroque motifs which are especially evident in the decoration of facades. The relation between the micro, architectural, plane and the macro, spatial strategic, one does exist here, but it cannot be reduced to a logical relationship or put into terms of formal implication. The main point to be noted, therefore, is the production of a social space by political power, that is, by violence in the service of economic goals. A social space of this kind is generated out of a rationalized and theorized form serving as an instrument for the violation of an existing space. One is tempted to ask whether the various urban spaces with a grid pattern might not have comparable origins in constraints imposed by a central power. It turns out upon reflection, however, that there is no real justification for generalizing from the particular development of urban space in Latin America. Consider, for example, that transformation of space in New York City which began around 1810. Obviously it is to be explained in part by the existence and the influence of an already powerful urban nucleus, and by the actions of a duly empowered authority. On the other hand, developments in New York had absolutely nothing to do with the extraction of wealth by a metropolitan power, the colonial relationship with Britain having come to an end. Geometrical urban space in Latin America was intimately bound up with a process of extortion and plunder serving the accumulation of wealth in Western Europe. It is almost as though the riches produced were riddled out through the gaps in the grid. In English-speaking North America, by contrast, a formally homologous meshwork served only the production and accumulation of capital on the spot. Thus the same abstract form may have opposing functions and give rise to diverse structures. This is not to say that the form is indifferent to function and structure. In both these cases the pre-existing space was destroyed from top to bottom, in both the aim was homogeneity, and in both that aim was achieved. What of the equally cross-ruled space of the Asian town and countryside? Here, apropos, is a resume of the remarks of a Japanese philosopher of Buddhist background who was asked about the relationships between space, language, and ideograms. You will no doubt take a long time to understand the Chinese characters and the thinking behind these forms, which are not signs. You should know that for us perceptibility and intelligibility are not clearly distinct. The same goes for the signifier and what it signifies. It is hard for us to separate image and concept. So the meaning of an ideogram does not exist independently of its graphic representation. To put it in terms of your distinctions, sensation and intellect are merged for us into a single level of apprehension. Consider one of the simplest characters, a square and two strokes joining its center to the middle points of each of its sides. I read this character, and I pronounce it ta. What you see, no doubt, is a dry geometrical figure. If I were to try and translate for you what I see and understand simultaneously when I look at this character, I would begin by saying that it was a bird's eye view of a rice field. The boundary lines between rice fields are not stone walls or barbed wire fences, but rather dikes which are an integral part of the fields themselves. When I contemplate this character, this rice field, I become the bird looking down from the optimum vantage point vertically above the center of the field. What I perceive, however, is more than a rice field, it is also the order of the universe, the organizing principle of space. This principle applies as well to the city as to the countryside. In fact, everything in the universe is divided into squares. Each square has 5 parts. The center designates he who thinks and sustains the order of the universe, formerly, the emperor. An imaginary perpendicular line rises from the center of the square. This is the ideal line going up to the bird overhead, to the perceiver of space. It is thus the dimension of thought, of knowledge, identified here with wisdom and hence with the power of the wise man to conceive and conserve the order of nature. The Japanese notion of Shingyosho elaborates further on this view of things. A basic principle rather than simply a procedure for ordering spatial and temporal elements, it governs the precincts of temples and palaces as well as the space of towns and houses. It informs the composition of spatial ensembles accommodating the broadest possible range of activity, from family life to major religious and political events. Under its aegis, public areas, the spaces of social relationships and actions, are connected up with private areas, spaces for contemplation, isolation, and retreat, via mixed areas, linking thoroughfares, etc. The term Shingyosho thus embraces 3 levels of spatial and temporal, mental, and social organization, levels bound together by relationships of reciprocal implication. These relationships are not merely logical ones, though the logical relationship of implication certainly underlies them. The public realm, the realm of temple or palace, has private and mixed aspects, while the private house or dwelling has public, e.g. reception rooms, and mixed ones. Much the same may be said of the town as a whole. We thus have a global perception of space rather than representations of isolated spots. Meeting places, intersections in the checkerwork pattern, crossroads, these are more important to us than other places. Whence a number of social phenomena which may seem strange to your anthropologists, such as Edward T. Hall in his Hidden Dimension, 37, but which seem perfectly normal to us. It is indeed true, for example, that before the Americans came to Japan, crossroads had names but the roads themselves did not, and that our houses bear numbers based on their age, not on their positions in the street. We have never had fixed routes for getting from one place to another, as you do, but that does not mean that we do not know where we are coming from or going to. We do not separate the ordering of space from its form, its genesis from its actuality, the abstract from the concrete, or nature from society. There is no house in Japan without a garden, no matter how tiny, as a place for contemplation and for contact with nature. Even a handful of pebbles is nature for us, not just a detached symbol of it. We do not think right away of the distances that separate objects from one another. For space is never empty, it always embodies a meaning. The perception of gaps itself brings the whole body into play. Every group of places and objects has a center, and this is therefore true of the house, the city, or the whole world. The center may be perceived from every side, and reached from every angle of approach. Thus to occupy any vantage point is to perceive and discover everything that occurs. The center so conceived can never become neutral or empty. It cannot be the locus of an absence, because it is occupied by divinity, wisdom, and power, which by manifesting themselves show any impression of void to be illusory. The accentuation of and infusion of metaphysical value into centers does not imply a corresponding devaluation of what surrounds those centers. Nature and divinity in the first place, then social life and relationships, and finally individual and private life, all these aspects of human reality have their assigned places, all implicatively linked in a concrete fashion. Nor is this assertion affected by the fact that the emphasis may shift upwards in order to express the transcendence of divinity, wisdom, or power, whereas private life with its attendant gestures remains on a horizontal plane, pitching its tent, so to speak, at ground level. A single order embraces all. Thus urban space is comprised, first, of wide avenues leading to the temples and palaces, secondly of medium-sized squares and streets which are the transitional and connecting spaces, and, thirdly and lastly, of the charming flower-filled alleys that afford access to our houses. The important thing here is not to reconstruct a view which, though different from the Western one, is no less viable and up-to-date, and hence only indirectly the concern of anthropology in the broad sense, and even more distantly of ethnology, but rather to understand the grid that underlies it. Interestingly, this religious or political space has retained its relevance for thousands of years because it was rational from the outset. If we let the letter G, for global, represent the level of the system which has the broadest extension, namely the public level of temples, palaces, and political and administrative buildings, if we let P represent the level of residence and the places set aside for it, houses, apartments, and so on, and if M is allowed to stand for intermediate spaces for arteries, transitional areas, and places of business, then we arrive at the following scheme. In general descriptive terms, the private realm P subs S, though they are clearly distinct, entrances, thresholds, reception areas, and family living spaces, along with places set aside for retreat and sleep. Each individual dwelling likewise has an entrance, a focus, a place of retreat, and so on. The level M takes in avenues and squares, medium-sized thoroughfares, and the passageways leading to the houses. As for level G, it may be subdivided into interior spaces open to the public and the closed headquarters of institutions, into accessible itineraries and places reserved for notables, priests, princes, and leaders. Similar considerations apply for each element of the system. Each location, at each level, has its characteristic traits, open or closed, low or high, symmetrical or asymmetrical. Let us return now to the Japanese philosopher's remarks, the conclusion of which is something of a diatribe, something of an indictment of Western civilization. Your streets, squares, and boulevards have ridiculous names which have nothing to do with them, nor with the people and things around them, lots of names of generals and battles. Your cities have smashed any reasonable conception of space to pieces. The grid on which they are based, and the way you have elaborated upon it, are the best that the West can manage in this area, but it is a poor best. It is based merely on a set of transformations, on a structure. It took one of your greatest researchers to discover the fact that complex spaces in the form of trellises or semi-trellises are superior in practice to simplified spaces planned out in a branched or rectilinear manner. Our system, which I have been describing to you, shows why this is true. It has a concrete logic, a logic of the senses. Why don't you take it as a gift from us? Work on the hypothesis of a discourse at once theoretical and practical, a discourse of the everyday which also transcends everyday life, a discourse both mental and social, architectural and urbanistic. Something like the discourse of your forebears, and I am talking about the ancient Greeks, not the Gauls. Such a discourse does not signify the city, it is the urban discourse itself. True, it partakes of the absolute. But why shouldn't it? It is a living discourse, unlike your lethal use of signs. You say you can decode your system. Well, we do better than that, we create ours. Here is the pro-Western rejoinder. Not so fast, my friend. You say that the East has possessed a secret from time immemorial that the West has either lost or never had. Namely, the key to the relationship between what people living in society do and what they say. In other words, the East is supposedly well acquainted with a vital connection which brings the religious, political, and social realms into harmony with one another, whereas the West has destroyed all prospect of such harmony through its use of signs and its analytical proclivities. Errad, you propose that your experience and thinking be made the basis for the definition of a scheme closely akin to what Erwin Panofsky calls, apropos of the Middle Ages, a modus operandi, a scheme responsible at once for a specific way of life, a specific space, specific monuments, specific ideas, in short, for a specific civilization. You suggest that there is an underlying grid, or deep structure, which explains the nature of places, the ways in which they are put to use, the routes followed by their occupants, and even the everyday gestures of those occupants. Permit me to point out just how complicated such a scheme becomes as soon as one tries to reconstruct it. Take a space GG, closed, elevated and symmetrical. It has to be distinguished from a space GM, open, elevated and symmetrical, as also from a space GP, closed, located at a lower level and asymmetrical, and so on and so forth. The combinatory system involved is vast, and hard to work with even with the help of a computer. Furthermore, can you be sure that it accounts adequately for actual reality? Is it true, or sufficient, to say that a temple in Kyoto has a public part, a part set aside for rites, and a part reserved for priests and meditators? I grant that your scheme explains something very important, difference within a framework of repetition. Considered in its various contexts, for example, the Japanese garden remains the same yet is never the same. It may be an imperial park, an inaccessible holy place, the accessible annex of a sanctuary, a site of public festivity, a place of private solitude and contemplation, or merely a way from one place to another. This remarkable institution of the garden is always a microcosm, a symbolic work of art, an object as well as a place, and it has diverse functions which are never merely functions. It effectively eliminates from your space that antagonism between nature and culture which takes such a devastating toll in the West. The garden exemplifies the appropriation of nature, for it is at once entirely natural, and thus a symbol of the macrocosm, and entirely cultural, and thus the projection of a way of life. Well and good. But let's not go overboard with analogies. You say you are the possessors of a rationality. What exactly is that rationality? Does it include conceiving of space as a discourse, with rooms, houses, not forgetting gardens, streets, and so on functioning as that discourse's component and signifying elements? Your space, which is indeed both abstract and concrete, has one drawback: it belongs to power. It implies, and is implied by, divinity and empire, knowledge and power combined and conflated. Is that what you would have the West adopt? Well, we find it hard to accept the idea that space and time should be produced by political power. Such ultra-Hegelianism, to use our terminology, is very fine, but it is unacceptable to us. The state is not, or is no longer, and can never for us be wisdom united with power. There is every reason to fear that your scheme could become a terrible weapon of oppression. You want to formalize the scheme scientifically in the Western manner. Westerners, on the other hand, might be more inclined to see it as an authoritarian definition of the space-time totality. 14. Formal and functional analyses do not eliminate the need to consider scale, proportion, dimension, and level. That is the task of structural analysis, which is concerned with the relations between the whole and the parts, between micro and macro levels. Methodologically and theoretically, structural analysis is supposed to complement and complete the other kinds of analysis, not to transcend them. It is responsible for defining the whole, the global level, and for ascertaining whether it embodies a logic, that is, a strategy accompanied by a measure of symbolism, hence an imaginary component. The relationship between the whole and the parts is bound up with general and well-known categories such as those of anaphora, metonymy, and metaphor, but structural analysis introduces other, specific, categories into the discussion. We have already encountered a case where structural analysis adduces such specific categories, the case of the production of monumental space. The ancient world worked with heavy masses. Greek theory and practice achieved the effect of unity by using both gravity and the struggle against weight. Vertical forces, both ascending and descending, were neutralized and balanced without destroying the perception of volumes. Basing themselves on an identical principle, on the use of great volumes, the Romans exploited a complex arrangement of counterposed loads, supports and props, to obtain an effect of massiveness and strength unabashedly founded on weight. A less blatant structure, the outcome of an interplay between opposing forces, was typical of the Middle Ages. Balance and the effect of balance were assured by lateral thrusts. Lightness and élan were the order of the day. The modern period has seen the triumph of weightlessness, though in a way still consistent with the orientation of medieval architecture. Structural analysis is concerned, therefore, with clearly determined forces, as with the material relationships obtaining between those forces, relationships which give rise to equally clearly determined spatial structures, columns, vaults, arches, pillars, and so on. Might it be said, then, that our analytic concepts correspond to certain classical terms, still often used, referring to the production of architectural space, that form and formal analysis correspond to composition, function to construction, and structure to proportion, scale, rhythm, and the various orders? The answer is yes, up to a certain point. The correspondence is sufficient, at any rate, to allow for the translation of classical texts, from Vitruvius to Viollet-le-Duc, into modern terms. But this terminological parallelism cannot be taken too far, because that would be to forget the context, the materials, and materiel, to forget that composition is informed by ideologies, that construction is a function of social relations, and that techniques, which have a great influence upon rhythm and upon the order of space, are liable to change. As for the rather widely espoused view that the Greeks discovered a completely rational unity of form, function, and structure, that this unity has been broken up in the course of history and that it needs to be restored, this hypothesis is a not unattractive one, but it takes no account of the new set of problems associated with the construction of ordinary buildings. The Greeks' celebrated unity applies almost exclusively to monumentality, to temple, stadium, or agora. The nexus of problems relating to space and its production extends beyond the field of classical architecture, beyond monuments and public buildings, to take in the private sphere, the sphere of residence and housing. Indeed, the relationship between private and public is now fundamental. Today the global picture includes both these aspects, along with their relationship, and partial analyses, whether formal, functional or structural, must take this into account. The West's classical terminology and perceptions must therefore be modified. The East may have something to teach the West in this regard, for the Asiatic mode of production was always more apt to take private residence into consideration. At all events, the categories of private and public and the contrast between monuments and buildings must henceforth be integral to our paradigm. The tripartite approach founded on formal, functional, and structural analyses cannot therefore be unreservedly endorsed as the method for deciphering social spaces, for what is truly essential gets through the grid. By all means let us adopt this approach, and make the best use of it we can, but caution is very much in order. I attempted earlier to show that semantic and semiological categories such as message, code, and reading/writing could be applied only to spaces already produced, and hence could not help us understand the actual production of space. Relationships basic to semantic or semiological discussion which may refer to space in one way or another include, with respect to signs, the relationship between signifier and signified, and that between symbol and meaning, with respect to value, that between the value imparting element and the element invested with value, likewise that between the devaluing factor and the factor divested of value, and, lastly, the relationship between what has a referent and what does not. Of the fact that spaces may signify there can be no doubt. Is what is signified invariably contained by the signifier? Here, as elsewhere, the relationship of signifier to signified is susceptible to disjunction, distortion, instability, disparity and substitutions. Consider the presence of Greek columns on the fa8 of a stock exchange or bank, for example, or that of a pseudo-agora in a suburban new town. What do such cases signify? Certainly something other than what they appear or seek to signify, specifically, the inability of capitalism to produce a space other than capitalist space and its efforts to conceal that production as such, to erase any sign of the maximization of profit. Are there spaces which fail to signify anything? Yes, some because they are neutral or empty, others because they are overburdened with meaning. The former fall short of signification, the latter overshoot it. Some over-signifying spaces serve to scramble all messages and make any decoding impossible. Thus certain spaces produced by capitalist promoters are so laden with signs of well-being, happiness, style, art, riches, power, prosperity, and so on, that not only is their primary meaning, that of profitability, effaced but meaning disappears altogether. It is possible, and indeed normal, to decipher or decode spaces. This presupposes coding, a message, a reading and readers. What codes are involved? I use the plural advisedly, for it is doubtless as correct apropos of space as it is in the cases of philosophical and literary readings. The codes in question, however, still have to be named and enumerated, or else, should this prove impossible, the questions of how and why this is so should be answered, and the meaning of the state of affairs explained. According to Roland Barthes, we all have 5 codes available to us when reading a text. 38 First and foremost, the code of knowledge. On arrival in St. Mark's Square, ego knows a certain number of things about Venice, about the Doges, the Campanile, and so on. Memory floods his mind with a multitude of facts. Before long, he elicits another kind of meaning as he begins reading this, materialized, text in a manner roughly corresponding to the use of concept of function, to the use of functional analysis. Roughly is the operative word here, of course, because his comprehension does not extend much beyond some sense of the raison d'etre, or former raison d'etre, of the Doge's Palace, the Piombi, or the Bridge of Sighs. He will also inevitably latch onto a few symbols, the lion, the phallus, the campanile, the challenge to the sea. Though he may have learned to attach dates to these, he also perceives them as embodying values that are still relevant, indeed eternal. The disentanglement of these impressions from knowledge allows another code or reading, the symbolic one, to come into play. Meanwhile, ego is bound to feel some emotion. He may have been here before, long ago, or always dreamt of coming. He may have read a book or seen a film, Death in Venice perhaps. Such feelings are the basis of the subjective and personal code which now emerges, giving the decoding activity the musical qualities of a fugue. The theme, i.e. this place, the square, the palace, and so on, mobilizes several voices in a counterpoint in which these are never either distinct or confused. Finally, the simple empirical evidence of the paving stones, the marble, the cafe tables leads ego to ask himself quite unexpected questions, questions about truth versus illusion, about beauty versus the message, or about the meaning of a spectacle which cannot be pure precisely because it arouses emotions. This kind of semantico-semiological research has gradually become more diversified. At the outset, its theoretical project, on the basis of a strictly interpreted distinction between signifier and signified, posited the existence of two codes and two codes only, a denotative code operating at a primary level, that of the literal, the signified, which was acceptable to all linguists, and a connotative code, operating at a secondary, rhetorical, level, which was rejected by the more scientifically minded linguists as too vague a conception. More recently, however, the theory's basic concepts, message, code, reading, have become more flexible. A pluralistic approach has replaced the earlier strict insistence on an integral unity, and the former emphasis on consistency has given way to an emphasis on differences. The question is, how far can this emphasis be carried, and how is difference to be defined in this context? Barthes, for example, as we have seen, proposes 5 codes of equal importance and interest, worked out analytically a posteriori. Why 5, rather than 4 or 6, or some other number? By what mechanism is the choice made between one and another of these codes? And how are transitions made between them? Is there nothing to which they do not apply? Do they permit a truly exhaustive decoding of a given text, whether it is made up of verbal or nonverbal signs? If, to the contrary, residual elements remain, are we to conclude that infinite analysis is possible? Or are we being referred implicitly to a non-code realm? In point of fact, this approach leaves 2 areas untouched, one on the near side and the other on the far side, so to speak, of the readable/visible. On the near side, what is overlooked is the body. When ego arrives in an unknown country or city, he first experiences it through every part of his body, through his senses of smell and taste, as, provided he does not limit this by remaining in his car, through his legs and feet. His hearing picks up the noises and the quality of the voices, his eyes are assailed by new impressions. For it is by means of the body that space is perceived, lived, and produced. On the far side of the readable/visible, and equally absent from Barthes's perspective, is power. Whether or not it is constitutional, whether or not it is disseminated through institutions and bureaucracies, power can in no wise be decoded. For power has no code. The state has control of all existing codes. It may on occasion invent new codes and impose them, but it is not itself bound by them, and can shift from one to another at will. The state manipulates codes. Power never allows itself to be confined within a single logic. Power has only strategies, and their complexity is in proportion to power's resources. Similarly, in the case of power, signifier and signified coincide in the shape of violence, and hence death. Whether this violence is enacted in the name of God, prince, father, boss, or patrimony is a strictly secondary issue. It is pure illusion to suppose that thought can reach, grasp, or define what is in space on the basis of propositions about space and general concepts such as message, code and readability. This illusion, which reduces both matter and space to a representation, is in fact simply a version of spiritualism or idealism, a version which is surely common to all who put political power, and hence state power, in brackets, and so see nothing but things. Cataloging, classifying, decoding, none of these procedures gets beyond mere description. Empiricism, however, whether of the subtle or the crude variety, whether based on logic, social space 16.3, or on the facts themselves, presupposes a conception of space which contradicts the premises of empiricism itself in that it is incompatible as much with finite enumerations, including a restricted muster of codes, as with the indeterminacy of unlimited analysis. There is a proper role for the decoding of space. It helps us understand the transition from representational spaces to representations of space, showing up correspondences, analogies, and a certain unity in spatial practice and in the theory of space. The limitations of the decoding operation appear even greater, however, as soon as it is set in motion, for it then immediately becomes apparent just how many spaces exist, each of them susceptible of multiple decodings. Beginning with space as matter, paradigmatic contrasts proliferated, abundance versus barrenness, congeniality versus hostility, and so on. It was upon this primary stratum of space, so to speak, that agricultural and pastoral activity laid down the earliest networks, or places and their natural indicators, blazes or waymarkers with their initial duality of meaning, direction/orientation, symmetry/asymmetry. Later, absolute space, the space of religion, introduced the highly pertinent distinctions between speech and writing, between the prescribed and the forbidden, between accessible and reserved spaces, and between full and empty. Thus certain spaces were carved out of nature and made complete by being filled to saturation point with beings and symbols, while other spaces were withdrawn from nature only to be kept empty as a way of symbolizing a transcendent reality at once absent and present. The paradigm became more complex as new contrasts came into play, within/without, open/closed, movable/fixed. With the advent of historical space, places became much more diverse, contrasting much more sharply with one another as they developed individual characteristics. City walls were the mark of a material and brutal separation far more potent than the formal polarities they embodied, such as curved versus straight or open versus closed. This separation had more than one signification, and indeed implied more than any mere signification, in that the fortified towns held administrative sway over the surrounding countryside, which they protected and exploited at the same time, a common enough phenomenon, after all. Once diversified, places opposed, sometimes complemented, and sometimes resembled one another. They can thus be categorized or subjected to a grid on the basis of topias, isotopias, heterotopias, utopias, or in other words analogous places, contrasting places, and the places of what has no place, or no longer has a place, the absolute, the divine, or the possible. More importantly, such places can also be viewed in terms of the highly significant distinction between dominated spaces and appropriated spaces. 15. Before considering the distinction between domination and appropriation, however, a word must be said about the relationship between the basic axes of diachronic and synchronic. No space ever vanishes utterly, leaving no trace. Even the sites of Troy, Susa, or Leptis Magna still enshrine the superimposed spaces of the succession of cities that have occupied them. Were it otherwise, there would be no interpenetration, whether of spaces, rhythms, or polarities. It is also true that each new edition inherits and reorganizes what has gone before, each period or stratum carries its own preconditions beyond their limits. Is this a case of metaphorization? Yes, but it is one which includes a measure of metonymization in that the superimposed spaces do constitute an ensemble or whole. These notions may not explain the process in question, but they do serve a real expository function. They help describe how it is that natural, and hence physical and physiological, space does not get completely absorbed into religious and political space, or these last into historical space, or any of the foregoing into that practico-sensory. Space where bodies and objects, sense organs, and products all cohabit in objectility. What are being described in this way are metamorphoses, transfers, and substitutions. Thus natural objects, a particular mound of earth, tree, or hill, continue to be perceived as part of their contexts in nature even as the surrounding social space fills up with objects and comes also to be apprehended in accordance with the objectivity shared by natural objects on the one hand and by products on the other. Now let us consider dominated, and dominant, space, which is to say a space transformed, and mediated, by technology, by practice. In the modern world, instances of such spaces are legion, and immediately intelligible as such, one only has to think of a slab of concrete or a motorway. Thanks to technology, the domination of space is becoming, as it were, completely dominant. The dominance whose acme we are thus fast approaching has very deep roots in history and in the historical sphere, for its origins coincide with those of political power itself. Military architecture, fortifications and ramparts, dams and irrigation systems, all offer many fine examples of dominated space. Such spaces are works of construction rather than works in the sense in which we have been using the term, and they are not yet products in its narrow, modern, and industrial meaning. Dominant space is invariably the realization of a master's project. This may seem simple enough, but in fact the concept of dominated space calls for some elucidation. In order to dominate space, technology introduces a new form into a pre-existing space, generally a rectilinear or rectangular form such as a meshwork or checkerwork. A motorway brutalizes the countryside and the land, slicing through space like a great knife. Dominated space is usually closed, sterilized, emptied out. The concept attains its full meaning only when it is contrasted with the opposite and inseparable concept of appropriation. In Marx, the concept of appropriation is sharply opposed to that of property, but it is not thoroughly clarified, far from it, in fact. For one thing, it is not clearly distinguished from the anthropological and philosophical notion of human nature, i.e. what is proper to human beings. Marx had not entirely abandoned the search for a specific human nature, but he rejected any idea that it might be constituted by laughter, by play, by the awareness of death, or by residence. Rather, it lay in social labor and, inseparably, in language. Nor did Marx discriminate between appropriation and domination. For him labor and technology, by dominating material nature, thereby immediately transformed it according to the needs of social man. Thus nature was converted directly from an enemy, an indifferent mother, into goods. Only by means of the critical study of space, in fact, can the concept of appropriation be clarified. It may be said of a natural space modified in order to serve the needs and possibilities of a group that it has been appropriated by that group. Property in the sense of possession is at best a necessary precondition, and most often merely an epiphenomenon, of appropriative activity, the highest expression of which is the work of art. An appropriated space resembles a work of art, which is not to say that it is in any sense an imitation work of art. Often such a space is a structure, a monument or building, but this is not always the case. A site, a square or a street may also be legitimately described as an appropriated space. Examples of appropriated spaces abound, but it is not always easy to decide in what respect, how, by whom and for whom they have been appropriated. Peasant houses and villages speak, they recount, though in a mumbled and somewhat confused way, the lives of those who built and inhabited them. An igloo, an oriental straw hut or a Japanese house is every bit 16.6 social space. As expressive as a Norman or Proven, dwelling. 39 dwelling space may be that of a group, of a family, often a very large one, or that of a community, albeit one divided into castes or classes which tend to break it up. Private space is distinct from, but always connected with, public space. In the best of circumstances, the outside space of the community is dominated, while the indoor space of family life is appropriated. 40a. Situation of this kind exemplifies a spatial practice which, though still immediate, is close, in concrete terms, to the work of art. Whence the charm, the enduring ability to enchant us, of houses of this kind. It should be noted that appropriation is not effected by an immobile group, be it a family, a village, or a town. Time plays a part in the process, and indeed appropriation cannot be understood apart from the rhythms of time and of life. Dominated space and appropriated space may in principle be combined, and, ideally at least, they ought to be combined. But history, which is to say the history of accumulation, is also the history of their separation and mutual antagonism. The winner in this contest, moreover, has been domination. There was once such a thing as appropriation without domination, witness the aforementioned hut, igloo, or peasant house. Domination has grown pari passu with the part played by armies, war, the state, and political power. The dichotomy between dominated and appropriated is thus not limited to the level of discourse or signification, for it gives rise to a contradiction or conflictual tendency, which holds sway until one of the terms in play, domination, wins a crushing victory and the other, appropriation, is utterly subjugated. Not that appropriation disappears, for it cannot. Both practice and theory continue to proclaim its importance and demand its restitution. Similar considerations apply to the body and to sexuality. Dominated by overpowering forces, including a variety of brutal techniques and an extreme emphasis on visualization, the body fragments, abdicates responsibility for itself, in a word, disappropriates itself. Body cultures and body techniques have been developed, in antiquity and since, which truly appropriate the body. Sports and gymnastics as we know them, however, to say nothing of the passive exposure of the body to the sun, are little more than parodies or simulations of a genuine physical culture. Any revolutionary project today, whether utopian or realistic, must, if it is to avoid hopeless banality, make the reappropriation of the body, in association with the reappropriation of space, into a non-negotiable part of its agenda. As for sex and sexuality, things here are more complicated. It may reasonably be asked whether an appropriation of sexuality has ever occurred except perhaps under certain transitory sets of circumstances and for a very limited number of people. One thinks, for example, of Arab civilization in Andalusia. Any true appropriation of sex demands that a separation be made between the reproductive function and sexual pleasure. This is a delicate distinction which, for reasons that are still mysterious, and despite great scientific advances in the sphere of contraception, can only be made in practice with great difficulty and attendant anxiety. We do not really know how and why this occurs, but it seems that detaching the biological sexual function from the human one, which cannot properly be defined in terms of functionality, results only in the latter being compromised by the elimination of the former. It is almost as though nature were itself incapable of distinguishing between pleasure and pain, so that when human beings are encouraged by their analytical tendencies to seek the one in isolation from the other, they expose themselves to the risk of neutralizing both. Alternatively, they may be obliged to limit all orgiastic pleasure to predictable states reached by codified routes, drugs, eroticism, reading/writing of ready-made texts, etc. The true space of pleasure, which would be an appropriated space par excellence, does not yet exist. Even if a few instances in the past suggest that this goal is in principle attainable, the results to date fall far short of human desires. Appropriation should not be confused with a practice which is closely related to it but still distinct, namely diversion, détournement. An existing space may outlive its original purpose, and the raison d'être which determines its forms, functions, and structures, it may thus in a sense become vacant, and susceptible of being diverted, reappropriated, and put to a use quite different from its initial one. A recent and well-known case of this was the reappropriation of the Halles Centrales, Paris's former wholesale produce market, in 1969–71. For a brief period, this urban center, designed to facilitate the distribution of food, was transformed into a gathering place and a scene of permanent festival, in short, into a center of play rather than of work, for the youth of Paris. The diversion and reappropriation of space are of great significance, for they teach us much about the production of new spaces. During a period as difficult as the present one is for a capitalist mode of production which is threatened with extinction yet struggling to win a new lease on life through the reproduction of the means of production, it may even be that such techniques of diversion have greater import than attempts at creation production. Be that as it may, one upshot of such tactics is that groups take up residence in spaces whose pre-existing form, having been designed for some other purpose, is inappropriate to the needs of their would-be communal life. One wonders whether this morphological maladaptation might not play a part in the high incidence of failure among communitarian experiments of this kind. From a purely theoretical standpoint, diversion and production cannot be meaningfully separated. The goal and meaning of theoretical thinking is production rather than diversion. Diversion is in itself merely appropriation, not creation, a reappropriation which can call but a temporary halt to domination. 3. Spatial architectonics. Having assigned ontological status by speculative diktat to the most extreme degree of formal abstraction, classical philosophical, or metaphysical, thought posits a substantial space, a space in itself. From the beginning of the Ethics, Spinoza treats this absolute space as an attribute or mode of absolute being, that is, of God. 1 Now space in itself, defined as infinite, has no shape in that it has no content. It may be assigned neither form, nor orientation, nor direction. Is it then the unknowable? No, rather, it is what Leibniz called the indiscernible. In the matter of Leibniz's criticism of Spinoza and Descartes, as in that of Newton's and Kant's criticism of Leibniz, modern mathematics tends to find in favor of Leibniz. 2 For the most part, philosophers have taken the existence of an absolute space as a given, along with whatever it might contain, figures, relations, and proportions, numbers, and so on. Against this posture, Leibniz maintains that space in itself, space as such, is neither nothing nor something, and even less the totality of things or the form of their sum, for Leibniz space was, indeed, the indiscernible. In order to discern something therein, axes and an origin must be introduced, and a right and a left, i.e. the direction or orientation of those axes. This does not mean, however, that Leibniz espouses the subjectivist thesis according to which the observer and the measure together constitute the real. To the contrary, what Leibniz means to say is that it is necessary for space to be occupied. What, then, occupies? Baruch Spinoza, Ethics, Proposition XTV, Corollary 2, and Proposition 15, Scholium. 2 C. Herman Weyl, Symmetry, Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, 1952, and my discussion of Weyl's work below. Space. A body, not bodies in general, nor corporeality, but a specific body, a body capable of indicating direction by a gesture, of defining rotation by turning round, of demarcating and orienting space. Thus for Leibniz space is absolutely relative, that is, endowed both with a perfectly abstract quality which leads mathematical thought to treat it as primordial, and hence readily to invest it with transcendence, and with a concrete character, in that it is in space that bodies exist, that they manifest their material existence. How does a body occupy space? The metaphorical term occupy is borrowed from an everyday experience of space as already specific, already occupied. The connection between space as available and space as occupied, however, has nothing simple or obvious about it. Unfortunately, a metaphor cannot do duty for thought. We know that space is not a pre-existing void, endowed with formal properties alone. To criticize and reject absolute space is simply to refuse a particular representation, that of a container waiting to be filled by a content, i.e. matter, or bodies. According to this picture of things, formal, content and material, container are indifferent to each other and so offer no graspable difference. Anything may go in any set of places in the container. Any part of the container can receive anything. This indifference becomes separation, in that contents and container do not impinge upon one another in any way. An empty container accepts any collection of separable and separate items. Separateness thus extends even to the contents component elements. Fragmentation replaces thought, and thought, reflective thinking, becomes hazy and may eventually be swallowed up in the empirical activity of simply counting things. The constitution of such a logic of separation entails and justifies a strategy of separation. We are thus obliged to consider a contrary hypothesis. Can the body, with its capacity for action, and its various energies, be said to create space? Assuredly, but not in the sense that occupation might be said to manufacture spatiality. Rather, there is an immediate relationship between the body and its space, between the body's deployment in space and its occupation of space. Before producing effects in the material realm, tools and objects, before producing itself by drawing nourishment from that realm, and before reproducing itself by generating other bodies, each living body is space and has its space. It produces itself in space and it also produces that space. This is a truly remarkable relationship. The body with the energies at its disposal, the living body, creates or produces its own space. Conversely, the laws of space, which is to say the laws of discrimination in space, also govern the living body and the deployment of its energies. Hermann Weyl demonstrates this very clearly in his work on symmetry. Point 3. In nature, whether organic or inorganic, symmetries, in a plane or about an axis, exist wherever there is bilaterality or duality, left and right, reflection or rotation. In space, these symmetries are not properties external to bodies, however. Though definable in purely mathematical terms, as applications, operations, transformations, or functions, they are not imposed upon material bodies, as many philosophers suppose, by prior thought. Bodies' deployments of energy produce space and produce themselves, along with their motions, according to the laws of space. And this remains true, Weyl argues, whether we are concerned with corpuscles or planets, crystals, 4, electromagnetic fields 5, cell division 6, shells, or architectural forms, to which last Weyl attributes great importance. Here then we have a route from abstract to concrete which has the great virtue of demonstrating their reciprocal inherence. This path leads also from mental to social, a fact which lends additional force to the concept of the production of space. This thesis is so persuasive that there seems to be little reason for not extending its application, with all due precautions, naturally, to social space. This would give us the concept of a specific space produced by forces, i.e. productive forces, deployed within a social and determined/determining spatial practice. Such a space would embody properties, dualities, symmetries, etc., which could not be imputed either to the human mind or to any transcendent spirit, but only to the actual occupation of space, an occupation which would need to be understood genetically, that is, according to the sequence of productive operations involved. What does this mean for the ancient idea of nature? It means that it must undergo quite substantial transformation. Once the relationship of mutual inherence between space and what it contained was broken, reflective thought tended to bring occult qualities and forces into the picture. Everything which derives from biologico-spatial reality, everything which is, in a word, automorphic or biomorphic, was endowed in this way with goal-directedness. Symmetries now seem to have been planned by a calculating God and realized on the material plane by order of a divine will or power. How did it come about that that flower which knew not that it was a flower, or that it was beautiful, possessed a symmetry of the nth order? The answer was that it had been designed, by Spinoza's Natura Naturans or by Leibniz's mathematician God. Many, like Descartes and his followers, though they found it hard to believe in any such engineering, simply shifted agency to a spirit, whether human or not, without attending too closely to the matter of how that spirit's design might be realized otherwise than through the providential or transcendent action of the idea, in the Hegelian sense. How and in what sense nature as such can be mathematical is a question which the philosophers, with their scientific cum ideological partitions, have rendered unintelligible. The observer stands perplexed before the beauty of a seashell, a village, or a cathedral, even though what confronts him consists perhaps merely in the material modalities of an active occupation, specifically, the occupation of space. Incidentally, one may well wonder whether the integrons proposed by Francois Jacob as a way of accounting for organic unity are really anything more than a philosophical/ideological/scientific device standing in for divine providence. 7. There is another way of approaching the question, however. Development in nature may be conceived of as obeying laws of space which are also laws of nature. Space as such, as at once occupied and occupying, and as a set of places, may be understood in a materialist way. A space so understood implies differences by definition, which gets us out of a number of difficulties related to the genesis of variations. We are no longer obliged to appeal either to originality or to origins as the source of difference, nor need we risk falling under the axe of the materialist critique of empirio-criticism. From this perspective, the form of a seashell is the result neither of a design nor of unconscious thought, nor yet of a higher plan. The poetry of shells, their metaphorical role 8, has nothing to do with some mysterious creative force, but corresponds merely to the way in which energy, under specific conditions, on a specific scale, in a specific material environment, etc., is deployed. The relationship between nature and space is immediate in the sense that it does not depend on the mediation of an external force, whether natural or divine. The law of space resides within space itself, and cannot be resolved into a deceptively clear inside versus outside relationship, which is merely a representation of space. Marx wondered whether a spider could be said to work. Does a spider obey blind instinct? Or does it have, or perhaps better, is it, an intelligence? Is it aware in any sense of what it is doing? It produces, it secretes, and it occupies a space which it engenders according to its own lights, the space of its web, of its stratagems, of its needs. Should we think of the space of the spiders as an abstract space occupied by such separate objects as its body, its secretory glands and legs, the things to which it attaches its web, the strands of silk making up that web, the flies that serve as its prey, and so on? No, for this would be to set the spider in the space of analytic intellection, the space of discourse, the space of this sheet of paper before me, thus preparing the ground too inevitably for a rejoinder of the type. Not at all. It is nature, or instinct, or providence, which governs the spider's activity and which is thus responsible for that admirable and totally marvelous creation, the spider's web with its amazing equilibrium, organization, and adaptability. Would it be true to say that the spider spins the web as an extension of its body? As far as it goes, yes, but the formulation has its problems. As for the web's symmetrical and asymmetrical aspects and the spatial structures, anchorage points, networks, center/periphery, that it embodies, is the spider's knowledge of these comparable to the human form of knowledge? Clearly not. The spider produces, which manifestly calls for thought, but it does not think in the same way as we do. The spider's production and the characteristics thereof have more in common with the seashell or with the flower evoked by the angel of Cilicia than with verbal abstraction. Here the production of space, beginning with the production of the body, extends to the productive secretion of a residence which also serves as a tool, a means. This construction is consistent with those laws classically described as admirable. Whether any dissociation is conceivable in this connection between nature and design, organic and mathematical, producing and secreting, or internal and external, is a question which must be answered, resoundingly in the negative. Thus the spider, for all its lowliness, is already capable, just like human groups, of demarcating space and orienting itself on the basis of angles. It can create networks and links, symmetries and asymmetries. It is able to project beyond its own body those dualities which help constitute that body as they do the animal's relationship to itself and its productive and reproductive acts. The spider has a sense of right and left, of high and low. Its here and now, in Hegel's sense, transcends the realm of thingness, for it embraces relationships and movements. We may say, then, that for any living body, just as for spiders, shellfish, and so on, the most basic places and spatial indicators are first of all qualified by that body. The other is present, facing the ego, a body facing another body. The other is impenetrable save through violence, or through love, as the object of expenditures of energy, of aggression, or desire. Here external is also internal inasmuch as the other is another body, a vulnerable flesh, an accessible symmetry. Only later on in the development of the human species were spatial indicators quantified. Right and left, high and low, central and peripheral, whether named or no, derived from the body in action. It seems that it is not so much gestures which do the qualifying as the body as a whole. To say that the qualification of space depends on the body implies that space is determined by something that at times threatens and at times benefits it. This determination appears to have three aspects: gestures, traces, marks. Gesture should be taken here in a broad sense, so that turning around may be considered a gesture, one which modifies a person's orientation and points of reference. The word is preferable to behavior, for a gestural action has a goal or aim, which is not, of course, to imply some imminent teleology. A spider moving around on its web or a shellfish emerging from its shell are performing gestures in this sense. As for traces and marks, these obviously do not exist as concepts for the spider, and yet everything happens just as though they did. Marks are made by living beings with the means readily available to them, notably excreta such as urine, saliva, and so on. Sexual marks must be very ancient, but to what, or to whom, were they first affixed? As indicators merely of affect, however, marks would appear to be of much more recent origin, and limited to few species. Intentionality is a late development, accompanying that of brain and hands, but traces and marks play a part in animal life from a very early date. Places were already being marked, and remarked. In the beginning was the typus. Before, long before, the advent of the logos, in the chiaroscuro realm of primitive life, lived experience already possessed its internal rationality. This experience was producing long before thought space, and spatial thought, began reproducing the projection, explosion, image, and orientation of the body. Long before space, as perceived by and for the eye, began to appear as split and divided, as a realm of merely virtual or deferred tensions and contacts. Long before space emerged as a medium of far-off possibilities, as the locus of potentiality. 4. Long before the analyzing, separating intellect, long before formal knowledge, there was an intelligence of the body. Time is distinguishable but not separable from space. The concentric rings of a tree trunk reveal the tree's age, just as a shell's spirals, with their marvelous spatial concreteness, reveal the age of that shell's former occupant, this according to rules which only complicated mathematical operations can translate into the language of abstraction. Times, of necessity, are local, and this goes too for the relations between places and their respective times. Phenomena which an analytical intelligence associates solely with temporality, such as growth, maturation, and aging, cannot in fact be dissociated from spatiality, itself an abstraction. Space and time thus appear and manifest themselves as different yet unseverable. Temporal cycles correspond to circular spatial forms of a symmetrical kind. It may even be that linear temporal processes of a repetitive and mechanical character are associated with the constitution of spatial axes, along which a repeated operation may be performed. At all events, the dissociation of spatial and temporal and the social actualization of that dissociation can only be a late development, a corollary of which has been the split between representations of space and representational spaces. It is by taking representational spaces as its starting point that art seeks to preserve or restore this lost unity. 9. all of which gives us some sense of how and to what degree duality is constitutive of the unity of the material living being. Such a being carries its other within itself. It is symmetrical, hence dual, and doubly so, for its symmetry is both bilateral and rotational, and this state of affairs must in turn be viewed through the dual lens of space and time, of cyclical repetition and linear repetition. Around the living being, and through its activity, which may legitimately be described as productive, is constituted the field which the behaviorists call behavioral. This field comes into play as a network of relations, a network projected and simultaneously actualized by the living being as it acts within, in conjunction with, and upon, its spatial milieu. The realm of behavior thus bears spatial characteristics determined by the projection in question, right-left symmetry, high versus low, and so on. At the same time, the living being constitutes itself from the outset as an internal space. Very early on, in phylogenesis as in the genesis of the individual organism, an indentation forms in the cellular mass. A cavity gradually takes shape, simple at first, then more complex, which is filled by fluids. These fluids too are relatively simple to begin with, but diversify little by little. The cells adjacent to the cavity form a screen or membrane which serves as a boundary whose degree of permeability may vary. From now on external space will stand opposed to an internal space or milieu. Here is the primary and most decisive differentiation in the history of biological being. The internal milieu will play an ever greater role, and the space thus produced will eventually take on the most varied forms, structures and functions, beginning with an initial stage at which it has the form of what the embryologists call a gastrula. A closure thus comes to separate within from without, so establishing the living being as a distinct body. It is a quite relative closure, however, and has nothing in common with a logical division or abstract split. The membranes in question generally remain permeable, punctured by pores and orifices. Traffic back and forth, so far from stopping, tends to increase and become more differentiated, embracing both energy exchange, alimentation, respiration, excretion, and information exchange, the sensory apparatus. The whole history of life has been characterized by an incessant diversification and intensification of the interaction between inside and outside. Thus relativized and emancipated from extrapolations and systematizations, the notion of closure has an operational utility. It helps to account for what happens in both natural and social life. In the social realm, closures tend to become absolute. A defining characteristic of private property, as of the position in space of a town, nation, or nation-state, is a closed frontier. This limiting case aside, however, we may say that every spatial envelope implies a barrier between inside and out, but that this barrier is always relative and, in the case of membranes, always permeable. 2. From a dynamic standpoint, the living organism may be defined as an apparatus which, by a variety of means, captures energies active in its vicinity. It absorbs heat, performs respiration, nourishes itself, and so on. It also, as a normal thing, retains and stocks a surplus of available energy over and above what it needs for dealing with immediate demands and attacks. This allows the organism a measure of leeway for taking initiatives, these being neither determined nor arbitrary. This surplus or superfluity of energy is what distinguishes life from survival, the bare minimum needed to support life. Captive energy is not generally stored indefinitely or preserved in a stagnant state. When it is, the organism degenerates. It is in the nature of energy that it be expended, and expended productively, even when the production involved is merely that of play or of gratuitous violence. The release of energy always gives rise to an effect, to damage, to a change in reality. It modifies space or generates a new space. Living or vital energy seems active only if there is an excess, an available surplus, superfluity, and an actual expenditure thereof. In effect, energy must be wasted, and the explosive waste of energy is indistinguishable from its productive use, beginning on the plane of animal life. Play, struggle, war and sex are coextensive. production, destruction, and reproduction overlap and intersect. Energy accumulates, so much is obvious, a truism. It is difficult, however, to form a clear picture of the mechanisms of this accumulation, and even more so of its consequences. Even though the expenditure of energy always seems excessive, even abnormal, a living organism which does not have access to such a surplus, and hence to the possibilities which that surplus opens up, has quite different reactions to its immediate circumstances. In other words, that principle of economy which has so often been put forward by a particular kind of rationalism or crude functionalism is biologically and biomorphically inadequate. It is a low-level principle applied only to situations where a short supply of energy calls for restrictions on expenditure. It applies, in other words, only at the level of survival. In sharp contrast to the rationalism of the principle of economy and its niggardly productivism, the minimum expenditure, and this only in order to satisfy needs, is the opposite thesis, espoused by a succession of philosophers, according to which waste, play, struggle, art, festival, in short, eros, are themselves a necessity, and a necessity out of which the partisans of this view make a virtue. The pedigree of the philosophical endorsement of excess, of superfluity, and hence of transgression, in this connection goes back to Spinoza. It may be traced thence, via Schiller, Goethe, and Marx, who detested asceticism, even if he sometimes allowed himself to be seduced by the notion of a proletarian version of it, to its culmination in Nietzsche. There is little trace of it, be it noted, in Freud, whose bioenergetic theories tend to collapse into mechanism. The psychoanalytic distinctions between eros and then ethos, pleasure principle and reality, or productivity, principle and life and death instincts, too often lose all dialectical character and become little more than a mechanical interplay between pseudo-concepts, little more than metaphors for a supposed scarcity of energy. If the living organism indeed captures, expends, and wastes a surplus of energy, it must do so in accordance with the laws of the universe. The Dionysian side of existence, excess, intoxication, risks, even mortal risks, has its own peculiar freedom and value. The living organism and the total body contain within them the potential for play, violence, festival, and love, which is not to say that this potential must necessarily be realized, nor even that any motivation to do so need be present. The Nietzschean distinction between Apollonian and Dionysian echoes the dual aspect of the living being and its relationship to space. Its own space and the other's, violence and stability, excess and equilibrium. Inadequate as this distinction may be, it is certainly meaningful. It is not sufficient, however, to say of the living organism merely that it captures energy and uses it in an economic manner. It does not capture just any energy, nor does it expend that energy in an arbitrary way. It has its own specific prey, surroundings and predators, in a word, its own space. It lives in that space, and it is a component part of it, a part, that is, of a fauna or flora, and of an ecology, a more or less stable ecological system. Within its space, the living being receives information. Originally, before the advent of the abstraction devised by human societies, information was no more distinct from material reality than the content of space was from its form. The cell receives information in material form. There is a systematic philosophical tendency among the investigators of such phenomena, however, to reduce the living being, whether at the level of the individual cell or at the level of the organism as a cellular whole, to terms of information reception, that is to say, to terms of minute quantities of energy. 10 They disregard or ignore the economy of the living body as recipient and reservoir of massive energies. Though they put all the emphasis on the organism's self-regulatory mechanisms, they no longer discern those mechanisms' dysfunctions, defects, errors, or excessive outlays of energy. The dual regulatory system based on organic substances and catalysts which biology proposes is apparently supposed to leave nothing out of account. It is true that energetic theories, for their part, have paid no attention to the informational, relational, or situational realms, concentrating exclusively on the grosser forms of energy, those which can, so to speak, be measured in calories. The truth is, however, that in its relationship to itself and its own space the living being uses both minimal and massive types of energy, which are in any case not strictly separable. The organism thus combines apparatuses storing enormous quantities of energy which are discharged explosively, musculature, sexual apparatus, members, with apparatuses designed to respond to very feeble stimuli, i.e. information, and to consume barely any energy, the sensory apparatus, the brain and sense organs. Point 11. What we find here, therefore, or, rather, what we come back to, is a constitutive dualism. The living being is not merely a data processing machine, nor merely a desiring, killing, or producing machine, it is both at once. Around the living organism, both those energies which it captures and those which threaten it are mobile, they are currents or flows. By contrast, in order to capture available energies the organism must have at its disposal apparatuses which are stable. It must respond to aggression with defensive actions, setting up boundaries around the body that it can maintain and protect. The fact that a surplus of energy is accumulated before being discharged is thus a defining aspect of the very concept of the living body and its relationship with its space, i.e. with itself, its vicinity, its surroundings, and the world at large. A productive squandering of energy is not a contradiction in terms. An expenditure of energy may be deemed productive so long as some change, no matter how small, is thereby effected in the world. The concept of production is thus sharpened and revived without becoming so broad as to lose all meaning. We see that a game may qualify as a piece of work, or as a work in the strong sense of the word, while a space designed for playful activity may legitimately be deemed a product in that it is the outcome of an activity which regulates itself, lays down rules for itself, as it unfolds. Furthermore, productive energy implies the living organism's relationship with itself, and in this connection takes the form of reproductive energy. As such it is characterized by repetition in the division and multiplication of cells, in actions, in reflexes. As for sexual reproduction, it is merely one of many forms of reproduction essayed by nature, a form which owes its prominent status solely to its success down several lines of descent. In the case of sexual reproduction, the discontinuous or explosive aspect of productive energy has manifestly won out over continuous production, over sprouting and proliferation. Surplus energy qua normal energy relates on the one hand to itself, i.e. to the body which stores it, and on the other hand to its milieu, i.e. to space. In the life of every being, species, individual, or group, there are moments when the energy available is so abundant that it tends to be explosively discharged. It may be turned back against itself, or it may spread outwards, in gratuitousness or grace. The incidence of destruction, self-destruction, aimless violence and suicide is high in nature generally and even higher in the human species. Excesses of all kinds are the result of excess energy, as Bodily understood in the wake of Nietzsche, although he was perhaps somewhat excessive in his application of this rule itself. It follows that Freud's celebrated death instinct should be treated as a derivative phenomenon. The symptomatic study which psychoanalysts since Freud have made of morbid tendencies and drives has generated a great deal of accurate data in the fields which fall under such rubrics as eros and then ethos, narcissism, sadomasochism, self-destructiveness, eroticism, anxiety, and neurosis and psychosis, but all this work has only made any appeal to a primordial tendency here even more dubious. There is a drastic difference between the notion of a death instinct or drive, a force seeking annihilation and running counter to a forever thwarted life-affirming tendency, and the thesis of a whiplash effect resulting from basically justified excesses in the expenditure of vital energy. Even though we are bound to assume that the negation of energy exists in space, that is, in the milieu in which energy is expended, diffused, and dissipated, this is not to say that death and self-destruction are causes or reasons rather than effects. Thus the death instinct simply implies an unproductive use or misuse, a misemployment, so to speak, of basic energy. It is the dialectical outcome of a conflictual relationship internal to this energy, a relationship which cannot be reduced to mere mechanisms of defense or of equilibrium and their failures. There is sense in a joyful pessimism. 3. In the foregoing discussion, space has been taken partes extra partes, as Spinoza would say. That we are dealing with finiteness, with parts and subdivisions, with component elements, and with each part's uniqueness and origins, its etymology, of this there can be no doubt. The very concept of a form, with an internal self-reflection or duplicate of itself as its defining characteristic, the concept, in other words, of symmetry with its constitutive dualisms, reflectional symmetry and rotational symmetry, asymmetry as itself determined by symmetry, and so on, implies a circumscribed space, a body with contours and boundaries. Obviously, however, it is not enough merely to evoke subdivisions of space and allotments of energy, currents flow and propagate themselves within an infinite space. Infinity is the original fact, what has to be explained is the source of the finite, writes Nietzsche. In infinite time and in infinite space there are no terminal points. Here thought is overcome by a kind of vertigo. Yet, he adds, though it has nothing to hold on to, humanity must somehow stand upright, therein lies the immense task of the artist. But Nietzsche assigns no absolute, general, or total priority to the imagination. Point 12. Could the infinite and the finite be mere illusion, the one just as much as the other, and each, as it were, the illusion of the other? Are they mirages, reflections, or refractions, or in some sense that which lies short of, and beyond, each part? Time per se is an absurdity, likewise space per se. The relative and the absolute are reflections of one another, each always refers back to the other, and the same is true of space and time. We are confronted by a double surface, a double appearance which is governed by a single law and a single reality, that of reflection/refraction. The maximum difference is contained in every difference, even a minimal one. Every form belongs to the subject. It is the apprehension of the surface by the mirror. 13. By thus engendering surface, image 14 and mirror, reflection pierces the surface and penetrates the depths of the relationship between repetition and difference. Duplication, symmetry, implies repetition, yet it also gives rise to a difference constitutive of a space. It should not be conceived of on the model of numerical iteration, 1 and 1 and 1, etc., nor on that of serial recurrence. Rather the opposite, duplication and symmetry/asymmetry call for causal notions irreducible to classical, serial and linear, ideas. When the mirror is real, as is constantly the case in the realm of objects, the space in the mirror is imaginary, and, cf. Lewis Carroll, the locus of the imagination is the ego. In a living body, on the other hand, where the mirror of reflection is imaginary, the effect is real, so real, indeed, that it determines the very structure of the higher animals. 15. It is for all the world as though the left side of the bodies of these animals were the reflection in a plane mirror of the right, the result being a perfect reflectional symmetry. This is completed, moreover, by a rotational symmetry, the life of the spinal column. From the social standpoint, space has a dual nature and, in any given society, a dual general existence. On the one hand, one, i.e. each member of the society under consideration, relates oneself to space, situates oneself in space. One confronts both an immediacy and an objectivity of one's own. One places oneself at the center, designates oneself, measures oneself, and uses oneself as a measure. One is, in short, a subject. A specific social status, assuming always a stable situation, and hence determination by and in a state, implies a role and a function, an individual and a public identity. It also implies a location, a place in society, a position. On the other hand, space serves an intermediary or mediating role, beyond each plane surface, beyond each opaque form, one seeks to apprehend something else. This tends to turn social space into a transparent medium occupied solely by light, by presences and influences. On the one hand, therefore, space contains opacities, bodies and objects, centers of efferent actions and effervescent energies, hidden, even impenetrable, places, areas of viscosity, and black holes. On the other, it offers sequences, sets of objects, concatenations of bodies, so much so, in fact, that anyone can at any time discover new ones, forever slipping from the non-visible realm into the visible, from opacity into transparency. 16 Objects touch one another, feel, smell and hear one another. Then they contemplate one another with eye and gaze. One truly gets the impression that every shape in space, every spatial plane, constitutes a mirror and produces a mirage effect, that within each body the rest of the world is reflected, and referred back to, in an ever-renewed to and fro of reciprocal reflection, an interplay of shifting colors, lights, and forms. A mere change of position, or a change in a place's surroundings, is enough to precipitate an object's passage into the light. What was covered becomes overt, what was cryptic becomes limpidly clear. A movement of the body may have a similar goal. Here is the point of intersection of the two sensory fields. Were it not for this dual aspect and natural/social space, how could we understand language itself? Nature can only be apprehended through objects and shapes, but this perception occurs within an overall context of illumination where bodies pass from their natural obscurity into the light, not in an arbitrary manner but according to a specific sequence, order, or articulation. Where natural space exists, and even more so where social space exists, the movement from obscurity to enlightenment, the process of decipherment, is perpetual. It is in fact part and parcel of the way in which the existence of space is established. This incessant deciphering activity is objective as much as subjective, in which respect it indeed transcends the old philosophical distinction between objectivity and subjectivity. It becomes more acute as soon as concealed parts of space, the internal portions of things and things outside the field of perception, come to have associated with themselves symbols, or corresponding signs or indices, which are often tabooed, holy/evil, revelatory, or occult. It is in this sense that it cannot be properly described as either a subjective or an objective, a conscious or an unconscious, activity. Rather, it is an activity which serves to generate consciousness, messages, by virtue of space and of the interplay of reflections and mirages within it, are intrinsic to lived experience itself. Space, my space, is not the context of which I constitute the textuality. Instead, it is first of all my body, and then it is my body's counterpart or other, its mirror image or shadow. It is the shifting intersection between that which touches, penetrates, threatens or benefits my body on the one hand, and all other bodies on the other. Thus we are concerned, once again, with gaps and tensions, contacts and separations. Yet, through and beyond these various effects of meaning, space is actually experienced, in its depths, as duplications, echoes and reverberations, redundancies and doublings up which engender, and are engendered by, the strangest of contrasts, face and arse, eye and flesh, viscera and excrement, lips and teeth, orifices and phallus, clenched fists and opened hands, as also clothed versus naked, open versus closed, obscenity versus familiarity, and so on. 17 None of these oppositions and conjunctions/disjunctions has anything to do with the logic or formal system. Should we therefore conclude that mirror and mirage effects exist but that there is no such thing as an anti-mirror effect, a lived experience of blank opacity? Certainly not if we recall Zara's description of mirrors as the fruits of dread, or Baudelaire's comparison of himself with a tarnished mirror. Here, too, is Eliard, the reflection of the personality must be wiped away before inspiration can spring forth from the mirror. 18 The mirror is a surface at once pure and impure, almost material, yet virtually unreal. It presents the ego with its own material presence, calling up its counterpart, its absence from, and at the same time its inherence in, this other space. Inasmuch as its symmetry is projected therein, the ego is liable to recognize itself in the other, but it does not in fact coincide with it. Other merely represents ego as an inverted image in which the left appears at the right, as a reflection which yet generates an extreme difference, as a repetition which transforms the ego's body into an obsessing will-o'-the-wisp. Here what is identical is at the same time radically other, radically different, and transparency is equivalent to opacity. V. If my body may be said to enshrine a generative principle, at once abstract and concrete, the mirror's surface makes this principle invisible, deciphers it. The mirror discloses the relationship between me and myself, my body and the consciousness of my body, not because the reflection constitutes my unity qua subject, as many psychoanalysts and psychologists apparently believe, but because it transforms what I am into the sign of what I am. This ice-smooth barrier, itself merely an inert sheen, reproduces and displays what I am, in a word, signifies what I am, within an imaginary sphere which is yet quite real. A process of abstraction then, but a fascinating abstraction. In order to know myself, I separate myself out from myself. 19 The effect is dizzying. Should the ego fail to reassert hegemony over itself by defying its own image, it must become Narcissus, or Alice. It will then be in danger of never rediscovering itself, space qua figment will have swallowed it up, and the glacial surface of the mirror will hold it forever captive in its emptiness, in an absence devoid of all conceivable presence or bodily warmth. The mirror thus presents or offers the most unifying but also the most disjunctive relationship between form and content. Forms therein have a powerful reality yet remain unreal, they readily expel or contain their contents, yet these contents retain an irreducible force, an irreducible opacity, and this is as true for my body, the content of my consciousness, as for other bodies, for bodies in general. So many objects have this dual character, they are transitional inasmuch as they tend towards something else, yet they are also aims or objectives in their own right. Among all such objects, the mirror undoubtedly has a special place. All the same, to argue, as some overzealous proponents of psychoanalysis do, that all property can be defined in terms of a kind of mirror effect, on the grounds that possession of an object by the ego makes that object the ego's own, is to overstep the bounds that culture places on stupidity in general. There is in fact little justification for any systematic generalization from the effects of this particular object, whose rôle is properly confined to a sphere within the immediate vicinity of the body. The mirror is thus at once an object among others and an object different from all others, evanescent, fascinating. In and through the mirror, the traits of other objects in relationship to their spatial environment are brought together. The mirror is an object in space which informs us about space, which speaks of space. In some ways a kind of picture, the mirror too has a frame which specifies it, a frame that can be either empty or filled. Into that space which is produced first by natural and later by social life, the mirror introduces a truly dual spatiality, a space which is imaginary with respect to origin and separation, but also concrete and practical with respect to coexistence and differentiation. Many philosophers, and non-philosophers, such as Lenin, have sought to define thought in terms of a mirror effect, in terms of reflection. But in so doing they confuse act and symbol. Prior to its practical realization, to its material manufacture, the mirror already existed in magical or mythic modes. The surface of water symbolizes the surface of consciousness and the material, concrete, process of decipherment which brings what is obscure forth into the light. For our present purposes, we need to consider and elaborate upon a number of relationships usually treated as psychic, i.e. relating to the psyche. We shall treat them, however, as material, because they arise in connection with the material body/subject and the material mirror/object. At the same time we shall look upon them as particular instances of a deeper and more general relationship which we shall be coming back to later in our discussion, that between repetition and differentiation. The relationships in question are the following. 1. Symmetry, planes and axes, duplication, reflection, also asymmetry as correlated with symmetry. 2. Mirages and mirage effects, reflections, surface versus depth, the revealed versus the concealed, the opaque versus the transparent. 3. Language as reflection, with its familiar pairs of opposites, connoting versus connoted, or what confers value versus what has value conferred upon it, and refraction through discourse. 4. Consciousness of oneself and of the other, of the body and of the abstract realm of otherness and of becoming other, alienation. 5. Time, the immediate, directly experienced, hence blind and unconscious, link between repetition and differentiation. 6. Lastly, space, with its double determinants, imaginary/real, produced/producing, material/social, immediate/mediated, milieu/transition, connection/separation, and so on. Only late on was the realm of symbols and signs integrated into the larger realm of shadows. Bearers of a clarity at once auspicious and ill-starred, symbols and signs were at first cryptic in character, but in a material sense, concealed in grottos or caves, they sometimes caused these places to be cursed, sometimes to become holy, as sanctuaries or temples. The truth of signs and the signs of truth are contained within the same enigma, the enigma of the Daliot and Roman mundus, the hole, the bottomless pit. The enigma, too, of the Christian reliquaries, those underground churches or chapels so aptly named crypts. And the enigma, finally, of an opaque body, or opaque bodies, whence truth emerges in stunning clarity, the body that brings light into the darkness. Of the relationship between the sexes, which is in no sense a special case, may not comparable things be said? 1. Here too we find symmetry, and asymmetry, male and female. 2. Here too we find displaced illusional effects, transparency versus opacity. The other emerges and turns out to be the same, albeit in an ambiguous and shadowy manner, the same desire as fails to recognize itself as such. A fragmentation ensues and, thanks to the oscillation between knowing and misapprehending, a will, to power, is able to intrude itself. 3. This fragmentation of desire, heralding the explosive fragmentation of pleasure, naturally leads to a separation, but this in no way eliminates reflection, in the sense of that relationship between self and other in which each person seeks himself in hopes of finding the other, while what he seeks in the other is a projection of himself. 4. Hence the great nostalgia we feel about an absolute love which always leads us back to a relative one, a pure love which always disappoints, which is inconceivable apart from a flesh that reverses the original tendency and releases the original tension, and replaces them with a fulfillment that is no less disappointing for being more attainable. A nostalgia, then, that contains dissent, and resentment. The imaginary plane of the mirror is here too, the divider between two mirror images or doubles. To perceive oneself in this space is to meld one's features with those of the counterpart. It goes without saying that no theory of doubles would stop here, although this line of thought would certainly constitute the initial focus of any such theory of reflections and mirages. It would have to be extended, for one thing, to take in theatrical space, with its interplay between fictitious and real counterparts and its interaction between gazes and mirages in which actor, audience, characters, text, and author all come together but never become one. By means of such theatrical interplay bodies are able to pass from a real, immediately experienced space, the pit, the stage, to a perceived space, a third space which is no longer either scenic or public. At once fictitious and real, this third space is classical theatrical space. To the question of whether such a space is a representation of space or a representational space, the answer must be neither, and both. Theatrical space certainly implies a representation of space, scenic space, corresponding to a particular conception of space, that of the classical drama, say, or the Elizabethan, or the Italian. The representational space, mediated yet directly experienced, which infuses the work and the moment, is established as such through the dramatic action itself. 6. Identifying the foundations upon which the space of each particular society is built, the underpinnings of that space's gradual development, is only the beginning of any exploration of a reality that to begin with seems transparently clear. Thus representations of space, which confuse matters precisely because they offer an already clarified picture, must be dispelled. The mirage effects whose preconditions I have tried to establish, though not to elaborate upon, in the foregoing discussion can be extraordinary. More specifically, they can introduce an extraordinary element into an ordinary context. They cannot be reduced solely to the surprise of the ego contemplating itself in the glass, and either discovering itself or slipping into narcissism. The power of a landscape does not derive from the fact that it offers itself as a spectacle, but rather from the fact that, as mirror and mirage, it presents any susceptible viewer with an image at once true and false of a creative capacity which the subject, or ego, is able, during a moment of marvelous self-deception, to claim as his own. A landscape also has the seductive power of all pictures, and this is especially true of an urban landscape, Venice, for example, that can impose itself immediately as a work. Whence the archetypal touristic delusion of being a participant in such a work, and of understanding it completely, even though the tourist merely passes through a country or countryside and absorbs its image in a quite passive way. The work in its concrete reality, its products, and the productive activity involved are all thus obscured and indeed consigned to oblivion. Mirage effects have far-ranging consequences. Under the conditions of modernity, as absolute political space extends its sway, the impression of transparency becomes stronger and stronger, and the illusion of a new life is everywhere reinforced. Real life indeed appears quite close to us. We feel able, from within everyday life, to reach out and grasp it, as though nothing lay between us and the marvelous reality on the other side of the mirror. All the prerequisites for it exist, so what is missing? An utterance of some kind, spoken or written. A gesture? A successful attack on some particular aspect of things, or the removal of some particular obstacle, ideology perhaps, or established knowledge, or some repressive institution or other, or religion, or theatricality, or the educational system, or the spectacle. The list is endless. The idea of a new life is at once realistic and illusory, and hence neither true nor false. What is true is that the preconditions for a different life have already been created, and that other life is thus on the cards. What is false is the assumption that being on the cards and being imminent are the same thing, that what is immediately possible is necessarily a world away from what is only a distant possibility, or even an impossibility. The fact is that the space which contains the realized preconditions of another life is the same one as prohibits what those preconditions make possible. The seeming limpidity of that space is therefore a delusion. It appears to make elucidation unnecessary, but in reality it urgently requires elucidation. A total revolution, material, economic, social, political, psychic, cultural, erotic, etc., seems to be in the offing, as though already imminent to the present. To change life, however, we must first change space. Absolute revolution is our self-image and our mirage, as seen through the mirror of absolute, political, space. 7. A social space is not a socialized space. Point 20. The would-be general theory of the socialization of whatever precedes society, i.e. nature, biology, physiology, needs, physical life, and so on, is really just the basic tenet of an ideology. It is also a reactive mirage effect. To hold, for example, that natural space, the space described by the geographer, existed as such and was then at some point socialized leads either to the ideological posture of nostalgic regret for a space that is no longer, or else to the equally ideological view that this space is of no consequence because it is disappearing. In reality, whenever a society undergoes a transformation, the materials used in the process derive from another, historically, or developmentally, anterior social practice. A purely natural or original state of affairs is nowhere to be found. Hence the notoriously difficult problems encountered by philosophical, Thinking on the subject of origins. The notion of a space which is at first empty, but is later filled by a social life and modified by it, also depends on this hypothetical initial purity, identified as nature and as a sort of ground zero of human reality. Empty space in the sense of a mental and social void which facilitates the socialization of a not yet social realm is actually merely a representation of space. Space is conceived of as being transformed into lived experience by a social subject, and is governed by determinants which may be practical, work, play, or biosocial, young people, children, women, active people, in character. This representation subtends the notion of a space in which the interested parties, individuals or groups, supposedly dwell and have their being. Of any actual historically generated space, however, it would be more accurate to say that it played a socializing role, by means of a multiplicity of networks, than that it was itself socialized. Can the space of work, for example, when indeed it is legitimate to speak of such a space, be envisaged as a void occupied by an entity called work? Clearly not. It is produced within the framework of a global society, and in accordance with that society's constitutive production relations. In capitalist society, the space of work consists of production units, businesses, farms, offices. The various networks which link these units are also part of the space of work. As for the agencies that govern these networks, they are not identical to those that govern work itself, but they are articulated with them in a relatively coherent manner which does not, however, exclude conflicts and contradictions. The SPOC of work is thus the result, in the first place, of the repetitive gestures and serial actions of productive labor, but also, and increasingly, of the technical and social division of labor, the result therefore, too, of the operation of markets, local, national, and worldwide, and, lastly, of property relationships, the ownership and management of the means of production. Which is to say that the space of work has contours and boundaries only for and through a thought which abstracts, as one network among others, as one space among many interpenetrating spaces, its existence is strictly relative. Social space can never escape its basic duality, even though triadic determining factors may sometimes override and incorporate its binary or dual nature, for the way in which it presents itself and the way in which it is represented are different. Is not social space always, and simultaneously, both a field of action, offering its extension to the deployment of projects and practical intentions, and a basis of action, a set of places whence energies derive and whither energies are directed? Is it not at once actual, given, and potential, locus of possibilities? Is it not at once quantitative, measurable by means of units of measurement, and qualitative, as concrete extension where unreplenished energies run out, where distance is measured in terms of fatigue or in terms of time needed for activity? And is it not at once a collection of materials, objects, things, and an ensemble of material, tools, and the procedures necessary to make efficient use of tools and of things in general? Space appears as a realm of objectivity, yet it exists in a social sense only for activity, for, and by virtue of, walking or riding on horseback, or traveling by car, boat, train, plane, or some other means. In one sense, then, space proposes homologous paths to choose from, while in another sense it invests particular paths with special value. The same goes for angles and turns. What is to the left may also be sinister, what is to the right may also be right in the sense of rectitude. A would-be homogeneous space, open to whatever actions may be reasonable, authorized or ordered, can, under its other aspect, take responsibility for prohibitions, embody occult traits and bestow favor or disfavor upon individuals and the groups to which they belong. Localization is answered by divergence, and focus on a central point is answered by radiation, by influx and diffusion. Like energy in a material form such as a molecule or an atom, social energy is both directed and dispersed. It becomes concentrated in a certain place, yet continues to act upon the sphere outside. This means that social spaces have foundations that are at once material and formal, including concentricity and grids, straight lines and curves, all the modalities of demarcation and orientation. Social spaces cannot be defined, however, by reducing them to their basic dualism. Rather, this dualism supplies the materials for the realization of a very great variety of projects. In natural or, later, geographical space, routes were inscribed by means of simple linear markings. Ways and tracks were pores which, without colliding, gradually widened and lengthened, leading to the establishment of places, way stations, localities made special for one reason or another, and boundaries. Through these pores, which accentuated local particularities by making use of them, flowed increasingly dense human streams, simple herding, the seasonal movement of flocks, migrations of masses of people, and so on. These activities and spatio-temporal determinants may be said to belong to the anthropological stage of social reality. We have defined this stage as the stage of demarcation and orientation. Dominant in archaic and agricultural pastoral societies, these later became recessive and subordinate activities. There is no stage, however, at which man does not demarcate, beacon or sign his space, leaving traces that are both symbolic and practical. Changes of direction and turns in this space always need to be represented, and he meets this figurative need either by taking his own body as a center or by reference to other bodies, celestial bodies, for example, the angle of incidence of whose light serves to refine the human perception of angles in general. It should not be supposed that primitive people, seasonally migrant herders, let us say, formed abstract representations of straight and curved lines, of obtuse and acute angles, or, even virtually, of measures. Their indicators remained purely qualitative in character, like those of animals. Different directions appeared as either benevolent or illumined. The indicators themselves were objects invested with affective significance, what would later be called symbolic objects. Egregious aspects of the terrain were associated perhaps with a memory, perhaps with particular actions which they facilitated. The networks of paths and roads made up a space just as concrete as that of the body, of which they were in fact an extension. Directions in space and time were inhabited for such a herder, and how could it be otherwise? By real and fictitious, dangerous, or lucky creatures. Thus qualified, symbolically or practically, this space bore along the myths and stories attached to it. The concrete space constituted by such networks and frontiers had more in common with a spider's web than with geometrical space. We have already noted that calculation has to reconstruct in a complicated way what nature produces in the living body and its extensions. We also know that symbolism and praxis cannot be separated. The relationships established by boundaries are certainly of the greatest importance here, along with the relationship between boundaries and named places. Thus the most significant features of a shepherd's space might include the place, often enclosed, where he gathers his sheep, the spring where he waters them, the bounds of the pasture available to him, and his neighbor's land, which is off limits. Every social space, then, once duly demarcated and oriented, implies a superimposition of certain relations upon networks of named places, of liudits. This results in various kinds of space. One accessible space for normal use, routes followed by riders or flocks, ways leading to fields, and so on. Such use is governed prescriptively, by established rules and practical procedures. 2. Boundaries and forbidden territories, spaces to which access is prohibited either relatively, neighbors and friends, or absolutely, neighbors and enemies. 3. Places of abode, whether permanent or temporary. 4. Junction points, these are often places of passage and encounter, often, too, access to them is forbidden except on certain occasions of ritual import, declarations of war or peace, for example. Boundaries and junction points, which are also, in the nature of things, points of friction, will naturally have different aspects according to the type of society, according to whether we are considering relatively settled peasants, plundering warriors, or true nomads or herders given to seasonal migrations. Social space DO.es incorporate one three-dimensional aspect, inherited from nature, namely the fact that between what is above, mountains, highlands, celestial beings, and what is below, in grottos or caves, lie the surfaces of the sea and of the earth's flatlands, which thus constitute plains, or planes, that serve both to separate and to unite the heights and the depths. Here is the basis of representations of the cosmos. Similarly, caves, grottos, hidden and underground places provide the starting point for representations of the world and myths of the earth as mother. As perceived by our shepherd, however, such oppositions as those between west and east, north and south, high and low, or before and behind have nothing to do with abstract ideas. Rather, they are at once relationships and qualities. Space thus qualifies in terms of time, in terms of ill-defined measures, paces, degree of fatigue, or in terms of parts of the body, cubits, inches, feet, palms, etc. Through displacement outwards from the center, the body of the thinking and acting subject is replaced by a social object such as a chief's hut, a pole or, later, a temple or church. The primitive situates or speaks of space as a member of a collectivity which itself occupies a regulated space closely bound up with time. He does not envisage himself in space as one point among others in an abstract milieu. That is a type of perception belonging to a much later period, and is contemporaneous with the space O.F plans and maps. 8. The body serves both as point of departure and as destination. We have already encountered this body, our body, many times in the present discussion. But what body, precisely, are we talking about? Bodies resemble each other, but the differences between them are more striking than the similarities. What is there in common between the body of a peasant leading his working ox, shackled to the soil by his plough, and the body of a splendid knight on his charger or show horse? These two bodies are as different as those of the bullock and the entire horse in whose company we find them. In either case, the animal intervenes as medium, means, instrument or intermediary, between man and space. The difference between the media implies an analogous difference between the two spaces in question. In short, a wheatfield is a world away from a battlefield. But what conception of the body are we to adopt or readopt, discover or rediscover, as our point of departure? Plato's. Aquinas's. The body that sustains the intellectus or the body that sustains the habitus? The body as glorious or the body as wretched? Descartes' body as object, or the body as subject of phenomenology and existentialism? A fragmented body, represented by images, by words, and traded retail? Must we start out from a discourse on the body? If so, how are we to avoid the deadly tendency of discourse towards abstraction? And, if indeed we must begin from an abstraction, how can we limit its impact, or go beyond its limitations? Should we perhaps rather take off from the social body, a body battered and broken by a devastating practice, namely the division of labor, and by the weight of society's demands? But how can we expect to define a critical space if we start out by accepting a body inserted into this already social space, and mutilated by it? On the other hand, what basis do we have, and indeed what means, for defining this body in itself, without ideology? When the body came up earlier on in our analysis, it did not present itself either as subject or as object in the philosophical sense, nor as an internal milieu standing in opposition to an external one, nor as a neutral space, nor as a mechanism occupying space partially or fragmentarily. Rather, it appeared as a spatial body. A body so conceived, as produced, and as the production of a space, is immediately subject to the determinants of that space, symmetries, interactions, and reciprocal actions, axes and planes, centers and peripheries, and concrete, spatiotemporal, oppositions. The materiality of this body is attributable neither to a consolidation of parts of space into an apparatus, nor to a nature unaffected by space which is yet somehow able to distribute itself through space and so occupy it. Rather, the spatial body's material character derives from space, from the energy that is deployed and put to use there. Considered as a machine, the spatial body is two-sided. One side is run by massive supplies of energy, from alimentary and metabolic sources, the other side by refined and minute energies, sense data. The question arises whether such a two-sided machine is a machine at all. To treat it as such must at the very least introduce a dialectical element into, and hence concretize, the Cartesian concept of machine, a concept which is not only highly abstract but also embedded in a very abstractly conceived representation of space. The notion of a two-sided machine naturally implies interaction within its bipartite structure. It embraces the possibility of unpredictable effects, and rejects all strict mechanism, all hard and fast and unilateral definition. This machine's devices for the emission and reception of small-scale energies lie in the sensory organs, the afferent and efferent nerve pathways, and the brain. The organs of massive energy use are the muscles, and above all the sexual organs, which are the pole where such energy accumulates explosively. The body's organic constitution is itself directly linked to the body's spatial constitution, or organization. How could the tendencies intrinsic to this whole, the tendency to capture, withhold, and accumulate energy on the one hand, and the tendency to discharge it suddenly on the other, fail to have a conflictual relationship? The same goes for the coexisting tendencies to explore space and to invade it. The conflicts inherent in the spatio-temporal reality of this body, which is neither substance, nor entity, nor mechanism, nor flux, nor closed system, culminate in the antagonisms in human beings between knowledge and action, head and genitals, and desires and needs. As for which of these conflicts is the most or least significant, that is a value-based question which is meaningless unless one posits a hierarchy. There is no sense in doing so, however, or, rather, doing so is a way of losing the sense of the matter. For the notion of hierarchy can only lead us into the realm of the Western logos, into the Judeo-Christian tradition. The conflicts in question, though, do not depend solely on language, on fractured words, fractured images, or fractured places. They flow also, and indeed primarily, from an opposition constitutive of the living organism as a dialectical totality, the fact that in this organism the pole of small-scale energy, brain, nerves, senses, does not necessarily concord, in fact rather the opposite, with the massive energy pole, sexual apparatus. The living organism has neither meaning nor existence when considered in isolation from its extensions, from the space that it reaches and produces, i.e. its milieu, to use a fashionable term that tends to reduce activity to the level of mere passive insertion into a natural material realm. Every such organism is reflected and refracted in the changes that it wreaks in its milieu or environment, in other words, in its space. At times the body, which we have yet to explore, gets covered up, concealed from view, but then it re-emerges, then it is as it were resuscitated. Does this suggest a connection between the history of the body and the history of space? With its warts plainly visible, but also its strengths and triumphs, the body as here conceived is not susceptible to the simple, and in fact crude and ideological, distinction between normal and abnormal states, between health and pathology. In what is conventionally referred to as nature, where the fundamental rule is fertilization, is any discrimination made between pleasure and pain? Not in any obvious way, certainly. One is tempted to say, rather, that such a distinction is in fact the work. The great work even, of humanity, a work often diverted and misdirected, but one which enlists the contributions of learning and art. A heavy price attaches, however, to the attainment of this goal, for, once effected, this disassociation entails the separation of things that cannot or must not be separated. Let us return, however, to our inventory of what the body has to give. Tangible space possesses, although these words are not ideal here, a basis or foundation, a ground or background, in the olfactory realm. If sensual rapture and its antithesis exist anywhere, if there is any sphere where, as a philosopher might say, an intimacy occurs between subject and object, it must surely be the world of smells and the places where they reside. Next step, in there plunged into some rot, some stump of dwarf birch, bark rubbed ass of raw by tail of bear or moose of caribou antlers 8 years ago. Into the open mouth of that remaining stump came the years of snow, sun, little jewels of bird shit, cries of sap from the long dying roots, the monomaniacal yodeling of insects, and wood rotting into rotting wood, into gestures of wood, into powder and punk all wet and stinking with fracture between earth and sky. Yeah, DJ could smell the break, gangrene in the wood, electric rot cleaner than meat and shit sick smell and red hot blood of your blood in putrefaction, but a confirmed wood. Gangrene nonetheless, Burbank, a chaos of odor on the banks of the wound, nothing smells worse than half-life, life which has no life but don't know it, thank you, Mr. Philosopher. 21. Such overwhelming and villainous smells are made up for in nature by their counterparts, by aromas and fragrances of all kinds, by the miraculous scents of flowers and by the odors of the flesh. It may be asked whether there is any point in dwelling on this space, which is in any case fast disappearing under the current onslaught of hygiene and asepticism. Is Hall perhaps right to assert that these are strictly anthropological or culturally determined phenomena? Should the distaste unquestionably felt by some modern people for natural odors be dismissed as the cause, or perhaps the effect, of the detergent industry? The search for answers to such questions may as well be left to the cultural anthropologists. For our purposes, the pertinent fact is that everywhere in the modern world smells are being eliminated. What is shown by this immense deodorizing campaign, which makes use of every available means to combat natural smells whether good or bad, is that the transposition of everything into the idiom of images, of spectacle, of verbal discourse, and of writing and reading is but one aspect of a much vaster enterprise. Anyone who is wont, and every child falls immediately into this category, to identify places, people, and things by their smells is unlikely to be very susceptible to rhetoric. Transitional objects to which desire becomes attached in seeking to escape subj activity and reach out to the other are founded primarily on the olfactory sense. This is true also for the erotic object in general. Smells are not decodable. Nor can they be inventoried, for no inventory of them can have either a beginning or an end. They inform only about the most fundamental realities, about life and death, and they are part of no significant dichotomies except perhaps that between life beginning and life ending. There is no pathway here other than the direct one between the receiving center and the perimeter of its range, no pathway other than the nose and the scent themselves. Somewhere between information and the direct stimulation of a brutal response, the sense of smell had its glory days when animality still predominated over culture, rationality, and education. Before these factors, combined with a thoroughly cleansed space, brought about the complete atrophy of smell. One can't help feeling, though, that to carry around an atrophied organ which still claims its due must be somewhat pathogenic. The rose of Angelus Suze, which does not know that it is a flower, nor that it is beautiful, is also ignorant of the fact that it exudes a delightful scent. Though already threatened with extinction by the fruit, it unhesitatingly proffers its transient splendor. This act of self-display corresponds, however, to an unconscious nature, striving and intento the interplay of life and death. Odors, which bespeak nature's violence and largesse, do not signify, they are, and they say what they are in all its immediacy, the intense particularity of what occupies a certain space and spreads outwards from that space into the surroundings. Nature's smells, be they foul or fragrant, are expressive. Industrial production, which often smells bad, also produces perfumes. The aim is that these should be signifiers, and to this end words, advertising copy link signifies to them, woman, freshness, nature, glamour, and so forth. But a perfume either induces or fails to induce an erotic mood. It does not carry on a discourse about it. It either fills a place with enchantment or else has no effect upon it at all. Tastes are hard to distinguish both from smells and from the tactile sensations of lips and tongue. They do differ from smells, however, in that they tend to form pairs of opposites, sweet versus bitter, salty versus sugary, and so on. They are thus susceptible of coding, and of being produced according to a particular code. Witness the way a cookery book can lay down practical rules for their creation. At the same time, tastes cannot constitute messages, and their subjection to coding adds a determination that they do not possess in themselves. Sweet does not contain a reference to bitter, the elusive charm of the bittersweet notwithstanding. Sweet is opposed to sour as well as to bitter, although sourness and bitterness are not the same thing. Here it is social practice that separates what in nature is given together. This is a practice which seeks to produce pleasure. Opposing tastes only come into their own when they occur in conjunction with other attributes, cold and hot, crispy and soft, smooth and rough, attributes related to the sense of touch. Thus from that social practice known as cookery, from the arts of heating, chilling, boiling, preserving and roasting, there emerges a reality invested with a meaning which may properly be called human, even though humanism rarely alludes to it. Traditional humanism, like its modern opposite, sets little store by pleasure, both being content to remain on the level of words. Meanwhile, at the body's center is a kernel resistant to such efforts to reduce it, a something which is not truly differential but which is nevertheless neither irrelevant nor completely undifferentiated. It is within this primitive space that the intimate link persists between smells and tastes. A philosopher might speak eloquently in this connection of a coextensive presence of space and ego thanks to the mediation of the body, but in fact a good deal more, and indeed something quite different is involved here. For the spatial body, becoming social does not mean being inserted into some pre-existing world. This body produces and reproduces, and it perceives what it reproduces or produces. Its spatial properties and determinants are contained within it. In what sense, then, does it perceive them? In the practico-sensory realm, the perception of right and left must be projected and imprinted into or onto things. Pairs of determinants, axes versus points of a compass, direction versus orientation, symmetry versus asymmetry must be introduced into space, which is to say, produced in space. The preconditions and principles of the lateralization of space lie within the body, yet this must still be effected in such a way that right and left or up and down are indicated or marked, and choices thus offered to gesture and action. According to Tomatis 22, the hearing plays a decisive role in the lateralization of perceived space. Space is listened for, in fact, as much as seen, and heard before it comes into view. The perceptions of one ear differ from those of the other. This difference puts the child on alert, and lends volume and physical density to the messages it receives. The hearing thus plays a mediating role between the spatial body and the localization of bodies outside it. The organic space of the ear, which is brought into being through the child's relationship with its mother, is thus extended to sounds from beyond the sphere of that relationship to other people's voices. For example, hearing disturbances, likewise, are accompanied by disturbances in lateralization in the perception of both external and internal space, dyslexias, etc. A homogeneous and utterly simultaneous space would be strictly imperceptible. It would lack the conflictual component, always resolved, but always at least suggested, of the contrast between symmetry and asymmetry. It may as well be noted at this juncture that the architectural and urbanistic space of modernity tends precisely towards this homogeneous state of affairs, towards a place of confusion and fusion between geometrical and visual which inspires a kind of physical discomfort. Everything is alike. Localization, and lateralization, are no more. Signifier and signified, marks and markers, are added after the fact as decorations, so to speak. This reinforces, if possible, the feeling of desertedness, and adds to the malaise. This modern space has an analogical affinity with the space of the philosophical, and more specifically the Cartesian tradition. Unfortunately, it is also the space of blank sheets of paper, drawing boards, plans, sections, elevations, scale models, geometrical projections, and the like. Substituting a verbal, semantic, or semiological space for such a space only aggravates its shortcomings. A narrow and desiccated rationality of this kind overlooks the core and foundation of space, the total body, the brain, gestures, and so forth. It forgets that space does not consist in the projection of an intellectual representation, does not arise from the visible readable realm, but that it is first of all heard, listened to, and enacted, through physical gestures and movements. A theory of information that assimilates the brain to an apparatus for receiving messages puts that organ's particular physiology, and its particular role in the body, in brackets. Taken in conjunction with the body, viewed in its body, the brain is much more than a recording machine or a decoding mechanism. Not, be it said, that it is merely a desiring machine either. The total body constitutes, and produces, the space in which messages, codes, the coded and the decoded, so many choices to be made, will subsequently emerge. The way for physical space, for the practico-sensory realm, to restore or reconstitute itself is therefore by struggling against the ex post facto projections of an accomplished intellect, against the reductionism to which knowledge is prone. Successfully waged, this struggle would overturn the absolute truth and the realm of sovereign transparency and rehabilitate underground, lateral, labyrinthine, even uterine or feminine, realities. An uprising of the body, in short, against the signs of non-body. The history of the body in the final phase of Western culture is that of its rebellions. 23. Indeed, the fleshly, spatio-temporal, body is already in revolt. This revolt, however, must not be understood as a harking back to the origins, to some archaic or anthropological past. It is firmly anchored in the here and now, and the body in question is ours, our body, which is disdained, absorbed, and broken into pieces by images. Worse than disdained, ignored. This is not a political rebellion, a substitute for social revolution, nor is it a revolt of thought, a revolt of the individual, or a revolt for freedom. It is an elemental and worldwide revolt which does not seek a theoretical foundation, but rather seeks by theoretical means to rediscover, and recognize, its own foundations. Above all, it asks theory to stop barring its way in this, to stop helping conceal the underpinnings that it is at pains to uncover. Its exploratory activity is not directed towards some kind of return to nature, nor is it conducted under the banner of an imagined spontaneity. Its object is lived experience, an experience that has been drained of all content by the mechanisms of diversion, reduction/extrapolation, figures of speech, analogy, tautology, and so on. There can be no question but that social space is the locus of prohibition, for it is shot through with both prohibitions and their counterparts, prescriptions. This fact, however, can most definitely not be made into the basis of an overall definition, for space is not only the space of no, it is also the space of the body, and hence the space of yes, of the affirmation of life. It is not simply a matter, therefore, of a theoretical critique, but also of a turning of the world upon its head, Marx, of an inversion of meaning, and of a subversion which breaks the tablets of the law, Nietzsche. The shift, which is so hard to grasp, from the space of the body to the body in space, from opacity, warm, to translucency, cold, somehow facilitates the spiriting away or scatomization of the body. How did this magic ever become possible, and how does it continue to be possible? What is the foundation of a mechanism which thus abolishes the foundations? What forces have been able in the past, and continue to be able, to take advantage of what happens normally along the particular route which leads from the ego to the other, or, more precisely, from the ego to itself via its double the other? For the ego to appear, to manifest itself as being in my body, is it sufficient for it to have oriented itself in terms of left and right, to have marked out directions relative to itself? Once a particular ego has formulated the words my body, can it now perforce designate and locate other bodies and objects? The answer to these questions must be negative. Furthermore, the uttering of the words my body presupposes the ego's access to language and to a specific use of discourse. In short, it presupposes a whole history. What are the preconditions of such a history, such a use of discourse, such an intervention of language? What makes the coding of ego and alter ego, and of the gap between them, possible? For the ego to appear, it must appear to itself, and its body must appear to it, as subtracted, and hence also extracted and abstracted from the world. Being prey to the world's vicissitudes, and the potential victim of countless dangers, the ego withdraws. It erects defenses to seal itself off, to prevent access to itself. It sets up barriers to nature, because it feels vulnerable. It aspires to invulnerability. A pipe dream. Of course, for what we are concerned with here is indeed magic. But is this magic performed before or after the act of denomination? Imaginary and real barriers set up against attacks from outside can be reinforced. As Wilhelm Reich showed, defensive reactions may even give rise to a tough armoring. 24 Some non-Western cultures, however, proceed otherwise, relying upon a sophisticated discipline which places the body constantly beyond the reach of variations in its environment, save from the onslaughts of the spatial realm. Such is the Eastern response to the spatiotemporal and practico-sensory body's humble demands as opposed to the Western body's commands, which promote verbalization and the development of a hard protective shell. In some circumstances a split occurs, and an interstice or interval is created, a very specific space which is at once magical and real. Might the unconscious not, after all, consist in an obscure nature or substantiality which wishes and desires? Perhaps it is not a source of language, nor a language per se? Perhaps, rather, it is that very interstice, that in between itself, along with whatever occupies it, gains access to it, and occurs therein? But, if an interstice between what? And what? Between self and self, between the body and its ego, or, better, between the ego seeking to constitute itself and its body. The context here is necessarily that of a long learning process, the process of formation and deformation which the immature and premature human child must undergo on the way to familial and social maturity. But what is it exactly that slips into the interstice in question? The answer is, language, signs, abstraction, all necessary yet fateful, indispensable yet dangerous. This is a lethal zone thickly strewn with dusty, moldering words. What slips into it is what allows meaning to escape the embrace of lived experience, to detach itself from the fleshly body. Words and signs facilitate, indeed provoke, call forth and, at least in the West, command, metaphorization, the transport, as it were, of the physical body outside of itself. This operation, inextricably magical and rational, sets up a strange interplay between, verbal, disembodiment and, empirical, re-embodiment, between uprooting and reimplantation, between spatialization in an abstract expanse and localization in a determinate expanse. This is the mixed space, still natural yet already produced of the first year of life, and, later, of poetry and art. The space, in a word, of representations, representational space. 9. The body does not fall under the sway of analytic thought and its separation of the cyclical from the linear. The unity which that reflection is at such pains to decode finds refuge in the cryptic opacity which is the great secret of the body. For the body indeed unites cyclical and linear, combining the cycles of time, need and desire with the linearities of gesture, perambulation, prehension, and the manipulation of things, the handling of both material and abstract tools. The body subsists precisely at the level of the reciprocal movement between these two realms. Their difference, which is lived, not thought, is its habitat. Is it not the body, in fact, since it preserves difference within repetition, that is also responsible for the emergence of the new from the repetitive? Analytic thought, by contrast, because it evacuates difference, is unable to grasp how repetition is able to secrete innovation. Such thought, Such conceptualizing knowledge, connaissance, cannot acknowledge that it underwrites the body's trials and tribulations. Yet, once it has ensconced itself in the gap between lived experience and established knowledge, savoir, the work it does there is in the service of death. An empty body, a body conceived of as a sieve, or as a bundle of organs analogous to a bundle of things, a body dismembered or treated as members unrelated to one another, a body without organs, all such supposedly pathological symptomatology stems in reality from the ravages of representation and discourse, which are only exacerbated by modern society, with its ideologies and contradictions, including that between permissiveness and repressiveness in space. Can the breaking into pieces or fragmentation of the body, or, better, a bad relationship of the ego to its body, be laid at the door of language alone? Do the decomposition of the body into localized functions and its abandonment as a totality, whether subjective or objective, occur as a result of the assignment to body parts, from earliest childhood, of discrete names, so that the phallus, the eyes, and so on, become so many dissociated elements within a representational space that is subsequently experienced in a pathological manner? The problem with this thesis is that it exonerates the Christian, or rather the Judeo-Christian, tradition, which misapprehends and despises the body, relegating it to the charnel house if not to the devil. It also exonerates capitalism, which has extended the division of labor into the very bodies of workers and even non-workers. Taylorism, one of the first scientific approaches to productivity, reduced the body as a whole to a small number of motions subjected to strictly controlled linear determinations. A division of labor so extreme, whereby specialization extends to individual gestures, has undoubtedly had as much influence as linguistic discourse on the breaking down of the body into a mere collection of unconnected parts. The ego's relationship to the body, which is annexed little by little to the realm of theoretical thought, turns out to be both complex and diverse. Indeed, there are as many different relationships between the ego and its own body, as many forms of appropriation of that body, or of failure to appropriate it, as there are societies, cultures, or even perhaps individuals. Furthermore, the ego's practical relationship to its own body determines its relationship to other bodies, to nature, and to space. And vice versa, the relationship to space is reflected in the relationship to the other's body and the other's consciousness. The analysis and self-analysis, of the total body, the way in which that body locates itself and the way in which it becomes fragmented, all are determined by a practice which includes discourse but which cannot be reduced to it. The detachment of work from play, from the gestures of ritual and from the erotic realm only serves to make whatever interaction or interference does occur that much more significant. Under the conditions of modern industry and city life, abstraction holds sway over the relationship to the body. As nature fades into the background, there is nothing to restore the total body, nothing in the world of objects, nothing in the world of action. The Western tradition, with its misapprehension of the body, remanifests itself in increasingly strange ways, laying the blame for all the damage at the door of discourse alone is to exculpate not only that tradition but also real abstract space. X. The body's inventiveness needs no demonstration, for the body itself reveals it, and deploys it in space. Rhythms in all their multiplicity interpenetrate one another. In the body and around it, as on the surface of a body of water, or within the mass of a liquid, rhythms are forever crossing and recrossing, superimposing themselves upon each other, always bound to space. They exclude neither primal tendencies nor any other energetic forces, whether these invest the interior or the surface of the body, whether they are normal or excessive, whether they are responses to external action or endogenous and explosive in character. Such rhythms have to do with needs, which may be dispersed as tendencies, or distilled into desire. If we attempt to specify them, we find that some rhythms are easy to identify: breathing, the heartbeat, thirst, hunger, and the need for sleep are cases in point. Others, however, such as those of sexuality, fertility, social life, or thought, are relatively obscure. Some operate on the surface, so to speak, whereas others spring from hidden depths. It is possible to envision a sort of rhythm analysis which would address itself to the concrete reality of rhythms, and perhaps even to their use, or appropriation. Such an approach would seek to discover those rhythms whose existence is signaled only through mediations, through indirect effects or manifestations. Rhythm analysis might eventually even displace psychoanalysis, as being more concrete, more effective, and closer to a pedagogy of appropriation, the appropriation of the body, as of spatial practice. It might be expected to apply the principles and laws of a general rhythmology to the living body and its internal and external relationships. Such a discipline's field of application par excellence, its preferred sphere of experiment, would be the sphere of music and dance, the sphere of rhythmic cells and their effects. The repetitions and redundancies of rhythms, their symmetries and asymmetries, interact in ways that cannot be reduced to the discrete and fixed determinants of analytic thought. Only if this is clearly grasped can the polyrhythmic body be understood and appropriated. Rhythms differ from one another in their amplitude, in the energies they vary and deploy, and in their frequency. Such differences, conveyed and reproduced by the rhythms which embody them, translate into intensity or strength of anticipation, tension, and action. All these factors interact with one another within the body, which is traversed by rhythms rather as the ether is traversed by waves. The way in which rhythms may be said to embrace both cyclical and linear is illustrated by music, where the measure and the beat are linear in character, while motifs, melody, and particularly harmony are cyclical, the division of octaves into 12 halftones, and the reiteration of sounds and intervals within octaves. Much the same may be said of dance, a gestural system whose organization combines two codes, that of the dancer and that of the spectator, who keeps time by clapping or with other body movements. Thus, as evocative, paradigmatic, gestures recur, they are integrated into a ritually linked gestural chain. What do we know about rhythms, as sequential relationships in space, as objective relationships? The notion of flows, of energy, matter, etc., is self-sufficient only in political economy. It is in any case always subordinate to the notion of space. As for drive, this idea is a transposition onto the psychic level of the fundamental, but at the same time dissociated, idea of rhythm. What we live are rhythms, rhythms experienced subjectively. Which means that, here at least, lived and conceived are close. The laws of nature and the laws governing our bodies tend to overlap with each other, as perhaps too with the laws of so-called social reality. An organ has a rhythm, but the rhythm does not have, nor is it, an organ, rather, it is an interaction. A rhythm invests places, but is not itself a place, it is not a thing, nor an aggregation of things, nor yet a simple flow. It embodies its own law, its own regularity, which it derives from space, from its own space, and from a relationship between space and time. Every rhythm possesses and occupies a spatiotemporal reality which is known by our science and mastered so far as its physical aspect, wave motion, is concerned, but which is misapprehended from the point of view of living beings, organisms, bodies, and social practice. Yet social practice is made up of rhythms, daily, monthly, yearly, and so on. That these rhythms have become more complicated than natural rhythms is highly probable. A powerful unsettling factor in this regard is the practico-social dominance of linear over cyclical repetition, that is to say, the dominance of one aspect of rhythms over another. Through the mediation of rhythms, in all three senses of mediation, means, medium, intermediary, an animated space comes into being which is an extension of the space of bodies. How exactly the laws of space and of its dualities, symmetries/asymmetries, demarcation/orientation, etc., chime with the laws of rhythmic movement, regularity, diffusion, interpenetration, is a question to which we do not as yet have the answer. 11. What is the unconscious if not consciousness itself, if not consciousness and its double, which it contains and keeps within itself, namely, self-consciousness? Consciousness, then, qua mirror image, qua repetition, and mirage. What does this mean? In the first place, it means that any substantification or naturalization of the unconscious, locating it above or below consciousness, must sooner or later fall into ideological fatuity. 25 Consciousness is not unaware of itself. If it were, of whom and of what would it be the consciousness? In essence, and by definition, self-consciousness is a reduplication, a self-reproduction, as much as it is a reflection of objects. But does it know itself? No. It is acquainted neither with the conditions of its own existence nor with the laws, if any, which govern it. In this sense it may justifiably be compared to language, not only because there is no consciousness without a language, but also because those who speak, and even those who write, are unacquainted with the conditions and laws of their language, even as they practice it. What then is the status of language? Between knowledge and ignorance here there is a mediation which sometimes functions effectively as an intermediary but which may also block the way. This mediation is misapprehension. Like the flower which does not know it is a flower, self-consciousness, so much vaunted in Western thought from Descartes to Hegel, and even more recently, at least in philosophy, misapprehends its own preconditions whether natural, physical, or practical, mental, or social. We have long known that from early childhood the consciousness of conscious beings apprehends itself as a reflection of what it has wrought in the object or in the other by means of certain privileged products, namely instrumental objects and speech. Consciousness thus apprehends itself in and through what it produces, by playing with a simple stick, for example, by disordering or breaking things, the child begins to be. Conscious beings apprehend themselves in a melange of violence, lack, desires, needs, and knowledge properly, or improperly, so called. In this sense, then, but not exactly after the fashion of language as such, consciousness misapprehends itself. Consciousness, itself the locus of knowing, thus permits the emergence of a knowledge characterized by misunderstanding, on the one hand, the illusion of a perfect or transparent knowledge, the idea, divine knowledge, absolute knowledge, on the other hand, notions of a mystery, of an unknowable realm, or of an unconscious. To return to this last term, it is neither true nor false to speak of an unconscious. Hence it is both true and false at the same time. The unconscious resembles an illusion with a raison d'etre, a sort of mirage effect. People, and more particularly psychologists, psychoanalysts, and psychiatrists, use the unconscious as an appropriate receptacle for whatever they please to consign to it, including the preconditions of consciousness in the nervous system or brain, action and language, what is remembered and what is forgotten, and the body and its own history. The tendency to fetishize the unconscious is inherent in the image of unconsciousness itself. This is why this idea opens the door so wide to ontology, metaphysics, the death drive, and so on. Still, the term is meaningful in that it designates that unique process whereby every human being is formed, a process which involves reduplication, doubling, repetition at another level of the spatial body, language and imaginary/real spatiality, redundancy and surprise, learning through experience of the natural and social worlds, and the forever compromised appropriation of a reality which dominates nature by means of abstraction but which is itself dominated by the worst of abstractions. The abstraction of power. The unconscious in this sense, as the imaginary and real locus of a struggle, as the obscure counterweight to that luminous entity known as culture, has nothing in common with the ragbag concept of the psychologists and other experts. What an enigma sleep presents for philosophy! How can the cogito ever slumber? Its duty is to keep vigil till the end of time, as Pascal understood and reiterated. Sleep reproduces life in the womb and foreshadows death, yet this kind of rest has its own fullness. In sleep the body gathers itself together, building up its energy reserves by imposing silence on its information receptors. It closes down, and passes through a moment with its own truth, its own beauty, its own worth. This is one moment among others, a poetic moment. It is now that the space of the dream makes its paradoxical appearance. At once imaginary and real, this space is different from the space of language, though of the same order, and the faithful guardian of sleep rather than of social learning. Is this then the space of drives? It would be better described as a space where dispersed and broken rhythms are reconstituted, a space for the poetic reconstruction of situations in which wishes are present, but wishes which are not so much fulfilled as simply proclaimed. It is a space of enjoyment, indeed it establishes a virtual reign of pleasure, though erotic dreams break up on the reefs of the dreamer's pleasure and disillusion. The space of the dream is strange and alien, yet at the same time as close to us as is possible. Rarely colored, even more rarely animated by music, it still has a sensual sensory character. It is a theatrical space even more than a quotidian or poetic one, a putting into images of oneself, for oneself. Visual space in its specificity contains an immense crowd, veritable hordes of objects, things, bodies. These differ by virtue of their place and that place's local peculiarities, as also by virtue of their relationship with subjects. Everywhere there are privileged objects which arouse a particular expectation or interest, while others are treated with indifference. Some objects are known, some unknown, and some misapprehended. Some serve as relays, transitory or transitional in nature, they refer to other objects. Mirrors, though privileged objects, nevertheless have a transitional function of this kind. Consider a window. Is it simply a void traversed by a line of sight? No. In any case, the question would remain, what line of sight, and whose? The fact is that the window is a non-object which cannot fail to become an object. As a transitional object it has two senses, two orientations, from inside to outside, and from outside to inside. Each is marked in a specific way, and each bears the mark of the other. Thus windows are differently framed outside, for the outside, and inside, for the inside. Consider a door. Is it simply an aperture in the wall? No. It is framed, in the broadest sense of the term. A door without a frame would fulfill one function and one function only, that of allowing passage. And it would fulfill that function poorly, for something would be missing. Function calls for something other, something more, something better than functionality alone. Its surround makes a door into an object. In conjunction with their frames, doors attain the status of works of a kind not far removed from pictures and mirrors. Transitional, symbolic, and functional, the object door serves to bring a space, the space of a room, say, or that of the street, to an end, and it heralds the reception to be expected in the neighboring room, or in the house or interior that awaits. The threshold or sill of an entrance is another transitional object, one which has traditionally enjoyed an almost ritual significance, crossing a threshold as analogous to passing through a lock, or graduating. So objects fall spontaneously into such classes as transitional objects, functional objects, and so on. These classes, however, are always provisional, the classes themselves are subject to change, while objects are liable to move from one class to another. This brings us to the articulation between sensory and practico-perceptual space on the one hand and specific or practico-social space, the space of this or that particular society, on the other. Can social space be defined in terms of the projection of an ideology into a neutral space? No. Ideologies dictate the locations of particular activities, determining that such and such a place should be sacred, for example, while some other should not, or that a temple, a palace, or a church must be here, and not there. But ideologies do not produce space, rather, they are in space, and of it. It is the forces of production and the relations of production that produce social space. In the process a global social practice is brought into being, comprising all the diverse activities which, at least up to now, have characterized any society, education, administration, politics, military organization, and so on. It follows that not all localization should be attributed to ideology. Place in society, high society versus the lower depths, the political left and right, all these apparent forms of localization derive not only from ideology but also from the symbolic properties of space, properties inherent to that space's practical occupation. In what does sensory space, within social space, consist? It consists in an unconsciously dramatized interplay of relay points and obstacles, reflections, references, mirrors and echoes, an interplay implied, but not explicitly designated, by this discourse. Within it, specular and transitional objects exist side by side with tools ranging from simple sticks to the most sophisticated instruments designed for hand and body. Does the body, then, retrieve its unity, broken by language, from its own image coming towards it, as it were, from the outside? More than this, and better, is required before that can happen. In the first place, a welcoming space is called for, the space of nature, filled with non-fragmented beings, with plants and animals. It is architecture's job to reproduce such a space where it is lacking. And then effective, practical actions must be performed, making use of the basic materials and materiel available. Splits reappear continually, they are bridged by metaphor and metonymy. Language possesses a practical function, but it cannot harbor knowledge without masking it. The playful aspect of space escapes it, and only emerges in play itself, by definition, and in irony and humor. Objects serve as markers for rhythms, as reference points, as centers. Their fixedness, however, is only relative. Distances here may be abolished by look, word, or gesture, they may equally well be exaggerated thereby. Distantiation alternates with convergence, absence with presence, concealment with revelation, reality with appearance, and all overlap in a theater of reciprocal implication and explication where the action halts only during sleep. Relations in the perceptual realm do not reflect social relations as such, on the contrary, they disguise them. Social relations properly so called, i.e. the relations of production, are not visible in sensory-sensual, or practico-perceptual, space. They are circumvented. They need therefore to be decoded, but even in their decoded form it is difficult for them to be extracted from mental and located in social space. Sensory-sensual space tends to establish itself within the visible readable sphere, and in so doing it promotes the misapprehension of aspects, indeed the dominant aspects, of social practice, labor, the division of labor, the organization of labor, and so on. This space, which does not recognize its own potential for playfulness, for it is readily taken over by play, does enshrine social relationships, which appear in it as relationships of opposition and contrast, as link sequences. Long predominant among such relationships have been right and left, high and low, central and peripheral, demarcated and oriented space, near and far, symmetrical and asymmetrical, and auspicious and inauspicious. Nor should we forget paternity and maternity, male places and female places, and their attendant symbols. Now, it is true that the aim of our discussion is to establish the paradigm of a space. All the same, it is very important not to overlook, in the immediate vicinity of the body, and serving to extend it into the surrounding networks of relationships and pathways, the various types of objects. Among them are everyday utensils or tools, pot, cup, knife, hammer, or fork, which extend the body in accord with its rhythms, and those, such as the implements of peasant or artisan, which leave the body further behind, and establish their own spatial realms. Social space is defined, also, as the locus and medium of speech and writing, which sometimes disclose and sometimes dissimulate, sometimes express what is true and sometimes what is false, with the false serving the truth as relay, resource, and foundation. It is in this world that the quest for enjoyment takes place, a quest whose object, once found, is destroyed by the act of taking pleasure itself. Enjoyment in this sense forever evades the grasp. A game of mirrors, then, plenitude followed by disillusion. And it is a game that never ends, as the ego recognizes itself, and misapprehends itself, in the alter ego. Misunderstanding also nourishes attitudes of listening and expectancy. then the tide of the visual with its clarity overwhelms what is merely audible or touchable. We have yet to consider the space of production, and the production of space. Sensory sensual space is simply a sediment destined to survive as one layer or element in the stratification and interpenetration of social spaces. We have already noted one overall characteristic of production: from products, be they objects or spaces, all traces of productive activity are so far as possible erased. What of the mark of the worker or workers who did the producing? It has no meaning or value unless the worker is also a user and owner, as in the case of craftsmen or peasants. Objects are only perfected by being finished. There is nothing new about this, but it is appropriate to reiterate it, for it has important consequences. The fact is that this erasure facilitates the procedure whereby the worker is deprived of the product of his labor. It is tempting to generalize, and argue that such erasures of traces make possible an immense number of transfers and substitutions, and indeed that this kind of concealment is the basis not only of myths, mystifications, and ideologies, but also of all domination and all power. An extrapolation of this kind, however, cannot be justified. In space, nothing ever disappears, no point, no place. Still, the concealment of the productive labor that goes into the product has one significant implication: social space is not coextensive with the space of social labor. Which is not to say that social space is a space of enjoyment, of non-labor, but merely that produced or worked objects pass from the space of labor to the enveloping social space only once the traces of labor have been effaced from them. Whence, of course, the commodity. 12. At one level of social space, or in one region of it, concatenations of gestures are deployed. In its broadest sense, the category of the gestural takes in the gestures of labor, the gestures of peasants, craftsmen or industrial workers. In a narrower and more restrictive sense, it does not cover technical gestures or productive acts,